he was a good person. And, listening to him, he's first of all, you say he is a nobody. No, he was definitely a somebody. When it comes to the under 30 crowd in the United States, he's somebody that all conservatives knew who he was. But it's also how he died, how visible it was, how violent it was. That had such a lasting impression on us. And I see such a sweet soul like him being killed like that. And it's like, this is not a guy that's on the far right. He's not a mean person. And it happened to him. Like, why? Just because he's on the right? He's not even a hateful or divisive person, in my opinion.
So you asked why? Because this is the norm in this country. Like, this has happened over and over again. Nobody cares. It's going to happen again.
No, I fucking care.
This is an American problem. Who cares? We've acknowledged that some people have to die.
And you say it's an American problem. When's it? No. You say it's an American problem. When have you had a prominent left-wing or right-wing influencer that was shot in public where all of us can see it? Multiple angles like that. When's the last time that happened?
So are we gonna forget?
I'm asking others.
The two Minnesota lawmakers that were shot and killed in the
I said in public influence. Nobody knows who those. Nobody knows who those Okay, outside of Minnesota, nobody.
It is
outside of Minnesota. I'm not the one muting, but outside of Minnesota, none of us knew who those fuckers were. Okay, once again, let me. Everybody knew on the. Okay. Charlie Kirk was much more famous than them. Now, my question is, when have you seen a prominent influencer on the left or the right that was shot publicly in front of an audience like that? You can't answer the question.
Well, here's the thing, right? This is a stupid question.
Killed.
I'm talking about that America's structure we have a consistent pattern of shooting politicians. This is normal in this country. This is the thing.
Okay, when is the last?
You want it to be in public or not? That's a you problem. But
Trump getting shot. Trump getting shot at. Okay, and not getting killed was the last time I can think of in a couple decades of that happening.
Yeah,
where it was actually on camera. Now we can look at the baseball game with the Scalise and the Republicans that got shot, but that was not on video. But I can only. Charlie Kirk is the only one. Like, that is not an everyday occurrence. It's like it's laughable to hear this. He was at a political event. He shot in broad daylight. Now, I understand you're from the Dominican Republic. I'm not trying to be racist. I'm not saying it happens in your country, but in Mexico, that kind of shit can happen. In the United States, that is not something that happens.
We actually we don't really have the stakes on deaths like Mexico does. So.
No, I know. That's why I said I wanted to make that clarification.
But I also will say, like, I get it. We want to go into the semantics, but like in general, right? Like, lots of people die in America, get shot every day. It's just this white boy turn. There'll be someone else tomorrow.
Yeah, but unfortunately, like, if I get shot,
people die every day. Nobody cares.
If I get shot, let's just say I'm driving and this person next to me, he's like, you cut me off. I said, no, you didn't. Go fuck yourself. And then he just like shakes me in the face. I will make maybe a headline in the local news, not a headline, but I'll be a story in the local news. But if I was like, I don't know, Charles Barkley or I don't know, somebody who's like not even like famous at this moment, but people still know, it would make headlines even nationally. Now, Charlie Kirk was somebody who was well known, and what makes it very unique is not only how public it was and how violent it was, but he was engaging in political debate while it happened. That is super abnormal and rare in America. It's not something that happens every day. Murders happen every day, but murders to people like that while having, political discourse is absolutely rare.
I mean, some could argue that it's his own fault he got shot. They gave him a warning to put bulletproof glass up, and he ignored it. He made a decision to take the risk.
Okay, so no, that's fucking retarded. That's like saying that. Okay, should I make, if I had daughters, should I have them wear fucking chastity belts or whatever the fuck, and so they can't get raped because penises can't penetrate steel?
Charlie Kirk?
I mean, you know,
he was a father.
Oh, and watch Abraham justify it.
He was a husband. No, he was a father. He was a husband, right? So what happened to him? And I condemn all political violence, right? There's no place for political violence, especially as a foundational Black American. So many of our leaders have been killed due to political violence, from Medgar Evers to Dr. King, Malcolm X. I can
Abraham,
keep going.
didn't you say last time that you understand why people were angry with them?
Not Malcolm X, but what I'm saying is I can separate and I can say what happened to him was diabolically immoral and wrong. He should be here with his children right now. If God gave me the power, I would give his wife Erica back to him. But that doesn't mean that I will not critique it. Hold on. That doesn't mean that if God gave me the ability, I would give him back to Erica. However, that doesn't mean that I would not stop criticizing his racist, anti-Black rhetoric.
There you go. That's why Charlie got shot right there. Because of the fucking lies.
No, it's not why he got shot.
No, because of the
lies. He got shot. Shut the fuck up, Ken. That's not why he got shot. Literally, this guy, from what we can only go by the limited information that we had. The district attorney there said that people are asking him, including his own family and friends, for more information. He's refusing to give it because apparently, he wants this person to have a fair trial. Abby may know a lot more about that. I don't know all the details of why that would be the case, but what limited information we have, he said he was hateful. He didn't really describe, I haven't heard any details about what he thought was hateful. We know that, okay, he's involved with a person that's like, quote unquote, transitioning, that looks like a dude. I don't know.
If he really,
there's a lot of avenues we can go.
He would have taken the protections that
called him a fascist.
No, what do you mean he would have taken the protections that are needed? No, Nicholas, that is so fucked up and stupid. Like you're somebody I like on this app, but for you to say this stupid shit, I mean, first of all, the amount of money.
It's true, Pepe.
Okay, but the amount of money. Okay,
first
of all, the amount of money that it takes to get this level of protection, and of course, he's not a politician. He doesn't have like a counter sniper team with scouts that are looking on rooftops, and where obviously he would have been shot before he would have been able to do it. Or at least hopefully, it's just like a lot different scenario. I do think that this is an event that, unfortunately, because it happened, I think a lot of these influencers are going to have to. Yeah, they're going to have to make the necessary adjustments. And you have to look at it like this. I mean, like, presidents have been shot, and you have the first class professionals that just train. Their job is to preserve the life of the president and protect the president and his family. And they fucked up. But when things go wrong, they end up changing their strategy to basically include what went wrong and make sure that doesn't happen. With Charlie Kirk, I mean, that was a whole new level. I've never seen a political influencer shot like that. I can't think of one. You guys obviously can't name one. And so, I mean, this is a whole, and especially like with the phenomenon of like copycat shooters and so forth. I think, Ben Shapiro said he wanted to go back to debating college kids, which he that's kind of where I remember him getting his start. He said he's going to do that. I'm sure he's probably going to have like protections now that Charlie Kirk, because of what happened to Charlie Kirk, you're going to have really even Talking Point USA. I'm sure they're going to do it. But at the end of the day, what I find really weird is like
he was a pawn.
we have it like these debates where we even have to somehow assign guilt to the person getting shot. Like if Sam, like, and I've always bring up these two names. Like Sam Cedar, I think is an annoying, whiny faggot. He might have kids and a wife. I don't know. He gives me the vibes like he would. Ezra Klein, he's smart, but he's kind of smug. I don't really like him that much, but I don't think he's a bad guy. But like, if I would have seen these guys get shot and their family was there and it was talking to a bunch of liberal students, I would feel really sad, honestly. And I don't think that I would say like, well, that piece of shit Ezra Klein, he should have, if he really cared about his life, he would have had bulletproof glass. He would have done all this other stuff. I would have never done that. I would say no. Like the fact that anybody would justify or downplay violence towards Ezra Klein getting shot in the neck is like a really horrible fucking person. You should, like, there's no reason to shoot somebody like him in the fucking neck. Even though I really disagree with him, I don't think he's a bad fucking person. Like that is just wrong on every level.
I just want to point out that Pepe would cry for two Jews if they got killed. Just saying. You guys all remember.
Well, I guess high verbal IQ, and so a lot of
yeah, they're not Muslims. I got you.
There's no reason for him getting shot because it was all planned. Like there was no reason for him getting shot. Exactly.
Oh God, here we go with this fucking dumb shit.
It's the truth. It's the truth. He wasn't a hero. He wasn't no type of hero.
Dumb faggots like this.
Nobody. Okay, you said he's not a hero, Ash. But you said he's not a hero. But I guess what I would ask you is, why it doesn't matter whether or not you think he's a hero. I can understand the argument. He didn't put on his duty belt. He wasn't a cop. He wasn't he didn't put on his uniform to fight for our country. In other words, he's not somebody who was deliberately and heroically put himself out there to put himself in a position where he's going to be fighting for his people or his country, where he would end up getting killed. Now, but with that being said, I don't look at him as a hero personally. I do think that I do look at him as a very, first of all, this guy was a nobody at 18 years old, having that level of initiative where he had this spark in him, this initiative where he ended up forming this the Turning Point USA. He was getting these donors. He was passionately traveling throughout the country. He made a fucking name for himself. He became a very relevant person who I think, and definitely not in an immoral way, was trying to influence people and impact people, especially young people, to look at things differently, especially on college campuses where they are obviously captured by the left. I think that what he was doing was a good thing. I don't call him a hero, but there's absolutely nothing he did that was wrong. And he is somebody that there's no reason to look at him. I'm not trying to make him a martyr or a hero, but I look at him as
That's exactly what people are doing.
Yeah, but Pepe Ash's argument is that it was all conspiracy and that it was framed. That
Actually, let me
guess. Are you going to say the Jews or Mossad did it?
Yeah, Mossad.
No, I was actually about to say it's crazy how you can mention Charlie Kirk's name, and the minute you say anything negative about him, people are automatically calling you a faggot.
Well, yeah, because there's a lot of no.
That's called emotion. That's called emotion.
No, it's not emotion.
It's complete emotion. It's complete.
Okay, well, hold on. Let him explain himself. Why did you say what you said? Who do you think did it?
I just feel like the fact that people get this wild up over somebody dying like this, I just think it's complete propaganda.
Yeah, that's because a lot of people liked him. Shut the fuck up and let me hold on.
Emotional, man.
Shut the fuck up, Ash. Ash, shut your faggot mouth.
He got killed. Bye-bye. Yes. Your man's got killed. You got smoked. And I'm white saying this, too. This is how emotional you got.
You don't sound white. You're either
He's
black
Jamaican.
or you're a person who wants to be black. So, yo mans, white people don't, even rednecks don't use yo mans. So I'm sorry, but that is not, something's going on here. You're not,
He's a black Jamaican, if you look at his profile.
okay.
Yeah, I always think that's like the most faggy thing black guys say to like my mans. I'm like, are y'all gay or something?
I was at first. I was like, I was listening to and a lot of people don't understand this, but this is yes, it's a bias, but the nasal cavities and the nose shape are what are part of what makes your voice unique. Now, because we have different, our sinus cavities and our nose shapes tend to be different, especially amongst people of West African descent, which have more of a bell pepper shaped nose, and their nasal cavities are a little bit different. How the reverberations that come out every time they speak, it does give off like somewhat of a unique signature that you'll tie to, let's say, black people. People with big noses like myself will often have a nose that sounds like, a voice that sounds like you have a big nose, and it does because I have a big nose. You know, it is what it is. I don't know, but I mean, he was kind of giving off all of these hallmarks, and then
He was definitely black.
He went off with yo mans, and it's just like, oh man.
I love when people start screaming at me. They're like, "You're a black man. How dare you say this shit?"
Pascal, you said that someone in the chat said that. What did he say that was wrong? Oh, that's the title of the room. Well, I'm conservative, so let me first by saying that I voted for Trump.
The title.
Yeah, I got you, Ken. Shut up. First thing he said wrong was that the Civil Rights Act shouldn't have been passed. That's the right that gave.
Oh my God, it's getting old.
Okay, we already had this conversation. Like,
where
it's
they
like
okay. And then
half an hour.
I got you. Can I finish? Damn.
Okay, you're black also. You're not white. So
But what does that have to do with? Yeah, can I finish?
Because you said that you said you were white. So
I did not say I was white.
you have a picture of a white guy in your fucking profile, and you're obviously black. I can hear it in your fucking voice. So
oh my goodness,
what else?
I didn't say I was white. One,
and you're obviously trying to say, "Oh my goodness."
Pepe, that was the other guy that said he was white.
Okay,
Jesus
hold on. No,
That's
I know.
I accept your apology.
Shut the fuck up. I can literally tell this is a black guy. Okay, trying to somehow pass as white. He's trying to speak.
I'm not passing as white. I never called myself white.
He's code switching.
Can you look? Thank you. Can I finish? Look at the PTR and you see that I'm not pretending I'm a white guy. That's a screenshot. Jesus, obviously. You're trying to make it a race thing so bad. Nobody mentioned white in my thing. I'm answering the title of the room and you're getting triggered. Can I exercise my First Amendment right? Damn.
The First Amendment doesn't apply to fucking clubhouse rooms.
I appreciate that, brother. Thank you. Are you going to let me answer or are you going to be triggered?
Okay, just shut your fucking mouth and answer.
All right. Thank you for being triggered. Anyway, the second thing, sorry for, lost my train of thought.
These tethers are
besides the civil rights thing, he also said that Juneteenth shouldn't be a holiday, which to me doesn't make any sense.
Why should it be a holiday? Why should it be a holiday?
Should we not celebrate the freedom of all Americans? July 4th. You know what?
I get it. I get it.
Do you want me to answer the question or not? You just asked why should it be a holiday.
Okay, what is it celebrating? What is it celebrating?
Do you want me to answer the question or do you want to answer your own question?
What is it celebrating?
It's celebrating the freedom of certain Americans. And what better to celebrate freedom? Why not celebrate the freedom of all Americans? White Americans, Black Americans, Native Americans. What's wrong with that?
Amazing.
Yeah, 4th of July.
Okay, so you had
you got it, bro.
So you had a civil war where was it like 600,000 or so Northerners, lost their lives fighting so that Black people would no longer be farm equipment in the South, and they'd have to then, actually, I won't even say anything beyond that. But Okay, it took a couple years for it to spread, and then some of the last slaves and I don't know, it was like Texas or some shit. They ended up realizing, oh, we free, and then it's just like amazing. They found out then that they were free, so we're gonna make it a fucking holiday. It's just like, okay, like what are we celebrating? The message being delivered to the last of the black people.
Celebrating.
What's
wrong with celebrating freedom of all Americans, though?
Nobody's saying
what's wrong with that.
They have 4th of July.
No,
but it's like, but generally when you celebrate a holiday, it's because there's an accomplishment. Yet there's a feat that is involved. Now, okay, we're giving black people this holiday, which I guess in a weird way, like Juneteenth would be celebrating white people defeating the South and freeing the slaves. So it's just like, why are we making this a black holiday?
That would be the day that Robert E. Lee quit or surrendered, right?
No.
And that's also weird, right?
I gotta chime in. Paul, look, the day you would want to celebrate would be January 1st, when the Emancipation Proclamation was declared by Abraham Lincoln. That's ultimately what led to the freeing of the slaves.
No, it didn't.
However, that ultimately the Emancipation Proclamation is what led to it. Did you hear what I said, Autumn? Led to it. The passing of the 14th Amendment ultimately did it, right? So why are we celebrating?
The 14th Amendment
Juneteenth?
The 14th Amendment just gave black people the right to vote. It didn't. But anyway, why are we complaining about the freedom of the 14th?
We're not complaining about the freedom of black people.
Are we gonna have
no,
a conversation?
we're having the conversation. But you ask a question, and every time I answer,
one sentence, you interrupt.
No, because you said,
I listened to what you said, to what Joe said, and
no, you dipshit. Literally said you had a war fought by whites that freed the blacks. The last blacks that were to get the message that they were free on behalf of a war that was fought by whites. We're celebrating the day that these black people were free. Now, at the end of the day, who is responsible for the liberation of these blacks? Well, not the blacks that heard the message the last. It's going to be the white men who ended up shedding their blood, shedding the blood of others, and 600,000 of their lives were lost, in order to free them. So, with that being said, in a weird way, it's this pro-black thing, but it's honoring the literally the blood of white men. Now, and I forget what the other point was, because I keep on getting distracted by how you keep on having to be muted. You know what? It's just, this is holy shit. This is stupid.
Let me explain how dumb this guy was. He said the 14th Amendment was only for blacks to gain the right to vote. When we just had the argument about the civil rights had to be passed for blacks to be able to vote in all states. The 14th Amendment is very clear. All persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction of are citizens of the United States in the state wherein they reside. It's such a waste of time to argue with dumb, ignorant people. Yeah, so Paul,
it is.
Juneteenth celebrates when the Union Army rolled into Houston, Texas, and declared the last remaining slaves that they were free, because they hadn't been told that they were free yet, or they were still being held captive, I guess.
But I'm curious, does that
you guys have become the snowflakes that you guys have complained about.
Well, hold on, shut up.
Because they don't agree with you.
No, it's not what I'm doing. It's because you're disruptive. It's because you're disruptive. But I do have a question for you, because Abby asked me that. Or she didn't ask me. She suggested that somebody on stage should ask this question. What do you think of Columbus Day? Should Columbus Day exist?
Are you going to interrupt me, or are you going to finally let me answer it?
Will you answer it? Yeah, if you'll answer that question, sure.
Now, if I answer it, can I give a submission? Why don't you interrupting?
Yeah.
Thank God. Because I thought
Hurry up. Go.
I think conservatives.
Oh my God! Shut up.
I think Columbus. I'm trying to answer snowflakes. I think Columbus Day should exist. Now, can I give a submission without snowflakes interrupting?
Yes, tell us why it should
Thank God,
exist.
snowflakes. No, I answered your question. I said I want to give a submission. So you're going to listen to my submission unless you want to be a
No,
snowflake.
I thought you said you were going to answer.
I answered the question already. Now I'm going to give my submission, which you interrupted.
All right. Let this
Now you're
mentally
acting
ill
like a
scholar
snowflake.
give his.
Are you
his
going to get me
fucking answer.
canceled? Are you acting like a snowflake? You're going to get me canceled now? Jesus Christ! Someone says something.
Okay, just quit running your bitch mouth and just say. Okay, say what you're going to say. I'll give you 30 seconds. Okay, listen, you fucking retard. I'll give you 30 seconds, okay? Literally, just say what you're going to say, and then, hold on, let me get my timer ready, because I actually have to bring out a timer, so hold on, timer. 30 seconds. Go ahead, go now.
He's in the game.
Oh. I don't know why he's in the go, but I didn't put him there.
Nah, he left actually.
Amazing.
All right, MOG, tell us about why you hate Charlie Kirk.
I know MOG hates me. He's called me a cracker.
I'm a Charlie Kirk. Okay, I'm a Charlie Kirk fan. Yes, you are right. PP, I know I don't fuck with you. You're a dirty white. Actually, it's a shame that we lost a respectful white guy like this Kirk guy. You know, he's way better than a lot of these trash people on this album.
He's a better white than I am. Like, we can agree. No, I agree.
He's a better person than you.
This is my thing, and I'm gonna pass the mic because I appreciate y'all letting me speak. I'm gonna pass the mic. But this is my thing, y'all. I seen a little bit of this funeral today. I was kind of busy. I gotta watch it later. Man, I am a Charlie fan, like no trolling. But at the same time, I'm not talking about no other race but white people race. All right, I will never let go of this shit. I will stay on y'all top with y'all political killing ass. I will stay on y'all ass. Y'all killed Charlie. Hold on, let me get this out. Y'all killed Charlie for what exactly? Let me show you how triggered these white men are. And what's worse is you all have been so pussy and so bitch and have not accepted any responsibility. Talking about far left, talking about far right. This is a far white bullshit. And you killed Charlie, and he didn't even deserve a push, anything physical. The guy was the most respectable debater ever. You know, when I first started seeing clips, I was like, you know, I started seeing the little cutoff clips. I said, man, fuck this little racist, blah, 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 blah. And then I went and saw more clips. I said, this is a regular human being who loves the Lord. He has said some slick shit to black people. I say slick shit to white people. Y'all niggas stop being a bitch. But y'all people who allows people's opinion and you shoot them, it's only white people who do this shit, right? And that's whatever. But y'all are a threat to our Constitution, our First Amendment, all that shit. Like, I'd rather be a dangerous thug running around Chicago at this point. Look at this shit. We're not safe. Nobody's safe.
Hey, what about the girl on the subway? Someone in the chat mentioned that, and I agree. What about it?
Yeah, we cut the Ukrainian girl stuff.
What about the projection? We'll worry about that later. We're talking about this white killing.
I know, you said white on white crime.
You want to talk about isolated incidents when I'm talking about white? Bro, this is that white bullshit I'm talking about. Y'all so old and bitch. I don't want to hear nothing, no opinion about the black community and their violence. Because look at how y'all act like little girls.
You asked for examples.
No, it's true. You get up there, and the minute you have a different opinion, it's faggot this, shut the fuck up this. You would never do that in real life. No, you would never say that to somebody in real life.
Man, I'm not worried about it in real life. Yeah. You know how angry they get. Look at how they stand hundreds of yards away and shoot at their own while their own is defending them.
Oh my God!
Well, that's because we can actually shoot hundreds. Wait, that's because we can actually shoot hundreds of yards, unlike you all. Who hold your fucking gun sideways and miss 90% of rounds.
I don't hate y'all white people.
We're really good shots.
How y'all give it up, and y'all will never ever
I gotta interject.
To be fair, white fought the Civil War against other white people.
And you started saying,
you're missing the point.
Yeah, to
white
save
brother,
your black
my
ass.
white brother, who I do not hate, you are missing the point. It is not about your conglomerate with black. This is about when you mess up. This is the area you need to fix. Just like my people, we mess up and we have an area we need to fix. You guys got to fix this. And when I say you need to fix this, I don't want to hear what the black people need to fix, because that's
we're not in the same group with the leftists.
You don't want to fix what you need to fix.
One thing
I love about black people, we have no problem talking about the.
We like the conservative blacks.
But we talk about the violent. We talk about the violent left people all the time. It's so stupid.
Remember that. No left.
The minute somebody came up here with a contradicting.
Well, no, Joe wanted to say something. Shut your faggot ass up. Yes, I'm shutting you down. Just let Joe.
And second of all, the funniest thing is,
okay, mods. If you want to talk, just mute. Mods, if you want to talk, just mute. Because these faggots will not shut the fuck up.
You're a bitch. You would never say that to anybody in real life. You're a bitch.
All right, chill, bro. Look, I just want to address Mog's point. White people have a fundamentally different way we look at ourselves. We don't have this collective mentality based on race. So, what's that?
I was telling Henry.
God damn, will you shut the fuck up, Ken?
So I understand where you're coming from, Mog, but you're looking at from the lens of how black folks usually tend to look at themselves as some monolith or collective group, even though you're not, and you would even admit you're not. But white people don't look at ourselves as some monolithic group based on our race. That's just ultimately what it is. We look at each other different based on our ideologies, our beliefs, our ideas. I think black people do too. So we can, when are we going to get to the point we look at everybody just based on our ideas and beliefs rather than color of our skin?
Maybe one day, but one day is in the future. We're here today.
But what's obnoxious about that statement is he said maybe one day because we're here. Well, you have to understand when you attack white people, and white people are demographically becoming more of a minority. And I love how black people think this works in their favor, which I think it actually, their biggest threat is going to be the demographic change. But with that being said, you attack us based on our identity, and as we become a smaller portion of the population, you're going to see white people kind of attached to that identity more and more and more. It's no secret that the smaller the minority you are, wherever you are, the more attached and I guess you say clannish or tribal you become. It's not much different, and I don't know. It's just weird having to hear this bullshit.
Well, you know what? I don't even think about it.
We gotta hear it all the time. It is weird. I don't know. I agree.
Well, people are talking about, black people kill more people, white people kill more people. You know what? There's killing on both sides. Maybe one side more than the other. But what I will say is I feel like there's more liberal people, black and white, killing people than there are conservative people killing people.
No, it's just a lot of criminals. That's it. Criminals kill people. That's just point blank period. Criminals kill people.
I agree. And which ideology, forget which ideology has more criminals?
All those social concepts
which ideology has more criminal?
It's not about ideology. I don't know.
Trap, why are you not allowing her to finish what she was asking?
No, I get what you're saying. Like, what social construct do they fit?
If you get it, why not allow her to
what
finish?
Concept do they fit in? But I don't think criminals really fit into too much concepts. I mean, if you ask them, then maybe they might do the shit and just tell you some shit.
Democrats maybe I'm Republican.
Yeah,
cities have more crime. It's leftists that are doing these.
I don't know. I just think people do crimes.
We do know.
Young black males are doing a lot of the shootings and killings.
Not politically though, and not infringing on
you cannot say that.
That was the dumbest shit I ever.
You can't say that.
That's the white guys.
White males going to schools and churches and like events.
What's up, G's? Let me know when I say something here. It's a shark.
You can't say that shit. It's killing on both sides.
Young black males don't.
Oh, Times Square.
You don't go inside church.
You know what? I'm tired of this both sides bullshit. I'm tired of this both sides bullshit. Okay, black people, the leading cause of death for black men, young black men, whether teenage boys or adolescents and young adult male blacks it is homicide. It's not the same in the white community. To sit here and pretend like, well, it's a both sides issue. No, it's not. Yes, white people kill white people primarily.
Bro, I'm gonna be real with you. This
black people too.
What's the leading cause of death for black males is heart disease and cancer.
No, I said young black. I said young. I said adolescent. No, stop. No, I'm not. No, you fucking retard.
Yes.
We know that heart disease.
Names and talk like an adult.
Shut the fuck up. We know that. Okay, we know that.
Is that one thing? Because I gotta go here.
Okay, who is it? No, shut the fuck up, whoever it is. Okay, let me finish my fucking point. Now, we know that heart disease affects black men at a much higher rate than it affects white people. They are likely to die earlier of that, generally middle-aged and of an age. But when it comes to, once again, adolescent and young adult men, they absolutely are far more likely to die because of murder at the hands of another black male.
All right, dude.
Literally, other black males are the leading cause of death for young black men.
I think we just got to start running for office. I think if more black men
let me know when I can say
something. There'll be a lot less black on black violence because we don't bother black politics. We don't do political killing. That's what white people do. So black males
too busy killing each other.
That's totally fucking bullshit. That is the dumbest thing. That is the dumbest thing. That is the dumbest fucking thing I've ever heard. You guys literally enslave each other. What the fuck are you talking about? We don't do political violence, dude.
No, you stupid faggot. I literally said that the number one cause of death.
You said that. He didn't say it.
Amazing.
You said that.
I know. The number one cause of death for young black men and black boys is murder. It's not for white boys.
No, it's not. It's diabetes. It's stroke.
No. It's heart disease and diabetes and all of that shit once you get into advanced age, you fucking retard.
How you know
white people don't have a drug culture.
It's suicide. That's the number one
cases.
The number one causes to like younger men dying is diabetes. Still, I know you think that it's only fucking older people that got diabetes. No, diabetes, strokes, and fucking suicide is the leading causes for young.
No, it's not. You fucking retard.
Yeah, I know, man. Come on, dude. Have an actual conversation about something instead of this shit, dude. Come on, dude.
No, Pepe, I agree with you.
Do something
but
different.
Also, isn't there a correlation with more black people being a part of the Democrat Party? So that's the point I was trying to make.
There's a correlation of Pepe's statistics and hating black people. How about
okay? How about you stupid goddamn crowd? Somebody move that filthy fucking cracker back to where he was, the fake billionaire. Amazing. Fuck you, Peckerwood.
So Pepe, I have the exact numbers.
Why do you have to call people so many names, man?
Pepe, can you hear me or no? Yo, I got the exact numbers if you want.
Okay, what is the number?
All right, 15 to 24-year-old males are significantly higher. It's the leading cause for 15 to 24-year-old.
Black or white or all?
For black males, 15 to 24 is the leading cause is homicide amongst African Americans. It's the leading cause.
Amazing, proves my point.
So the exact comparative numbers for 2023 aren't specified in the data I found. Historically, the homicide rate for black males that age has been over 70% higher than their white counterparts.
And for what is the leading cause of death for white males? 15 to 24. Hold on, shut your fucking mouth. Shut your mouth. Because I'm curious, like, what is the leading cause of death from 15 to 20? He's looking it up. But like I said, he said 15 to 24. Now, this is a statistic that it's been it's been solidly trending. It hasn't changed too much. We're the leading cause of death for young black men and older boys. It's been homicide. I mean, I don't know what else to say about it. And it's obviously not white people killing them. It's them killing themselves.
Bro, where did y'all find this nigga Ken from, bro? Niggas need to beat Ken ass. What the fuck is wrong with this dude? Like, Ken, bro, this shit was just embarrassing.
Yeah, I know that.
I found the stat, Trap.
Okay, I got the answer.
I found the stat,
it's hold on. It's unintentional accidents, like motorcycle accidents, car wrecks, all that type of stuff. Secondly is a suicide, and then number 3 is homicide.
I thought sucking cock was number 1.
So
So your first inclination is to beat up somebody for reading off facts? Like you have the inclination for violence?
Huh?
Somebody said they wanted to beat up Ken because he read off some statistics.
Oh, I mean, they can come fuck with me. I'm 6'4", 260, and I stay strapped. I got over 100 fucking firearms, and I'm trained, so bring it the fuck on.
Whoop-de-doo.
Let's go.
My gun song, please.
You want to know the truth is?
White people, y'all did a great job. Just tell them how to
shoot it, motherfucker.
I hate niggas.
I'll
take it a
show
little
you a
too
shooter,
far.
motherfucker.
You ain't
I
shooting.
hate niggas. I hate crackers.
You ain't gonna bust shit.
No, I'm worried about our general
I
public.
don't miss when I shoot, bitch.
Just white people just lament at the fact that you all did a decent thing today. You all had a great revival.
Throw some hands.
No, I'd rather shoot you.
What I'm curious about is when do we see you, black? Okay, shut the fuck up, Big and Rich. Okay, when?
Just fuck
okay,
it.
look, there is nobody, and I'm gonna be very blunt about this, and you guys all know this. Whether you're black, whether you're a tranny, whether you're gay, whether it didn't matter what your orientation was. If you would have gone to like Charlie Kirk's event, you would feel safe. You know this. I know this. Now, because you guys wanted to make this a race issue, when it comes to the average, everyday MLK parade, you guys are on high alert. You guys know some shit's about to pop off. It's a lot different. I mean, dude, like when it comes to like conservatives, we're so much different from you people. And I'm talking about blacks and whites. We're so much different. And it's and like hearing a lot of the black people on here, which I would consider radical. You guys know what would go down on the average MLK day or parade in whatever black part of town you live in. There's going to be some ghetto drama, which involves gunfire and deaths.
Why did you guys call me black when I was speaking?
What the fuck is this nigga talking about?
Yeah, no, I agree. That's that trailer
motherfucker.
park. That's that trailer park shit that these niggas done picked up and then inherited.
I just have a question.
When
I was
it's
talking,
a lot of white demons. It's a lot of white demonic energy that came from the the 60s and beyond, and this has flowed into the black community. I don't know when black people started doing this to each other. I mean, this is what white people used to do. Just mind their own business. They used to get out of and bother black people. Now it's certain black people in certain.
These niggas weirdos.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, these niggas.
Hey, we need to like cleanse that shit off of us, y'all. It's a bad energy, dog. It's a bad energy.
That's because we are getting sick of you niggas too. You guys are fucking it up for us.
Oh, and that's a black man saying it. Oh, y'all fucked.
Be black like that. I don't know what niggas you stick with.
We're tired of trying to live peaceful lives.
Who is the where though? I'm trying to identify. I don't really understand what you are, brother.
Okay, so here I'll help you understand. If you just shut the fuck up for 2 goddamn seconds.
Okay, bitch. Go ahead, bitch.
Let me PTR this for a second. I'm gonna show you what I'm right now. Let me put it on my PTR real quick, and I'll show you. Where is it at? Okay, boom, right there. Go ahead and PTR, man.
I'm tired of niggas like Dylan Roof.
So
like
if you PTR trap, shut your dreadhead, skinny jeans wearing ass up. So if you PTR, that's my cousin right there. That's what we're tired of. My cousin was a decorated Vietnam veteran. If you read that article there, he was gunned down, shot in the back of the head while he was driving. Okay, and if you look at the description, it's a 14 and 50-year-old. Wasn't a white boy, wasn't an Asian boy, wasn't a Hispanic boy, wasn't a Ku Klux Klan member. It was niggas like y'all. So that's what we're getting sick of. We're tired.
I'm Nigerian American. It was
young niggas like you.
Nigerian American, you're the fucking worst. You sold your own people, you piece of shit.
I hate niggers and crackers. I hate everybody. I hate everybody so fucking much.
I agree. I'm an equal opportunity hater.
So do we not think that these same crimes are occurring inside other communities?
They're not at the same rate, Trent. Not at the same rate, Trent.
Fuck the rate. Fuck the rate. Because if we talk about rates, more white people are in poverty. More white people are doing this and that. So we fuck the rates.
13.5% of the population. It's actually 3.7. Hold on, let's see. I got this real quick. It's actually 3.75% for 14 to 40-year-old black males make up 54% of all homicides in America. 3.75% of the fucking U.S. population makes up 54% of all homicides. So that means if black men decided to go back to fucking Nigeria tomorrow, we would have 54% less fucking homicides in America. And if all the Hispanics went back, we would have an additional 24%. We'd be down fucking 78% lower in homicides if blacks and Mexicans fucking just left. Like just 14 to 40-year-old men, or they could just stop killing themselves, or they could just stop killing themselves. Oh, the Holy Spirit hates you, got you in the Matrix.
Bro, listen, y'all
you in a blender, dude. MOG, you in the Matrix. Shut the fuck up.
White talking points, you automatically join the club or something.
No, I'm saying just stop killing each other. That's what Charlie Kirk was literally saying. That's literally what Charlie Kirk was saying. When a black man came up and said, Charlie Kirk, why are you racist? Why do you hate black people? And he said, I love black people. I love gay people. I love Hispanics. I love everybody. I want them all to come to Christ, and I want black men to stop fucking leaving their fucking kids. I want black women to stop aborting their babies, and I want young black men in the inner cities to stop killing each other. That's all he's saying. And they're like, oh, he's such a white supremacist.
Okay, so hold on. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. So the question I would ask is this. Okay, we saw the memorial for those of us that watched this. Do you think that anybody? Do you think whether or not you were white? Let's say you're a black person who ended up going into the State Farm Stadium. Do you think that if a group of white people were to fuck with a black man, that anybody in that crowd would have been okay with it? That they would have not stepped in? I'm just curious. I have my answer.
Wait, say it again.
Okay, Charlie Kirk's memorial service. You had anywhere from 100 to 300,000 people that were there. But in the arena, I don't know what their capacity was. Do you think that just in that company, that if I or somebody else or anybody was going to prey on a black person because of the color of their skin, that we would be able to do so without any kind of pushback?
We would all beat your ass for doing so, Pepe. Every white person, every black person, every Hispanic person who follows Charlie Kirk would beat your ass for fucking with a black person at any of Charlie Kirk's events. I mean, they've had it before. They've had it in multiple situations where a black person comes up and says, fuck you, you racist piece of shit. And then, everybody stays calm. They boo him and shit. And even Charlie Kirk would say,
I was asking this guy.
I know, but here's the thing. Charlie Kirk would tell the entire crowd, hey, let's be nice. Let's be kind to this person. Allow this person to speak. And they shot him for it.
Yeah, but so this is the thing, though. It's like when it comes to Charlie Kirk, any of it, if I was to fuck with people and, let's say really racist shit, I cannot see myself being welcome amongst that crowd. Like, they're not
be perfectly
those people.
Fine, bro. Stop that shit, bro. Y'all niggas be acting like, bro, Stop
Bro,
that
just
shit.
by listening to you, Trap, you've never watched a full
Bro,
Charlie
I do
Kirk
this
video.
shit any motherfucking way, but stop that shit. You'll be perfectly fucking
Trap,
fine.
can you be intellectually honest and tell us right now that you've watched? Hold on, Trap. Can you tell us?
Hold on, everybody, hold on. So I'm somebody. Pepe, as racist as he is, you guys would love to call me like Hitler and all of that stuff. If I saw like a black guy being kicked on because he's black at something at like a Charlie Kirk remembrance event, I would say like, dude, like, you guys go fuck yourselves. Like, leave this dude alone. He's on our side. He's showing his support. I would not allow it, and I would disavow any. Like, look, I've always thought like the racist thing is kind of like funny because I've always thought that people overreact to it, but at the end of the day, like my identity as far as being white, it's not really existed so much, except for like when I hear the left just like demonize us. It's like, okay, well, fuck you. I'm just gonna go ahead and say I'm proud to be white and amazing. I'm gonna piss you people off, but like on this app, even like most of the people that I'm cool with and that I'll mod up, they're not. A lot of them are not white. A lot of them are black. There's an identity, you know, and then some of the people that I really dislike on this app are white. Like there is, I do think that, and I think I'm shooting myself in the foot when I say this, but I do think ideology matters over, you know, the color of your fucking skin. I think that the biggest enemies of people like myself are primarily other white people that think a lot differently than me. It's not black people. It's not racial minorities. But I do think you know, and I am a agitator and a troll and all of that stuff. I'm not a uniter. I'm not a healer. I'm not Charlie Kirk. You know, I'm a piece of shit compared to him. I'm somebody who. What?
I said we all are.
Yeah, you know,
we out of that shit.
You are too.
Fuck no.
He united fucking 80 million people who follow him globally.
I don't give a fuck
bring
about
people
that.
to conservatism, you
I
piece of
don't give
shit.
a fuck about that.
Conservative Judeo-Christian values. The same, hold on, Trap. The same values that your fucking grandmother espoused to you as a fucking kid, that you fucking denounce because you want to go out and get pussy and smoke weed.
I don't give a fuck.
Fucking low life.
Trap, can you spell conservative?
Fucking shit. Like this nigga just shooting shit.
Trap, can you even spell conservative?
Your grandma's rolling in her grave, bro.
Bro, you a black man. Calm down. If you can spell it, I can.
Well, hold on. No, hold on. He could. Sig did ask you to spell conservative. Can you spell it?
Bro, I know you want to watch two black men fight, bro. He's black. If he can spell it, I can spell it. The fuck is wrong with you?
Just spell conservative.
You can spell
CONSER.
It's a lot more evidence on your end of the world than mine.
Okay, never mind. He doesn't want to do it.
I know you might not know the stats for real, but it's a lot more hideous.
What is 8 times 7? What is 8 times 7?
What are you talking about?
What is 8 times 7?
I don't know. This is not that type of party.
But I knew that in 3rd grade. No.
56. Come on.
We're raised differently, so you know I'm not going to knock you. How do you spell Mississippi? Can you spell Mississippi?
How were you raised?
I did go to Catholic school.
That's not the majority of your community, though. Like
exactly.
So
I went to school that was like better than most of my community.
Yeah. So I mean, you're privileged. That's cool.
Amazing.
But most of your community isn't. Most of your community is in poverty.
Can you spell Mississippi?
Yeah, you remember you guys are like broke.
Most of us are not in poverty. That's a lie. No, that's literally nothing.
Overall, y'all broke as fuck.
In fact, even the black community overall in America is not poor.
I guess we still a minority. I mean,
Bro, he grew up in South Carolina. You can't expect him to spell Mississippi.
We're a minority, remember? There's more poor white people than black people since we're
Can you spell Idaho? Okay, can you spell Idaho?
I mean, I guess I could, but it's not that type of party.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. He can't. You know, this is mean. I'm. You know, my bad. I shouldn't have even asked.
Yeah, you can't expect too much about that. Carolina's a terrible place. Just saying.
So you see, that's what I was talking about ideologies and which commit more crime. Even if somebody doesn't follow an ideology, look at which cities and how they're governed. And the cities that are governed by the left, those are the ones that tend to have more crime because the people are just reaching. And the people that are being governed by the left, well, it's because usually the citizens vote them in. So, I mean, that's not always the case. Like, for instance, I'm in California. I'm a minority because I'm a conservative and I did not vote for Kamala. But anyway, a thing that you see.
Y'all really think this shit is two different parties. Like, these people don't got the same agenda. Like, y'all really is that small-minded. Like,
you can't spell Idaho or Mississippi. Shut the fuck up.
That shit don't make no sense. How many times have you seen presidents or candidates go against each other? I'm talking about literally hardcore go against each other. And then in another goddamn picture or clip, you'll see them sipping coffee and smoking cigars.
I'm glad you watched the YouTube video,
like,
you fucking tart.
Y'all so intellectual that y'all became idiots.
You seem to think that I look at somebody like Gavin Newsom.
It's not no difference inside none of these sides.
No, you fucking retard. You seem to think
it's all right. You'll understand one day. Maybe when you're 90.
No, I won't.
Difference inside
you subliterate piece of shit. I don't think you fucking understand. Okay, I gotta mute you. Okay, now I gotta mute you because you're just fucking running your mouth.
You want to mute a black man? I got it.
Yes, I'm gonna mute the fuck out of a black man. Absolutely, I have zero problems with muting a black man.
He also mutes me too, and I'm white.
So. Okay, like I can look at a piece of shit like Gavin Newsom, who I think is a very dangerous individual. I think he's a sociopathic piece of shit. He's a chameleon. I don't think he has any real ideology except for, you know, he'll promote whatever values has to keep him in power.
Like a grifter.
All of them.
Well, obviously, now when it comes to white people, like once again, like the people, by and large, that still hold the levers of power. Excuse me, in the United States. I mean, they're white people. White people. We do not agree with each other in a lot of shit. I mean, we can look at how they were going after Trump. We can look at who are the power brokers in America. You know, realistically, it's mostly white people fighting against each other, and that's who we fight with the most. I don't.
No,
black people are not the main issue when it comes to the United States.
No,
here's Dr. Articulate there, that faggot.
It's literally big brands going against small brands. So you have these people who come and then they say that they're running for this, they say that they're running for that, and then they let us, aka you guys, because I don't fall into this. I don't vote. I don't fit into none of that shit. Only thing I do is work a fucking job. You feel me? And pay my fucking taxes. That's it.
Pepe, can we move this one down and engage?
You feel me? I don't fit into none of that other shit.
Dr. Unbelievable
What they do is they come and then they try to create this illusion to the masses of the people and try to tell you that, hey, this side is better than this side. This candidate is better than this candidate. When in fucking reality, all of these people are friends with the same goal. Keep you broke people broke and under them. It's
amazing. You know what?
It's literally amazing. It's
yeah, I'm bored of you. Okay, who else wants to speak?
I think Dr. Unbelievable Truth wants to speak. Go ahead, Doctor. MOG, you're in the Matrix, bro. Like really bad.
Holly said her friend was her friend. R.I.P. a friend. Yeah, I don't know if y'all can hear me.
Thank you.
Rest in peace.
Yeah, MOG, your Obama funds breaking up, bro.
That's so sad too. Is that her son she's holding in that picture?
It is. Well,
Oh
Eli.
God, man, Jesus Christ. Yeah, we're sick of this shit, man. I mean, I'm sorry, man, but these YNs and YBs, man, their days are numbered. Everybody's moving to the right. We're sick of this shit, bro.
Yep. Go ahead, Dr. Unbelievable. You wanted to say something?
He wanted to say.
How's everybody doing today?
Oh, it's not Doctor.
Hey, what's going on, Doctor? Well,
Okay, yeah. Oh shit. About the title of the room is, can you point out anything Charlie Kirk said that was wrong?
Wait, before you start, Doctor, have you ever watched a full Charlie Kirk segment or not? Not the clips, just a full segment.
You said full segments?
Yeah, like a 1 hour video. In its entirety.
Yeah, I stopped. I don't.
So that's enough.
I haven't really just sat there and watched the whole video since Candace Owens and the rest of them stopped. But to me, honestly and truthfully, it was just a bunch of rhetoric, misinformation, bunch of skewed statistics.
but have you seen?
But you haven't seen it though, right? Well, sorry, Sid. Go ahead. If you
No, I was gonna ask the same thing. Like, if you have, I mean, you really didn't answer the question. Have you seen a full segment and clip?
You pretty much said no.
Yeah, I said yes. I said I like, but I was never fond of anything him or Candace Owens or Brandon Tatum said or what's the other one? Jordan Peterson. I just doing.
I like Brandon Tatum. Brandon Tatum. He lives here in Phoenix. He's a pretty cool guy. I've spoken with him before. I like him.
See, Brandon Tatum is a token black.
So what? And it's fair. You know, you don't have to be fond of anything Charlie Kirk said, and that's fair. That you're right. But is there anything from what you've seen that he stated that was objectively false?
The way he threw rhetoric about black on black crime.
Okay, what specifically was wrong about that?
Well, he said he basically said the 1350 argument is false. The argument that black children
it's not false. You fucking
black children not having their fathers around, that's false. These are all false narratives.
Okay, so the black children having their fathers around, what's false about that? Do you have counter that?
He said black black children don't grow up with fathers.
Oh, sick. This is where he talks about that black men are kind of in their children's lives, but you actually have to look at children born out of wedlock And then that actually explains it, that they're being born into households where the father's not 100% in the household. You know, they'll be like, oh, well, he comes over on the birthdays and like once a week. You know, it's like that's not the end of that.
I want to hear what he's got as far as. Yeah, doctor. What makes that statement fall?
And in another statement, he made false about these black people committed most of the murders. That's false. If you look at the FBI crime statistic, we know who do most of the murders here in America. Pew violence. We know who are the biggest and the most active school shooters.
Bro, this is
church
Black Allen
shooters,
I'm trying so hard, bro.
You know, yeah, it's high time.
I'm trying really hard not to be racist. Like he's so
fucking
ill-informed.
Hey, don't bite your tongue, but I'm gonna tell you something, right? It's high time we have a talk about white on white crime. It's getting out of hand.
The white on white crime. No, it's not. Hold on.
This is like when you talk to Alan about titties. He speeds up.
Hold on. Okay, if we look at the white Latino / Hispanic population in the United States,
white people so inherently bad?
Okay. No, that's a baseless assertion. But when it comes to white Americans, the non-Latino / Hispanic Americans, our homicide rate is not much different from Western Europe, which has much stricter gun laws. It's just a fact. You can say that, like, oh, that's racist, amazing. But I would say it is something within other communities in the United States where it's different. Now, I'm somebody who did grow up primarily in Arizona, where even kids, when I was a kid, and I mean like even under the age of 10, a lot of us shot guns. I shot guns before I was 10. My dad took me out shooting. I didn't
training to be a serial killer. I see.
Amazing. We didn't look at guns as like this like superpower.
But that's false. Y'all do. That's why y'all do.
It's not. No, but it's not as. It's not as.
It's crazy that.
Oh my God! You fucking
shot.
retard!
Hold on.
Literally, the majority of you. No, hold on.
Children got y'all ain't up in arms about that, but y'all up in arms about Charlie Kirk.
Okay,
that makes sense. Children lost their lives, and y'all.
I'm trying so hard not to be racist. I'm trying so hard not to be racist.
20 minutes after.
Okay, you fucking retard. Once again, we can look at the. First of all, these school shootings.
Got shot.
These school amazing.
A white boy.
Okay, you just don't know how to shut your goddamn mouth. These school shootings, where you hear about all of these
by white men,
kids that were no, not necessarily.
Predominantly white.
They were, yeah. So what ends up happening there? They're anomalous, like literally very rare events, and that
very rare. You're a motherfucker.
They're literally very rare.
Statistically,
to be killed in one of these shootings, to have that be your cause of death is very rare. Now, when it comes to
what about Dylan Roof? What about people like him?
He, once again, very rare. That's why we're talking about him. He's very rare.
He's very rare. What the fuck is he talking about? Listen,
okay.
Listen.
How many times? Okay, hold on.
He literally targeted.
Okay, very rare. You goddamn retard.
It wasn't rare.
You're trying. I understand because like you're too stupid to even like understand the fallacy that you're committing. Okay, there's an appeal to empathy there. Now we agree that what Dylan Roof did was horrible.
Y'all didn't have no.
Now, amazing. So I can think of Dylan
Black
Roof.
People was losing their grandma.
I can think of Dylan Roof. I can think of the Buffalo shooter.
Dylan Roof was a piece of shit.
Amazing. Okay, you know what? If
Just
you
like
since
Charlie
you don't
Kirk,
know how to,
I'm smoking on Charlie Kirk.
okay, so
right
since
now.
since you don't know how to shut your mouth, you have to go to the audience because you're just
All right, shout
like literally you didn't want to engage in a debate. You just wanted to, fucking run your fucking mouth. Nobody is going to look at Dylan Roof. He goes into a black church. Here's this goofy, autistic-looking white boy. He looks like he has problems. I would have looked at him and be like, wow, dude, you're weird. But these, just like I would if I was at church, I would say, no, we'll take him in. We'll take him in. He's weird. Yeah, I get it. He's different. I'll accept him. And he did it. Then he did the unthinkable. The fact that he shot these people afterwards, I think it's horrible. There's no justifying it. There's no way to whitewash it. What Dylan Roof did was horrible. We can look at the Buffalo shooters attack. He's somebody that just started shooting colored people in the head. When I say colored, the reason why that popped into mind is one of the first people I saw him shoot in the head was a light-skinned mulatto woman. He starts going in shooting black people. There's one. Then he's going by the cash registers, and there's a white man. He's like, "Please don't." He's like, "No, I'm sorry, bro," and he spares the white man. That kid is a demonic piece of shit. Dylan Roof and I don't even know the name of the Buffalo shooter. They ended up being found guilty. You don't see white people like me saying "Oh, it's a travesty of justice." Why? His only crime is killing a Negro.
Hey, you know what's so crazy?
You haven't heard me say that.
No, I heard it just now. But you know what's so crazy? Every damn thing that a white person can goddamn complain about right now in 2025, your founding fathers, your ancestors, the people inside the fucking history books that they made us read about, you guys created the concepts of it. They came inside your skin tone. You created the concept of gangs, all these hierarchies.
That's not true.
Shut the fuck up, nigga. Shut up, nigga. Yes, they did, nigga. Shut up, nigga.
So
they created all these
concepts that we now fit in.
So shut up. Shut up. Y'all gonna try to gaslight. I don't give a fuck. If we gonna give them the credit, give them the credit. Y'all want to give.
Hey, shut your fucking ass up. So no, look up the Congolese Empire, you fucking numbskull. That's who started the shit. Look up the Congolese Empire. That's who started gangs. That's who started the fucking the brutality with blacks on black and treating blacks the worst, bro. Do some fucking research here. It reminded me too, Pepe. The hold up. I put in the chat. I don't know if you saw it, but what has 6 arms, 6 legs, 3 heads, and says "Hody do, hody do do." 3 black guys running for an elevator.
I just want to say this: I'm not somebody who's going to put white people on a pedestal and act like we were good people. Somehow, all of us, in my everyday life, a lot of you will not believe this. And I get it. Because I was kind of a shock. I had a shock value on this app, but I when I first meet people in general, whether you're black or white, I can't. There's no let's just say it's only white people. I cannot tell what kind of person you are just glancing at you. I can see some cues where okay, well, maybe this person feels a certain way or whatever. Maybe they're a potential ally. Maybe they're not. With black people, it's relatively the same. When it comes to judging individuals, now I do talk about group differences, But when it comes to individuals, it is so hit or miss with white people, and even with black people. I mean, look at my fucking history on the app. Like, and this is what I find funny is like I most of the black people, or not most of the black people, most of the people that I end up kind of having, I end up becoming cool with, so happen to be black. We're like more politically aligned. And then the people that, I don't like are people that are black or white. And it's rather consistent. It's just people that are politically way differently oriented than myself.
Okay. So listen, me as a black man, I know y'all think I'm like uneducated, but see, you as a black man, you shouldn't be saying stuff against us without proper knowledge of it. Gangs right now, the modern term for gangs, you might be correct on. Like maybe we might fit into the majority of that. But gangs, again, the concept of being in a gang, a group, the white man did create. And they called them many things before the modern term. A band of travelers in the 1630s, that's a gang. A set of workmen in the 1620s, that's a fucking gang. The shit that you talking about with the Congolese in the fucking 2000s has nothing to do with the Congolese.
You're retarded, gangs.
Fuck out of here.
You're retarded. The gang, they're like,
out of here, nigga.
Gangs
Fuck
existed.
Here, nigga. Don't piss me off, nigga. You better do more
gangs
research.
Existed in East. Okay, shut the fuck up, you fucking faggot.
You better do more research, before you start.
Okay, shut your fucking mouth, nigga. Okay, shut your fucking mouth. Gangs existed.
Take the credit for what you got.
If we look at shut your fucking mouth.
You created, nigga.
Okay, I'm gonna move you to the goo if you don't shut your fucking mouth. Like, gangs existed, for example, in Eastern Asia. We can look in China and Japan. Gangs existed before colonization ever took place there. And of course, colonization didn't really take place in Japan. But they had the Yakuza. When it comes to like caste systems, like for example, the Indian caste system, that's existed for thousands of years. In fact, it's taken place for so long that there's a genetic distinction between the castes. In India, a lot of the shit that people like to attribute towards like white supremacy or Europeans, dude, there are opportunistic bandits that will band together and commit crimes together. And somehow it's white supremacy. This is like such a default human behavior for malaligned sociopaths that it's laughable having to hear people say, oh, it's just whites that do it. You see it in every fucking group. It is so retarded.
Well, that's what I was saying, Pepe. I was trying to explain to this young man here, is that before the Muslims came into Africa, before the Portuguese came, before the whites came. That's what I'm saying. If you want to talk about the concept of gangs, they were called tribes. And as far as taking over territories, prescribing brutal violence, murders, all that type of shit, Africans were doing it to each other before any other ethnic group stepped into that territory.
You can say Nicolette, I'll give you the pass. Also, does this feel the trap is giving off single mother energy?
Oh yeah, no,
bro. Listen, that shit sound corny, but again, you are not accurate from what again, what we all can search up. You niggas search up everything else. You search up all the statistics that you want against black people. Now let's start searching up some facts. A band of travelers is a gang, nigga. Again, a gang, nigga, and the shit that you're talking about when you refer to the Congolese, when you refer to the Congolese, because you tried to use that dumbass shit. When you refer, bro, now you're trying to go to Africa, but the first statement that you made was not true at all, sir. So at all, sir.
So again, you brought up Congolese 2000, sir. We're talking way before that. So again, the Congolese Empire. What was the Congolese Empire most notable for? How did their empire get as big as it did, Trap?
Slavery.
Bro, I'm not even gonna lie. It's multiple ways.
Okay, well, what was the biggest way? How did the Congolese Empire rise to its infamy? Trap, can you answer that question?
Tribalism, rape, murder, slavery.
Right.
He was asking Trap.
I know, but Trap's never going to get it. He's too dumb.
Yeah, he's too dumb. So again, Trap, to try to blame white people for these things, it's just not true. Africans were doing it to each other way before any other ethnic.
Hold on, wait. My bad. Y'all boys went out and in like completely. I don't know if my phone fucked up. You were saying before you went out though. What did the Congolese do? Like to gain their empire?
You understand the Congolese Empire is one of the biggest African empires in history. How did they get so big? How did they get so notoriable? And this was before the Muslims. It's multiple Portuguese and the whites came over.
It's multiple things that these people do. It's not like
there was one thing that caused them to grow as big as they got.
And what is that?
It was fucking enslaving, brutally killing and enslaving other African tribes. That's your first instance of gangs in Africa when it comes to black people. It has nothing to do with
And when did this happen?
1390.
1390.
Hold on. Can I say something?
Let me ask you a question.
I want to read something.
Let me ask you a question. First thing, when you say the Congolese in 1390, that shit was hella like strange because I want to know what fucking like. What are you talking about when you say 1390s in the Congolese? Like that shit was hella strange. When you say Congolese, I'm thinking like 1800s, like late 1800s. Like I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Either way, he's wrong though.
I think he said. I think.
I don't know what the fuck he's talking.
I think Ash is trying to talk 1490.
Line shit and move time snaps and shit. Like niggas don't really know, but I mean, I get.
Yeah, but Ash is making a different argument. He's trying to make the 1490 argument where he's trying to say like once the Muslims.
He's trying to put the time. He's trying to put what happened with the Congolese.
No. Hold on.
Because nobody lets me talk. I can explain what I'm trying to say.
Okay, go ahead. Explain. Go ahead and be a dirty sand nigger and explain what you're trying to do.
I'm a white man. You can hear it in my voice. I'm white. Modern street gangs, the kind of gangs we think of today, organized urban street crews, mostly appeared in the 1800s and the 1900s, started with Irish immigrants and Italian immigrants. We did create gangs. Let's give us some credit. Yeah.
Okay.
We created street gangs.
So, you guys, I've heard everybody go back to like the Civil War and all this stuff, and now we're going back to the 1600s and the 1300s.
Black people didn't invent everything.
Say that we like came along.
We created some shit.
Like, can we maybe keep it to what's going on today instead of 400, 500, 600 years ago?
You guys created a long time ago. It affects us now. And y'all look at bad people for fitting into the concepts that you You feel me? Y'all look at
That's the truth.
Guys, I'm going to switch to listening. I'm just going to listen for a while. You guys, if whatever happened, if you have to kick people, if you have to do whatever you have to do, I don't give a shit. I'm just going to listen for this point now.
Yeah, Susanna, the point is typically what these types of blacks do to circumvent accountability for their bullshit is they try to blame whites and they try to go, well, white people did it first and white people this and that. And history just showed true. Before white people were even a thing over there, before any other ethnicity stepped over there, they were doing this brutal shit to each other. This tribalism existed. So it's just to counter the point that you can't blame whites for shit when whites weren't even fucking there.
I'm not even away from our accomplishments. What you're saying just sound like
here's the thing.
He's taking away from our accomplishments.
You trace back
the white man taking away from his accomplishments.
You trace back any civilization back far enough, there's going to be slavery. There's going to be oppression. There's going to be shit. White people had white slaves. Black people had black slaves. How do you think the United States got slaves? Because black people sold them to the white people and other black people. So, I mean, just everybody has slavery if you go far back enough. And if you're starting to go back to the 1600s and the 1300s and whatever, then you're kind of losing the thread of your point. You're kind of like...
He's absolutely right. Hold on. He's absolutely right.
Y'all hate when we go back to the roots because y'all always...
Yeah, we are the roots.
Y'all call us that. Y'all say that.
Yeah, so we are the inventors.
Y'all hate going back to the roots because it always shows who created the problem.
Like, fuck the fact that the problem got so big. Y'all hate going back to who created the
black people didn't sell black people into slavery too.
Let's go back to who created this shit. Let's see who get this shit goddamn rolling.
Shout out to Pepe, good little niggers.
In Africa, black people sold black people to people. So everybody has some trauma and has some fault if you go that far back. That's just ridiculous to say, oh, only white people caused all the problems of all the universe, especially considering globally, white people are a minority. We're a majority in the United States, but globally, white people are a minority. So to be like, oh,
I ain't worrying about the universe. I'm worrying about America.
Before we were even a country,
we ain't worrying about the universe. We're worrying about America.
We're talking about how the white man brought you down.
I can't worry about the universe. But I'm an American, though, so we worrying about America. What did the white people do to us in America? Fuck the universe. Fuck that shit. See, y'all always trying to throw these straw man inside here. No, fuck what y'all did to the universe. Fuck what happened with the universe. What did y'all do to us in America? Why is the Americans right now operating as such? You guys. That's why. Let's be real. You're founding fathers. Do you hear yourself? Why we are operating as such right now. You're fucking people. Your ancestors, not ours. Yours.
Yo, Trap, do you love
my ancestors were here before your ancestors, buddy.
Trap, do you love
I believe you. I know.
I believe you. My ancestors are.
Nobody here speaks in truth. Nobody. I don't care if it's the black people or the white. None of you guys are speaking in absolute truth. You guys all have biases.
Trap,
I agree with him.
Yeah, go ahead, Sig.
To be human is to have
Every single person talking has a bias right now. Like,
of course we all have biases.
We'll give you some unbiased truth.
I want to hear Sig.
The truth. Okay.
Let's do that good white man.
Trap, do you love black people?
You said what?
Do you love black people?
You said, do I love black people?
Yeah.
I love everybody.
Do you love white people?
Mm-hmm.
What's that?
Yeah, we love white people. White people, we love you guys.
Yeah. All right, I'm just checking. I'm just trying to see, man. Just trying to see, because y'all sound like you hate white.
Bro, my wife white, bro. Y'all know this, bro. Stop acting like I don't know who Trap is.
So wait, you're another pro-black married to a white woman.
What the?
Yeah, my wife white, bro. Stop acting.
Wow, you can't make this shit up. You can't make this.
There's no such thing as a pro-black person married to a white person.
I was just gonna ask that. Is that a real thing?
No, that's like saying you could be down with the Aryan Brotherhood and marry outside your rights.
White people, I love you.
Can I give some hard facts real quick? There is deeper history than just white and black guys. Like the fuck, you got like nobody ever gives respect to the fucking Mexicans. What is going on, man?
What respect to what damn Mexican? The conquistadors?
I'm telling fucking missions were here as the first medical centers. The fucking Mayans were like all these fucking gangs, but all you guys want to claim gangs are the head shit.
Yeah, Mexico had the first gangs, the Serrano. White people, do you love me? Do y'all love me? God damn it. Confess your love for me, white people, because I love you.
Sound like a bootlicking Snambo.
Sure.
Is it me or is the stage quiet?
All right.
Yeah, the stage quiet.
You guys have a good night.
Take care, Suzanne.
Yeah, the stage is quiet.
Yeah, have a great night.
Get off the damn with all that foolishness you be talking. Fuck out of here, yeah?
house is just one big ass daycare.
It's okay because the Mexicans are still cooking at the cookout too. It's fine.
I can't hop in a single room and talk about anything real or legitimate. About anything, not just in this country, but in the world. Everyone's too narrow-minded, ignorant. They talk out of hate and spite and love to judge people like they're God.
Yeah, you just can't have an honest conversation with these people, man. It's a waste of breath, man. It's like banging your head up against the fucking brick wall there.
Yeah, it's just pick me energy running through this app.
I think this app is amazing. I find joy in the telling you niggas that you're lame.
Yeah, and I rebuke the evil negativity. Energy.
Hey man, nobody want to hit none of that religion shit, man. We don't. Hey, look, man. If you go talk to me about anything,
I told you your grandmother's fucking rolling over in her grave.
Do not bring religion into it, because I was
just trying to give us more concepts that the white
everything you say after that, bring religion into it. Make everything you say done and void because you believe in fairy tales.
Oh my soul! Oh my soul! So you're God's chosen people, then, correct?
I don't believe in that tomfoolery. I'm not religious. I'm not. Look, man. Okay. Hey, look, man. Ain't no Jesus, man.
So you would have to be a.
Ain't no Allah. Ain't no Jesus. Ain't no Buddha. Ain't none of them folks.
You would have to vibrate at a higher
all
frequency.
All that stuff, like, bro. Disney couldn't write a better story than the Bible, bro. Disney could not write a better story than what the Bible got, bro. Talking bush, 2 of each animal on the goddamn. Come on, man. We through. We done with Christianity.
Bro, we're done
with the Abrahamic religion.
Bro, listen, they shooting themselves in the foot because these people know everything that you should know about this. What is it? The super church that they're building?
Well, you just got too much hate in both of y'all's hearts.
No, listen,
you worry about everyone else but yourself. You worry about everyone else but yourself. That's going to be your biggest downfall.
So can somebody tell me? Because I heard what you said, and I kind of agree with the other brother. Like, shit, y'all like that surface level. Y'all need to kind of like let that shit go. Y'all need to kind of let that shit go. Do y'all know about the super church that they're building? Do you know about it? Like where they're mixing all different type of religions inside one, and they're gonna make it a super church.
Yeah, you're talking about the one religion, the one world.
Think that's kind of strange. You don't think that's kind of funny?
Fucking retard.
After
the one world religion facility in Abu Dhabi, that's a mosque, a temple, and a church.
I got a question for you. Name one white baseball player who better than Ken Griffey Jr. I'll wait.
That's why I have Ken Griffey Jr. on here. You get shit.
Yeah,
I know.
Pete Rose. Pete Rose. There you go. Pete Rose.
Pete Rose is a gambling scumbag.
Pete Rose is one of the greatest fucking shortstops of all time.
One of the greatest nothing. He not in the Hall of Fame. He died a junkie.
Yeah.
Babe Ruth. It's over. Quiet.
Yeah, Babe Ruth. Pete Rose.
Babe Ruth couldn't hold a candle to Ken Griffey. Fuck you talking
You're an
about.
idiot.
You're an idiot.
Go study in the audience.
Hey, Trap, you believe black people are owed reparations in this country?
Shit, I believe that all Americans is owed reparations.
What about black people specifically?
Shit, fuck yeah. Why not? Shit.
You think you deserve more reparations?
Can somebody really say, since we're so like intellectual, can somebody break this down to me? If we believe, because I know that some of you guys are religious, I'm not talking to the people who isn't, the people who are.
if we believe inside of God, tell me who created these concepts and who told them that it was okay to create these concepts. God did not okay none of this shit. Yeah, we fall into it. It's been going on for a couple 100 years now.
Deception. That's what created it. Deception. And evil. And greed. And corruption. That's what started it. That's what created it.
Yeah.
Everything that you're talking about, evil and negative, that's what came.
And you know it's so crazy, Ziggy. And you know it's so crazy, Ziggy. But I don't even want to do this. I don't even want to do this because, like I said, I'm really not a racist person. Like I'm the farthest thing
Watch
from a
him be racist stuff.
No, but when I look at the eyes of the evil or the person who's on the face of all these fucked up ass constructs that we fit into, concepts that we
Black
fit
people.
into, it's a white man. Fuck that. It's a white man every time. Like even if it's a nigga, even if they have
So Trap, you're saying we're the worst?
Everyone had.
Hold on, Ziggy. You're saying that we're the worst and also the greatest or the best.
Fuck no,
that totally makes sense.
Anything. I think y'all like.
Have you ever heard of a bell curve?
I think y'all
Trap.
one of the greatest disasters.
Trap. Do you know what a bell curve is? You know what a bell curve is?
A bell curve?
A bell. Ding dong, ding dong. Yeah, bell curve where you have like the extremes at both ends. You have like the best and the worst at both ends. Then
I never heard of that term.
Fills in the majority of people.
Yeah, I never heard of that term before.
Yeah, I figure you had.
Yeah, no. Yo, it's a new one though. I'll put it inside my books. You see? I'm not above learning. You see that?
I got another question for you, Trap. Why did you choose to marry a white woman instead of a black woman?
Listen, proximity. I just married, who I believe is for me. The color really didn't matter. Shit. It's 20.
He knows white women are better. Black women are so jaded.
I wish I could jump on one of you niggas' cow fucking goddamn horses and goddamn ride off in the sunset and go with that ideology. I just see women as women. I see women as women.
Wait, you didn't want black women to murder your babies in the womb?
Nah, listen, I don't think if I decided to have one with a black one, I don't think that would have been a problem.
Yeah, it would have.
Shit. I'm be real. I don't think it would.
That would fuck up her EBT and her welfare.
Shit.
And her HUD housing.
I don't know. I see women as women. You feel me? If I came across a woman that was looking for a financial gain, then she would have looked for a financial gain regardless of what her color was, right?
But they're the same. They're the same color as the man version that you hate of these same people. Correct. So what you said to me earlier is contradictory to what you're saying right now.
I ain't said I hate nobody. I literally said earlier that I love everybody. I don't hate nobody. I just understand.
Yeah, think about that. Think about Trap. Think about that good white woman that you married was raised by a good white father, more than likely.
I don't give a damn.
So in essence, you married her father. You married the values that her father instilled inside of her. So thank you, white man.
She had that good white pussy.
Well, of course. I mean, come on. She hasn't had 17 abortions.
It's white women and white men out here who don't have their fathers either. So my wife's relationship with her father was not amazing.
Yeah, I didn't find out who my dad was.
Guys, let's stop differentiating so much.
You got a point.
He's right. There's a lot of.
But I live my life. I worry about myself, and I put everything that I do day in and day out. I put it in God's hands. And my life has been much better since then. Because I'm not going to sit here and be a hypocrite like you and say, oh, I'm going to pick apart situations how I want to or how I see them fit. I used to not be this person that I am today. I had to be homeless for most of my adult life, being on my own and worrying about myself to become the man I am.
That was amazing. Let's all rejoice in a song.
Niggas taught me about the ride off.
Hey, Ash, won't you stop being such a piece of shit?
Let's all rejoice.
Bro, welcome to America, cuz.
This shit terrifying.
Remember, everyone, this is the face of Black America. Ash, fucking trap.
I'm actually not black. I told you a million times.
Oh, yeah. African,
I'm American.
Melanated, whatever the fuck you want to say.
Do you want me to change it to my profile
Native
picture?
American. Oh, well, we never came across on slave ships.
No, I'm white.
We've been here forever.
Red beard. I'm literally white. I don't know why you guys keep saying I'm not white. Stop not claiming me.
You's a lying bitch, Ash.
I'm not
think
lying.
Americans act like Americans.
That's the point. That's the point.
What Ken said was completely
we should be worried about who is black, red, blue, yellow, fucking pink. Who cares?
Nah, yeah,
who
that
cares? We're all human. We're all sisters. We're all brothers. We all bleed the same color.
I'm just sad that I'm not getting
clarity. You get down with that, then you yourself don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Do you guys not like gingers? No, that's the problem. You guys don't like fucking gingers.
No, we don't like red bones.
Yeah, you don't like fucking gingers. That's why you guys can't claim
red bones.
I'm about to switch sides.
I heard the beat.
Yeah,
I know, right?
Hear that shit?
Ash is black.
I fucking know.
You liar. I heard that beat.
Bro, I wish this was a video chat app so I could get on with you guys.
Yeah, you niggas in the project.
Come out of your fucking mic, bro.
I'm just like,
why you niggas in the projects?
You are black.
Why are we white about someone else?
I grew up in Rhode Island. I'm white.
Female trait. Get over yourselves. Like, what are we even talking about right now?
I'm a white man.
Hey, leave your mic open, Ash. Leave your mic open.
No, you guys really caught me with you guys really caught me with the fire alarm things. You guys really caught me with that. Like the fire alarm is a giveaway, but I'm not black. See, I'm not black. I don't even know if it's a smoke detector or a fire alarm.
Yeah, black people don't know what the fuck it is either. That's why I don't change the batteries in it.
Right.
Guys, I'm white. Give me white questions. I will answer them as a white person.
Leave your mic unmuted for 2 minutes straight.
Yeah.
No, give me white questions. I'll answer them.
That shit.
No, do you know who Panic at the Disco is, brother?
It's a band.
All right. We're getting somewhere. All right. Anyone else have some questions they want to ask?
Sing a Neil Diamond song.
I don't know Neil Diamond. I'm white.
Yeah, he's black.
He's black.
I know Fleetwood Mac.
Yeah, every black person is Fleetwood Mac. Come on.
Just wait.
Bro, you guys make me switch sides.
I've yet to run into a white person that can sing a Neil Diamond song, or at least.
No, I just realized I'm too far gone. I lived around too many black people. Now I can't even fucking differentiate myself. This is crazy.
What are some dad rock bands?
Dad rock bands?
Yeah.
Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Siggy, he's black. He doesn't know what dad bands are.
Yeah, I'm about to
have Led Zeppelin.
Yeah.
Led Zeppelin. Oh, no.
This cat was never in his life. No,
I got you right now.
Look at him looking it up on Google.
I'm not looking at Bruce Springsteen.
Yeah, ChatGPT, hurry up. Give me some white dad bands.
I'm not.
I don't have no daddy. You have to go get
Bill. This is crazy. This is crazy. No, this isn't.
Why do we gotta keep assuming, yo? That makes an ass out of you and me.
That's crazy.
No, we know he's black.
That's crazy. I'm not.
Ash, what is name of ska band?
A sky band?
Ska band.
Wow, I don't even know what that is. I think you're whiter than me at this point.
I don't even know what that is.
I am.
Led Zeppelin. Hold on. Name some death metal bands.
I never listened to death metal.
Animal Corpse, Morbid Angel, Dying Fetus, Vader, Clan Chance, Gory, DSI. See, that's what a proper white man answers.
You niggas ain't white. You niggas can know all the white people shit. You still ain't white.
fuck is wrong with you, nigga? You see, I got a bird. That's some white people shit. That don't make.
That's some fucking Trinidad and Tobago shit.
You niggas ain't fucking white just because y'all know white people.
You eat that fucking bird.
Yeah, we should be. I'm about to put my profile.
Y'all eat fucking iguanas, trap.
I'm about to put my profile picture on my thing. This is crazy.
Yo, Ash, what's
so just because I'm half native, should I be listening to like tribal music and stuff then, or should I know like all the indigenous tribal
which tribe
musicians and artists? What Osage?
Oh, Osage.
That's crazy.
Yeah, Osage sucks.
Yo, Ash,
I'm like, wow.
Ash, what's the charcuterie board?
Oh, that's like the cheese and the fig and all that stuff.
Wait, Sig, that's an easy one. He's a black guy. He grew up in Rhode Island. Come on.
Okay.
Of course he knows that. He's been to Connecticut.
That was probably.
Bro, what's wrong with this nigga, boy? Hey, Ken,
look at that beautiful ass face. Look at that beautiful face.
Ken, is that Ken? The way a nigga will whoop your ass, like, Ken, what's up with you?
That is not fucking you.
That is literally me.
All right, then hold up 3 fingers in front of you.
No, I can believe it.
Do I gotta take another picture?
Yeah, take another picture with holding up
I'm
3
not
fingers.
even gonna lie, that's definitely Ash.
You hold up 3 fingers. Oh, shut the fuck up, Trap. You hold up 3 fingers in front of your face.
That's definitely him, bro.
No, I'm taking a picture right now, just so you guys know.
Yeah, I was
you know how many white friends I grew up with?
His voice matches face, bro.
Exactly.
Founded black dog.
All right, we want the 3 fingers, Ginger Snap.
Oh, I got you right now. Since you guys all want to doubt me because you say all the things I say couldn't be coming from me. Look at that. Look at that. How do you guys feel?
I ain't saying that. You fucked it. You just looked the fucking guy holding 3 fingers up.
Oh my God. No, what else do you want me to do? What you want me to put my dick in the camera too?
Let's get to this.
What? What you want? What?
Wait, hold on, dipshit. That picture's taken in the daytime. You can see
Bro,
like that.
you are retarded. My lights are on my house.
What time is it where you live? Because that's natural light feeding in from the windows.
Guys, 12.
Don't fuck with 4chaners, bro.
Oh my God! I'm about to go outside and take it.
What room are you? Is that? Are you in the bathroom? Your room? Like, because that looks like a ceiling fan.
Bro, you niggas really over here trying to be mad?
Yeah, we're gonna capture the flag. I'm just saying.
Look at this. Now I'm outside and I'm doing this too. This is just for all you.
But these niggas mad because you really white is crazy. What the fuck is wrong with these?
Look at that, boom.
This is hilarious, bro.
How's that? How's that for you? Now I'm outside taking a picture.
These niggas like, fuck, I wish I was him. Like, you niggas mad because he white? No, it can't be. It's no way. He got the card. Like, sit the fuck back, nigga. Like,
just
bro,
because I have different opinions, like it's.
I already told him
I'm saying
that the voice matches face. Like, you can clearly see that this nigga voice matches face. He looked like he be around niggas. Ash looked like he be around niggas. Like, he just talk like a white boy who be around niggas.
Wait, Ash, we got a last question.
And yeah, my fire alarm fucking batteries is fucked up.
Ash, was your father in your life your whole life?
I don't know why, but damn.
Ash, was your dad in your life?
Yeah, my dad is in my life, and my dad was in the military.
He might be white.
Exactly.
But why does it really matter?
What the fuck?
He also might be like a.
Why are you so caught up on what someone else is or what they're doing? Like,
Ziggy, what fucking room did you think you just walked into?
I already said earlier.
What do you think? This is fucking healthy debates or something? You think we're gonna suck everybody's dick and be like, you're so smart. You're such a really good guy. Oh, I love this guy.
No, the point being is that you have a lot of hate in your heart, brother.
Yeah, why do you guys get so mad?
How is that? Wait, how is that hateful to fuck with somebody?
Are you deceived by a certain energy or something?
Oh God, messing around, having fun, and you're like,
that's
got a demon in him.
That's solely what
messing with somebody is demonic, having fun. You think I'm genuinely
so the way you talk to people and treat people.
The only time that I've been upset during this entire conversation. The only time I've been upset during this entire conversation is when somebody was justifying killing babies in the womb. That was it.
I don't think anybody justified killing his
they did. No, we're talking about abortion.
Oh yeah, when I first got into this room earlier, that's what I came into talking about abortion.
One question I do have is, why does every time somebody says anything that's different in opinion from somebody who's a quote unquote conservative, it's automatically, oh, you're a libtard, you're a liberal, this. I don't get it, because I'm not a liberal, and I just have more centralist views, I guess. I'm not a liberal, I'm not a conservative, but every time you say something, with liberals as well, they do the same thing. If you say something against a liberal, next thing you know, they're calling you a racist conservative. If you say something anti-conservative, they're calling you a libtard or something. I just don't understand why both sides seem to have a cult following now.
Because there's certain things that moderates cling to as far as their ideology, and when you say certain things or subscribe to certain beliefs, then it will put you either more right or more left.
I understand that, but it's like, I'm somebody who believes in lowering the fuck out of taxes, but I believe we should keep abortion clinics open. So it's like, damn, it's like nobody sides with me on anything.
Well, if you actively advocate for abortion, then that's typically going to give the optics that you lean more left, bro. It's just how it is. Like, what are your views on like the LGBTQ community?
I think that shit is entirely pushed too much. I feel like they put it in people's faces when it doesn't really need to be.
Okay, yeah. I mean, it's more of a right-leaning stance, yeah.
I don't understand why people can't have. It just seems like both sides have more of a cult following now, because people can't meet somewhere in between. You have to be extremist or borderline insane just to have an opinion these days. You got to be either far right or far left. And I just feel like normal people, we're a little bit more central than that. And honestly, at the end of the day, too, even when it comes to abortion, I don't necessarily believe it's right either. Like, I don't know. I'm actually conflicted on that myself. I actually get conflicted on that. I don't know where I even stand with that.
What's your thought process as far as, like, when we talk about like violent crime? That's a big one. That's a big one that pretty much differentiates. So when we talk about the stats that show that when it comes to violent crime in this country, blacks are the main culprit. They're the main problem. What do you think about that? Do you agree or disagree with that?
Statistically, you have no choice but to agree, but you got to look at circumstances, because it's the truth. Because not everybody that is growing up broke does crimes. Not everybody breaks the law. That's true. But to just blame it entirely on a race is more of a culture. It's not a race. It's more of a culture that came from a lot of trauma, honestly. And I don't understand why it's so hard for people to understand that. I'm not making excuses for people. I'm not saying that, it's right, because this whole drill culture in America is bad. I don't really believe that, modern white people really have that much of a drill culture, but some of us do. Some white boys want to get down with the drill culture. I see it. I still see it. It's like, when you put us in those same situations, in them same circumstances, we don't always behave that much differently. Sometimes when you look at statistics and you look at a poor white town and you look at a poor town, a lot of times the black town do have more crime, but that's probably more of a cultural thing. You can't blame it on a race. When you go to see Africans and you talk to Africans, they're formal as hell. They don't even talk like black Americans. Well, how can you even compare?
Well, no, I think that's getting misconstrued, because the majority of the people in this room, we say it's a cultural thing. Most of us don't think it's a race thing. We don't think it's like embedded in black folks' DNA. And the reason why we think that is because before the 1970s and 80s, we didn't see this level of debauchery in the black community. So it's a clear sign.
But I will say, like, people want to say that white people, a lot of people want to say like white people didn't create a lot of things. I disagree with that. I feel like white people really created a whole lot of things. And one of the things we did create is a mafioso culture. We did create street gangs. We did create gangs, urban, modern street gangs. That is a white person's creation. So really, I can't see, like, even when you look at black people, when you look at their rappers, Yo Gotti, like these are white criminals they've named themselves after. We also have that in us too. It's not really that much different. So a lot of white people want to be in gangs. A lot of white people want to do that shit. I was one of them. We can't say that we're different like that. Some of us aren't different.
Yeah, but you were one of them. But you
got to worry about yourself to really change your life.
A lot of people are like that, man. A lot of white people, we really do love a tough, strong character. We look up to that same type of shit. We really do.
Yeah, but as you even admitted, you've had a lot of exposure to the black culture, so that's probably.
Yes and no. Stop doing that. Listen to this nigga. Stop trying to always shoot at niggas.
Trap, calm down, man. Calm down. Ash, so even the way you talk, like clearly you've had a lot of exposure to black culture.
But you want to know what's crazy though? I'm gonna break it down for you. I'm gonna break it down for you.
Hold on, Ash, real quick. Let me finish and I'll let you go, brother. I promise.
Yep.
So the problem is that typically the white kids that you see follow those trends, it's because they've had some type of exposure to black culture. Whites that haven't had a lot of exposure to black culture, they typically don't want to be thugs and gangsters and Yo Gotti and Playboy Cardi and broke boy never broke again or NBA, whatever the fuck.
Let me break this down for you actually, right?
Hold on, Ash. Before you do that, let me just tell him and every other person in here, if you think that black people, niggas, are the gangsters, or everybody want to be gangsters, or the people who want to be gangsters because of niggas, you're fucking crazy. The biggest mob bosses, the biggest goddamn like actual kingpins and gangsters that they fucking make documentaries and shit about. But these is white men, like fucking Mexicans and fucking shut up. They're Colombians and shit like.
How long ago?
They're not niggas. They're not niggas.
What you saying, Trap, is
these gangsters on these big King Von is nothing compared to a Pablo Escobar or goddamn sit the fuck back.
So again, but
they're still affiliated.
The difference is.
Yo, Sig, where you from? Where you from, Sig?
The difference.
I'm about to say something that will blow your guys' mind right now.
The difference is that they're moving away from that culture to be more civilized. We're trying to move that culture to be less civilized.
What the fuck are you? Can I tell you an experience? Where you from? My personal childhood. I can tell you something that right now I didn't move to a diverse neighborhood till I was like 15, 16 years old. I grew up until I was 15 years old in Warwick, Rhode Island. All the white people there, first of all, it's not a ghetto city. It's like a little working class, whatever. It's not rich or anything. But everybody there that was white, a lot of the kids there, you can look them up. They're white boys who damn near think they're black. Then I moved
that's
to
a blue-collar black town, all right. I mean, a blue-collar white town.
But then, boom, right? When I was 15, 16, I moved in with my grandma, and I actually moved to the hood at that point. The truth is about that is damn near the kids there was damn near trying to be kids in the other town.
Yeah, but look at you and I as a dynamic. I grew up around black people in a black environment and moved towards white people, and I got better, and I speak more
where are you from,
than you do. But then you grew up, you started off in a white community and moved with the blacks, and then now you've adopted their culture. So again, just you and I listen to the difference in how we speak and how we articulate. That proves my point right there.
But at the same time, though, the way we're articulating, my point is still getting across. I just have more of like a slur to my voice. That actually is kind of a Rhode Island thing in general. If you know anything about there, it doesn't matter what kind of community you come from. They kind of all have a little bit of an accent. But my point is the white community, the working class white community that I originally came from, all those kids tried to be quote unquote gangster. So you can't say it's just me. It was the whole community I grew up in an 80% white neighborhood there. And then I moved.
He mentioned
do you mind if I just have a minute?
Earlier, the Aryan Brotherhood and the
Bro, not
Aryan.
before me, man, because I'm
Then
trying
we
to
can
ask a
talk about
question.
the Dirty White Boys, or the PMI, the Bad Man Incorporated, like all these white men groups, gangsters, real white gangsters and shit like that. That these motherfucking white boys will look at before they look at any fucking black niggas that's doing shit. Like this nigga just talking. He literally just saying stupid shit. It's more white gangs than black gangs. It's more white groups than black groups.
That's
like,
not true. And again,
bro, I'm gonna be honest. Bro, you can't say what's true and what's not, bro. You don't know how many gangs.
We pulled up the stats, and the number one cause of death for young black men is homicide via other black men. That's not the same.
Yeah, you just moving and going.
Can't say that, Trap.
Bro, when we talk about gang activity, right? When we talk about gangsters and that lifestyle, that's solely based on income level in neighborhoods and communities. Like when you talk like this, bro, like you sound like you're not from a very diverse environment. Bro, I'm from New York City. I know groups of Chinese people that'll fuck you up. I know groups of Italians that'll fuck you up. I know groups of Russians, Jews that'll give you the beats. That's not scared of no black nothing. So for you to act like black people is the only people that's perpetuating violence in communities, that's strange.
And that's the point you're comprehending.
You acting like black people got the gangster championship.
But let's also break it down to being from the Northeast in general.
This proves, RJ, that your comprehension skills suck. Because I never said it's only. I never said it's. I never said it's only black people. But again, when we talk about the level of violence, so you talk about the Asians and the Jews and all this, but they're not gunning each other down in the streets in record numbers. Show me one Asian or Jewish community. Show me Trap. Shut the fuck up for
bro. They get them cats get.
No, but you said that was wrong.
What's the difference? They'll cut you. Like what the fuck? It's still a body.
This is fucking crazy.
It's still a body.
Are you from the Northeast?
So again, what I was saying, guys, is that show me an Asian community or a Jewish community where every holiday weekend there's 70 to 100 shootings in the weekend and there's 15 to 20 people dying. Please show me that with those communities, because I guarantee you can't show it.
Hold on, can I break something down?
I'm gonna be real sick. Here's the problem. You're trying to give people so much flowers, but then I can go back to history where these niggas was hanging us on large numbers and drowning us and slaughtering.
How many lynchings?
Fuck up, nigga. So when we talking about all this reckless shit, maybe we might.
Chill, he gonna do his music, bro. Weirdo.
In the 2000s, we might be doing most of the crimes. That don't take away from the fucking hundreds of years worth of crimes these niggas already put in. Fuck out of here, nigga. Stop always doing that weird ass shit. They got more blood on their hands than a female on her period, nigga. Like,
he can't help it, bro. This is,
nigga. You know what I mean? Fuck you talking about, nigga. We will never be able to do more dirt than what their ancestors did. Fuck out of here, nigga.
Are you get on us, bro? Why would you get on us for how we are
taking a shot every single time you say nigga, and I'm gonna get drunk.
So again, listen.
We know white ice is colder. We get it.
This is the crazy part, is that you guys don't even hear how stupid
we will never be able to do it.
So again, the point is that black people in this country try to blame and complain and boohoo, whine, and cry about everything that white people do, and white people do this to us. White people do that to us. But again, if we look at the stats, the number one group that's hurting the black community physically and tangibly is the black community.
And what?
So it goes. I'll let you go. I will let you go when I'm done. Give me a second to land my plane. So the point is, Trap, is that there's a level of hypocrisy that the entire world seems to see, except for our group of people. And it's a really bad look that if my house is dirty, Trap, if my house is dirty and filthy and it looks like an episode of Hoarders, I can't get on your case and talk about how dirty your house is until I clean my own house up first. So if we want white people to stop doing this to us and stop doing that to us, maybe we should stop doing it to ourselves first, and the world might take us a little bit more seriously.
Right, but you're not looking to clean houses, though. You move to somebody else's house.
No. Fuck all that. Here's the problem. Fuck what we're doing right now. Yes, we obviously know that every community basically right now in 2025 need to get a goddamn clean. But
when we talk about the shit that we're doing, we're trying to make it seem like black people just do this, do that, do this, because that's all I'm hearing.
You talk about 24/7.
You just be, black people do this. They're the leading cause.
Try to pass the mic around,
bro. Leading cause inside homicides. Let's go back then. Since you guys want to make us the leading cause and everything, let's go back to when you were the leaders. Let's go back to when they were the leaders. And it was for a long time.
I'm very conservative, but Sig is a coon. It's this nigga.
I just don't understand why you had to say that articulate.
That's very true. Not aborting and not aborting the babies.
Yeah, we don't have abortions.
Like they were.
We'll disown our family members for that.
If you're from the Northeast in general, everybody, doesn't matter what kind of community you have, we all kind of have like an accent. So you must be from like the Midwest or one of those places with absolutely no accent.
Bruh, no.
Yeah, like down south, they say New Yorkers sound proper. Like, what are we talking?
Boiling pot of this country.
Because I don't care if you're from a rich community up north, like near New York, Rhode Island,
Ash,
Massachusetts.
why are you switching starting to talk?
Yeah, your accents is your accent, bro.
No, I'm not trying to talk. I've been talking like this the whole time.
Why y'all talk like that? Why y'all talk like that?
That's why we're all like, oh, this guy's black.
No, that's
like, why are you guys being so brave?
But it goes, stay on mute real quick, stay on mute. Again, Ash, it goes to the point that I was raised around black people in a black inner city, and my English was worse. But when I got around white people, it got better. You were raised in a white suburb, and then when you moved and got around black people, your English got worse.
Sir,
no, that's my point. People had this accent regardless.
Do with anything else.
People sounded like this. This nigga's ill. First community. People sounded like this in the first community I grew up in. Yes, they did. You can go there right the fuck now. They all sounded like this.
Just a wild idea. Just a crazy little concept. In case people don't, an accent does not equal grammar.
Thank you.
Wow.
Factual.
Wow.
Huge
wow. Wow. Wow.
Thank you, Steven.
Wow. Wow. That's the craziest thing. This conversation is.
But it's so funny because if you one thing I can't say no, bro. So listen, I get what you're saying, right? I won't agree with him if he knows
the whitest man here.
I get what you're saying, right? I agree. But
I was the one putting the yacht rock lyrics in the chat. Go ahead, please.
So Stephen, I can't ignore the fact though, right? People that I know, Steven, people that I know, like that's from like places like Memphis, like deep Florida, like where the majority have like real deep accents. The ones that go off to school don't sound like that. I gotta just be a buck with you. Like there's a difference between now. Do some people keep their accent and don't give a fuck no matter how how much education they get? Yeah, but that is like a changing variable, bro. Like a lot of people that come from those areas that go get educated, they don't come back talking like that. Like they change.
Well, it really depends on how deep you want to have this. I mean, you might be able to hang. I don't know. Everyone here can. The concept of speech, okay? There's cadence. There's the vocab. There's the accent.
Enunciation.
You can still be a fucking idiot regardless of that shit. You can still be a fucking idiot.
Yeah, that's true. Like you can talk a good one. I'm just saying, I know, I know people that's from fucked up places in Memphis and stuff. Like they come, they
all right, everybody who's like the good, clean white man speak good.
Yeah,
well, so if you can find one, point them to me. Anyway, I was just gonna say, here's the thing, guys. There's one of the most frustrating things. I'll just keep it 100 on this app. I used to be on this app all the time. I was on for several years. I was one of the staples in the conservative clubhouse.
And then you realize you're all weird, right?
One of the things, no, actually, there's people on here, and some of them are mods right now. But I was just gonna say, one of the things that really kind of blew my mind would be that people like Sig and others, for speaking in a heightened vernacular, in a calm tone, with informed topics, were attacked for doing that. Literally, that just rocked my world on this app. How often, if you sounded intelligent and you spoke with authority, that you would actually be attacked. And yet after all this time with this app barely hanging on by a thread, I pop on maybe once or twice a week, we're still having the same conversation 4 or 5 years
later about sounding like a color. It's just the craziest thing in the world. I really hope that one day it can be moved past, but we'll see.
Nothing moves past Clubhouse, bro.
No, it's the opposite. It's the people who speak real proper that get mad.
Words does not indicate if you're intelligent or not. How you articulate your words does not indicate if you're intelligent or not. It has
It's a comprehension thing.
It's absolutely. You can't even spell Idaho and Mississippi. Shut the fuck up, Trash.
Yes, I'm talking. I'm talking to the
Ash, we didn't ask your white ass. Yes, Trash.
I'm talking to the nice man down here because it seems like he know what he's saying. But yeah,
man, you must be very bored.
It don't mean nothing.
Trap got a white wife. Trap, why you like?
You know that the English language has been changed multiple times. Multiple languages have been changed multiple times, and like broken English is a thing. I mean, I'm from Charleston, so like Geechee, Gullah, like. Especially if you're from like places like Louisiana and like the other brother said, Memphis.
Bro, but Trap, you're tethered.
These are things
you're from Trinidad and Tobago.
These are
not even a Black American. You're fucking tethered, bro.
Trap, let me clarify. Having localized terms and stuff like that, like, dude, I'm from Nebraska. Like, our grandparents said wash. Our granddad wash. We say bowls with an L. But here's the thing, that has no reflection on, well, I guess I better say everything else incorrectly too. If you've listened, how you speak really, truly, especially on a literal audio app, is a direct reflection on your intelligence. It absolutely is. And as soon as people start taking pride in that presentation, in that first introduction to how people are, then we're just forget about talking 80 down the highway towards success. People aren't even getting out of the driveway. Like you can have little sayings and quips and all that stuff that are regional, that are in the Northeast, that are here in the heartland, that are in the South. That is not what I'm talking about. That is not what I'm talking about at all. When you intentionally speak in bad grammar and you mix is and are and basic things like that, and
axe and ass.
That is a reflection. I hate to be breaking news. It shouldn't be breaking news in 2025, but that is a reflection. That is absolutely.
But you can say some dumbass shit in an articulate way, bro.
Exactly. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, but he's not saying it's the end all be all. What it is though, it's a very
it's an overall combination. It's an overall combination. That's why I was saying it's the cadence, it's the syntax, it's the structuring, it's the the dynamics, it's the content, it's all of it combined. But like if you're intentionally just speaking in a very, very poor way, you're doing yourself a disservice.
Yeah, but Steven, the point is his family and himself are from Trinidad and Tobago. That means that he's pretending. He's adopting this shit. He's adopting this fucking ghetto mentality.
Okay,
bro. It's like talk like a fucking Black American. He's from Trinidad and Tobago. All of your family, all of your cousins back in Trinidad talk like me. They have a Trinidad accent, but they don't feel like, yo, what's up, my nigga? What's up, bro? I gotta shoot you. I'm a shooter, nigga. What the fuck?
Oh, wow.
None of them do.
I'm from Charlotte, South Carolina.
Oh, wow.
What he's talking about. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
That was a pretty ignorant thing to say.
Oh my God, it's accurate. It's very, very accurate. Seeing how he's from Trinidad and Tobago, where they don't speak, where they fucking Ebonics vernacular.
He was raised in America.
Bro, I'm from
Trinidad and Tobago.
I've never been to Trinidad.
Yeah, and your parents are.
Ever.
Your parents don't talk. Your parents don't talk like they're from fucking south side of Chicago or from fucking Atlanta either.
That's just, oh my God, man.
Your parents Trap Gullah Geechee. You learned it from that. You learned it from your fucking peers in school and shit. You want to act like you're Black. You're not tethered.
Form of flattery. If he came to this country and started talking like that, He's paying you a compliment. Why are you giving him shade? If he was born here, then it doesn't matter where his parents are
Alan,
from.
the point is that he's raised in a family. He's raised in a household.
Hey, Ken, we can tell you're not from here.
Your accent.
You a fucking troll. You one of them troll tethers, man, that join conversations like this. Like you
I'm not black,
your accent. You don't own your vernacular. You don't own your slang. Anybody?
No, Alan. The point is he's putting it on.
What does that even mean? Putting it on? You're putting it on.
No. He's putting it on.
You putting it on. You fucking weirdo.
We all. You use the term code switch.
Sick. Do you think he talks like this in front of his parents?
The problem is you're mad at anything that's different from you. That's the problem.
Okay. You talk when you talk on Clubhouse in real life in front of people? No, right? Because you know you'll get fucked up in real life.
I was mad. He was never. You wouldn't talk like that in real life.
Another indicator of black culture is if you talk like this, you get fucked up. Just automatically go to violence. That's another.
No, I'm talking about these trolls. That's what trolls do, right?
So, to answer my question,
they literally join social media to troll people. They know that they can't do that in real life. They're getting out the aggression.
You can do it in real life.
Yeah, they can get their ass beat in real life.
Nah, you could try to fight me and I'll shoot you. That's all would end up happening.
Yeah, that's
I'll pull out my Israeli weapons industry.
See, look, he against everybody. He against all around.
I'd reach out and grab my Canic and I'd fucking unload on your ass. I'm not getting out of the car to fight you.
Hey, Ken, no, seriously, on a serious note, I just wanted to say, you can look at my PTR, bro. Like, bro,
no, Trap, like the way you speak with like this ghetto inflection and shit, you don't talk like this in front of your parents. You talk the same way that I am right now in front of your fucking, in front of your black fucking Trinidad Tobago parents.
Do you tell your mom to shut the fuck up?
What you talking about? Trinidad from Charleston, South Carolina, bro. What are you talking about?
His parents are Trinidadian.
Nah, you don't say faggot in front of your parents, Ken. You don't say faggot in front of your parents. You don't tell people to shut the fuck up in front of your parents.
Yeah, Jews don't do that either.
No, that's what you do this whole time.
That's the community that he's in.
You've been calling people faggots and saying shut the fuck up. You don't talk like that in front of your parents. What are you talking about in front of your parents?
I'm not sitting here fucking pretending to be a ghetto gangster and then turning around and talking fucking normal to my parents.
No, the funny thing is, you got proven wrong. No, you got proven wrong, and then when I showed you you were wrong, you switched sides. No, because you're an idiot. The funny thing is, you're an idiot.
I'm not talking about you're not talking. You're
actually an idiot. And see, people like you don't do shit.
Now you're back to being black again, Ash.
No, it's not that. The fact that you think there's a difference is sad, bro. It's sad. It's sad that you really say, "Oh, he talked white. Oh, he talked black." When I've been talking the same way the whole time I got on this app.
Hold on. All right, Trap. Can you show us your mom and dad voice when you talk to your parents? Or from Trinidad?
Bro, both of my parents.
Yeah, your parents don't talk like that.
Both of my parents are from fucking America.
Yeah, your parents are from Trinidad.
So like, what are you talking about?
It's in your PTR. It's in your account. It says you're
no, bro. Yeah, I got it inside my account because yes, one of my mother's parents. One of my mother's parents
don't want to use the fucking white voice to use
from Trinidad, but my mother, she's from America.
You're fucked up.
My mother's from America. My father's
she
from
talks
America.
just like me when he talks to his parents.
Like, what the fuck?
He doesn't care.
Wait, hold on. But Ken, I got a question. Why does it bother you? Why does it bother you how people speak? Why does it even bother you? It shouldn't even bother you.
Because it's fake.
It's not fake.
It's pretending, yeah.
Somebody could say that
it's a fucking facade. That's all it is.
Hold on. You speak the way you do. You speak the way you do to try to fit yourself into
I talk with the sim cadence and everything.
No, you think you talk the way that you're categorizing yourself to talk. So that's wrong. Like, just because somebody talks differently than you doesn't mean everybody got to fit your category. I am. It is a good point.
Kind of guy. You're right, Ash. Very pick apart, picky choosy. Kind of sounds like a woman to me.
By saying that a black guy who speaks in Ebonics on stage and makes threats to people.
It's by saying anybody who doesn't talk like you is wrong.
Express himself but you don't with African American fucking vernacular
all be about you
and cadence and accent when he doesn't do that to his fucking black Trinidad.
You don't know what the fuck he does.
Exactly. You don't know anyone in this room.
Hold on. I'm gonna be real. Like how me and my people talk. Like since I'm from Charleston, like, and it is Geechee Gullah, and it is Geechee Gullah. When I get to saying I and Bo and like them boys perping and geeking and tweaking and like all this other shit, like, bro, you ain't gonna know what the fuck we saying. I talk to my parents like this, bro. Like, this is how I speak to my parents. Like, my parents
because we adapted. That's how we grew up.
I'm from Charleston. No, we're from Charleston. My parents are from Charleston. Like Charleston, South Carolina. That's inside America, bro. Like, what the fuck?
You shouldn't even have to explain yourself to him, though. You don't owe him an explanation.
You fucking white cuckold simp. Shut the fuck up, Ash.
I'm not no white cuck. Yo, that's what's sad about you. You can't get the people.
I'm just saying, Trap would make you sit in the cuck chair.
I'm just saying, I'll fuck your bitch too. I'll fuck your bitch too. What are you talking about? Go check my Twitter.
You're not coming across as that type of guy. I'm just saying.
But see, this is like when we're talking about.
Ken, you're built like a fucking Power Ranger from the '90s. Shut the fuck up.
And this is another thing too, Ash. It's like when white people like you come in and play Captain Save.
No, I'm not trying to save nobody. I don't take any type of sides.
Bro, calm down. Get your little fucking thought.
This is my friends I grew up with in high school.
No, it's not that, because when you guys actually asked me and tell me.
Ash, just relax, bro. Jesus Christ. So again, Ash, this is another problem, is when white people come up and play Captain Save-A-Hole and tell lazy black people who don't want to become better that everything they're doing is okay, that's actually robbing them of opportunities. So when black people speak the way that Trap does, and they go to apply for a job or they go to an interview and they don't get that job because they sound like they just fucking slavery just ended 5 minutes ago, that kills an opportunity for them. And then the first thing they do is they blame racism. And they don't think that they have an issue or they need to improve it all to get better, to open the door opportunities wider for them.
Okay,
so that's a huge fact.
Here's the problem, and this is a lot of you guys.
All right, Trap, if you code switch to start talking normal, we'll let you stay on stage. Drop the fucking getter.
You guys make your own narratives on other people now. What you just said, I guess, if we were inside the 1800s and I was doing this and talking and speaking inside this way, using my Ebonics, like my broken English, then I guess this would have been a problem. But this is 2025. Every time that I've gotten a job, like I was not like, trying to fit in or impress nobody. I was just being myself. I've done jobs such as like worked roof consulting. I don't know if any of you guys ever got on the ladder and took goddamn pictures with a drone on the roof and put pins there and called the insurance company and get a claim for a roof.
All right, get on with your fucking story. We don't care about all the other shit, bro.
Okay, so
you tell a story like my mom.
See where I'm going here? So, like, I don't know if any of you guys ever done that shit before, but I've already done that. I'm only 21 years old. I'm only 21 years old, dude. So it's like you can make whatever narrative that you want on me. That don't mean that it's true, though. That's basically what I was trying to get down to. Like, nigga, come on, bro. This 2025.
Oh, you had to add that shit at the end, bro.
But
I'm probably gonna rant for more money and have more opportunities.
You were doing so good to talk with white. You had to add that nigga.
You understand, though, Trap. Society has had to lower standards, and this is where DEI comes into play. Because we're in a society where we can't be honest. We're in a society where we can't be honest with young people like yourself and say, hey, strive to be better, strive to do better, strive to speak properly, strive to be more professional. It takes a little bit of work, takes a little bit of mental, being mentally cognitive to try to push yourself to be better. But what we've done is we've lowered the standards in society. So yeah, you may be able to get a job now. But understand that's not a flex, bro.
Yeah, it's fashion. It's fashionable to be ghetto.
Right. Society has lowered the standards to be able to accept the fuckery. And that's not a good thing, bro. Our grandparents and our great-grandparents, that's not what they lived for. That's not what they strive for. They strive to do better and be better and work hard at it, not say, oh, everybody's got to lower the standards. Because when everybody else has to lower the standards because you're kind of like the short bus kid pulling up, it's a bad look, bro, and it's a disgrace. You should want to be able to be around, like raise the bar up to be around and fit around the people that surround you. They shouldn't have to bring themselves down the ladder to get to you.
Yeah, you see,
Does that
you
make
see
sense?
how Sig didn't have to end his sentence with "my nigga."
Or you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you know what I'm saying, my nigga.
Bro, because I'm trying to remind
Bro.
you that you guys are niggas, like, because I think you guys have your identities like mistaken. You are niggas. You two dudes are niggas.
No, I'm a black American.
I don't want you guys
20 years ago.
I don't just call you.
Alan, we're not doing this.
Have you seen me refer to Ash?
I thought Cam was white.
Have you seen me refer to Ash as a nigga? No, I'm not referring to Pepe as
technically
a nigga.
white Jewish Native
No,
American.
I'm not.
East Bay
I'm not.
Cherokee.
Yeah, 20 years ago, Chris Rock made clear the difference between black people and the N-word people. And he said the N-word people got to go. And it was true then, it's true now.
Wait, Alan, do you mean niggers?
Oh, okay. Well, you say that word because you're dumb enough to use the white man slur. I don't, and I never have.
Yeah, get on with the story.
Ever.
Trap shit, hurry up.
Ever.
Short and succinct.
Why was I called a savior just for speaking my opinion?
So in any event, but Sig, I'm sorry, I have to disagree with you. See, Ebonics is an expression of black people's expression over the centuries. So we must honor and treasure and exalt the culture that came from it. So for you to say that, say anything negative about it, well, I'm sorry, that just doesn't work. We have to accommodate people. It just doesn't work.
We have to understand. You want to say it doesn't jive?
But the thing I get out of this whole conversation is really you're all just jealous that you don't speak the way I do. And if you just admit it, life will be
genocide.
That's really it. That's really what it is.
No, not white people. Me specifically.
You know, he was being sarcastic, Trey.
Yeah, he's not on your all side. He's like the most racist person up there. He's worse than Pepe.
How am I worse than Pepe?
Myself personally, but I'm feeling him. I agree with him.
Yeah, but
so performative when you talk trap. It must be exhausting.
We should really break down like certain issues that we can actually talk about like one by one, so we can actually see people's stance instead of just rambling.
Ash.
Yeah, there's no topic.
Why must you be the biggest Cuposaurus Rex on stage?
Okay, whatever you say.
Okay, cool idea.
All right, so let's debate on it then, Kim.
Yeah, I've got a question. Who here on stage watched of a significance any of the Charlie Kirk Memorial today?
About that earlier.
No, I'm not getting into it too deep. I want to know who had a chance. Just
curious, brother. You can't answer.
Dude, just un momento, por favor.
Tell me the answer.
Who on stage had a chance to watch a good bit of it?
I watched the whole thing, Steve.
Yeah, we all.
Oh, wonderful, sir. Okay. Well, I don't know if the other mods fell asleep. I'm trying to get them to wake up too. Anyway, if y'all have not had a chance to watch it, I would highly encourage it. It was very motivational. It was very moving. There was a lot of the gospel. I will also say that it was extremely powerful to see Mrs. Kirk say, "I forgive you." Almost makes me choke up to even think about it now, because what a powerful statement. Guys, like, we really truly have an opportunity to move forward from this as a country towards peace and towards humanizing. If you haven't had a chance to get back in your faith, if you've strayed, there's no day like today. And it can be as simple as a baby step if you feel like you're just so far away from it that you wouldn't even begin to know where to start, or maybe you never even were on it in the first place. Literally, before you go to sleep tonight, take 30 seconds, 60 seconds. Just pray and ask God to speak to you. And it's biblical that he says that he will if you ask. So I just wanted to say that if there's one thing that you take away from today, if you watched it, or if you haven't yet, or even if you don't have the time to do so, I would highly encourage you. I know that this app is full of wretchedness and wickedness, and people curse each other out, and they got Twitter fingers and chats, and everything's anon and ops and all this garbage. Let there be just one little dose of wholesome. Seriously, send up a prayer. Whether it's a family member you need him to look after, a friend, your job situation, health, anything. Just hand it up. Let that be the first step on a long journey towards your re-evangelization. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Well said, brother. Well said. Yeah, that celebration of life. I'm not going to call it a funeral, but that celebration of life was great. It was very inspirational. Like, and I'm not going to lie, Stephen. Even as an atheist, a lot of the, you know, the religious and Christian principles of forgiveness and love, you know, it really hit hard, man. Especially Erica Kirk, for her to say she's already forgiven the man that shot her husband. I'm not gonna say he killed him.
Oh my God, man.
Yeah, that was powerful, man. That was very
that was very powerful.
Mm.
That's why I say kudos to that's the part of religion I do respect and I do love and appreciate, man. That forgiveness, man. That's a powerful thing, bro. That's a hell of a woman right there. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, man. The Kirk family put on for the body of Christ. Like, real talk. Like, they brought back the spirit, and that's why this man get honored like that, man. Like, they killed that man's body, but they didn't kill that man's soul, man. They didn't kill that man's head, and that's why I'm a believer. Like, that's why I really rock with that man Charlie, man. And I know he would have, if he had met a black person like me, we shared so many of the same interests. He would have been inspired by me, and I would have been inspired by him the same way. Like, I fuck with people like that. So, man, shouts out to his wife. That was tremendous spiritual courage, man. It takes a lot like that. It takes so much to step out of yourself and forgive somebody that took away some of the most important pieces of your life, you know? Mm-hmm. So, man, shouts out to, man, all the Kirk supporters, man. Charlie family. I just wish the best for his legacy. You know what I'm saying? And, man, as Americans, man, we got to protect each other from this crazy ass shit, because we still got a constitution and amendments that we have the liberty of living under, and may no bitch ass person on this land interfere with that. So shouts out to Charlie Kirk, man. It's a sad time in America, man. We lost a real one for absolutely nothing, but it will be for something great, hopefully. So
it will be for something great. It will be for something great. There is a real opportunity for a reawakening and a reemergence. And, you know, one of the things that I did on this app for years, to the point of a broken clock, to where the mods could probably recite my pitch for me, about trying to inspire people to get engaged off this app in real politics, and don't just let your talents and knowledge be confined to this app, to actually translate your thoughts to words to actions. And there were a number of people that did. There really were a number of people that did, and that was always really special to hear about, because they would tell me, you know, after the 10th time, I finally did it, and it's so meaningful. I'm really glad that I did. But now it's not even about politics anymore, and I literally work in it, and I'm saying it's not even about politics anymore. It's really about what we want to be as people. Who do we want to be? And I don't mean we collectively. I mean we is in terms of a whole bunch of individuals. Who do you want to be? Do you want to be positive? Do you want to add to the world? Do you want to fill people's cup? Do you want to be a contributor? Because that is a beautiful and inspiring legacy to leave. That should be what it's all about. And I'm not trying, I don't typically proselytize, you know, I'm Catholic, we don't tend to do that. But I just am so moved by today that, I guess call me an evangelical Catholic tonight. I'm telling you, we're called by the word to be salt and light, which means being known by others. Hey, that is a Christ follower. That is what that means. And we are going to do it imperfectly, but they're going to see that effort, because faith without works is dead. And so I would just encourage everybody to really try and put in that effort to add to your friends, add to your family, add to the world. And if everyone did that, just imagine how things could get better. Just imagine.
I think that's the bigger picture. I think that's what people miss about what are the point people are missing about Charlie Kirk. This is about unification and solidarity, and was the spirit of Charlie Kirk. This is why we're having these conversations, guys, so we can get to the point like this where everybody's chill, everybody's calm, and we can actually have civil discussions like human beings. Again, we have more in common than vice versa, and that's what we got to focus on as Americans. That was Charlie Kirk's message. What's going on, Anthony?
What's going on, my brother, man? Stig, I couldn't agree with you more, bro. I really could not agree with you more. Man, like, it's, I know a lot of people, like, they've been really callous about it. I just I don't get it, bro. Like, I don't understand. Like, I can't believe we're that divided as a nation, but the truth is that in a lot of ways we are, man. Jasmine Crockett literally said she's disappointed that only 2 Caucasian people, Democrats, didn't vote against the Charlie Kirk, whatever the proposition was. She said she was disappointed it was just 2, and that, like, it says so much about who she is as a person. And mind you, like, I don't really like Hakeem Jeffries at all, but I will give him his props that he went across and he voted for it. So I'll give him his props, but it's sad, man. It's sad. And, you go in certain rooms in Clubhouse and, people are very, very, very callous, bro. But, I don't want to think that represents the majority, whatever.
Yeah, Anthony, it was 58 Democrats. The bill was a resolution that condemned the assassination of Charlie Kirk and condemned political violence. And 58 Democrats voted against it, including, I think you were right, including AOC. I didn't know that Hakeem Jeffries voted with it, and yeah, I give him the props. I give him props for that too. It's like, yeah, we sort of, what they're saying is, well, no, we won't condemn political violence if we agree with the outcome that somebody we don't like gets murdered. That's what they said today, without question. You can sugarcoat it all you want, but that's what they said today.
Yeah, but you see how, again, this is another great example. Even though Hakeem Jeffries is on the opposite side of the aisle, but you see how more right-leaning, more conservative-leaning people can say, you know what, we may not like this other part of him, but he did something good and we can acknowledge that. I don't see that on the left. I rarely ever see that on the left, man.
Yeah, man, that's why I'm saying, man, black and white conservatives, man, we just need to unite, man. We're all against the vows in our respective communities. We don't like what's going on in our inner city communities. We hate that shit. Like we don't like it, and you all don't like the likes of the type of people who took out our beloved Charlie, brother Charlie. So I know we get on here and troll and shit, but we really all have the same or a similar mission in mind, man. And it's that, like, look at how, like, this is what I will say, and I'm going to say this, because I was bringing up race in a negative way, but I'm going to bring up race in a positive way. The way my white conservative brothers have responded to this has been a class act today. A class act. You feel me? And as a nation, we have to stand together against any vow that threatens our First Amendment right. And Charlie was a great symbol of that. Somebody like that should have never I don't care if you disagree. There was things he said I disagree with. And there's nothing that I would see somebody hurting a person like that. Sometimes we get so caught up on proving a point, being right, we forget we're Americans, man. Not a fellow, but an American took out another American for what? For our First Amendment, for exercising his First Amendment right in a respectful manner. That got young minds intrigued about politics. It's just a real shame, and every day it just hits harder for me. It hits harder for me. Like it's a happy time, but it's also a sad time. What I saw today gave me hope, but I'm still kind of saddened over the whole thing. And Sid, I agree, and I do apologize for what I said earlier, brother. Man, me and you, bro, we really feel the same way about a lot of this bullshit in our community and in our country, bro. Like, real talk.
And I appreciate the apology, and I accept it, brother. I don't hold no grudges. It's all good. It's all good. It's all love, man. But this is MOG, then. This is where we gotta calm down the emotions and come to an understanding. Is that us coons, we don't hate black people. We don't hate ourselves. We don't hate the black community. We actually love the black community. We want to see black people doing better. I was in tears about a month and a half ago. Did you see that story that black woman that had her niece and nephew, they were killed, and she had them in the suitcases, and the cops pulled them over?
Yes, I saw it. I saw the whole thing.
Yeah. Did you get a chance to see the picture of those two little black babies?
I saw the pictures of them pre-decomposing. I didn't see what happened after the bodies were decomposed.
No, I'm saying before they were murdered. Like, they had pictures of them smiling and
yeah, I saw that, man.
Yeah, you see how beautiful those black babies were?
Man, come on, bro.
Right, and that's what I'm talking about, man. Like, look at all these stories when you hear, Father's Day weekend, 4th of July, 70 people shot and 15 people dead, and you look and you see the pictures of the black people that were died at the hands of other black people. Like
come on, brother.
We can't sit up here and keep pointing the finger at white folks and white supremacy and the white system. We're literally taking each other out. We're literally aborting millions of fucking babies. Like, that's my point, is that we're doing too much shit to ourselves. We got a lot of mess to clean up internally before we can start looking at other people that are causing problems for our community. But 90% of the problems that we get, or 90% of the shit that we get from other ethnic communities, is because of the shit we're doing from ourselves. And if we clean that up, a lot of the heat from the other ethnicities would go away. Because the heat that we're getting is based on the bullshit that we're not correcting and taking care of ourselves.
Hey, Sig, can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. I see a lot of things, and just in the chat now, it's you see things, and this is a common sentiment of, well, we can't let a white man tell black people how to fix their problems or how to clean up their community, etc., etc. Anything along those sentiments, like, well, a white man can't tell us what to do. Well, I think I've lived long enough in life that sometimes life's hardest lessons come from people we hate. And sometimes the most important lessons in life come from people who we consider to be our enemies. And a lot of times when someone gives us a lesson, we hate them for it because we know it's true. Now, I can, and I know in my life, that some of those lessons have come from people that really pissed me off, that I really hated. But I wasn't so prideful that I didn't see the wisdom in what they were saying. And guess what? Sometimes those lessons came from Black people and came from Black men. So if I, a stupid, murderous, and who some people call a racist white man, can take corrections from a Black man, are you man enough to take a correction from a white man? Or are you too prideful? Are you too smart to take the wisdom no matter where it comes from? That's my challenge to everybody here, because I've done it. I've done it multiple times. And you know why I did it? Because they were right. And guess what? I'm better for it. So that's my challenge to everybody who's like, oh, well, we can't listen to white people. Yeah, I know, 400 years, oppression, blah, blah, blah. Those were other people. You're living in today.
Man, I cannot believe the day has come where I agree with your sentiments. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Okay, MOG, I promise, in the next week or so, I'll say something really stupid and piss you off completely, okay?
Thank you, brother.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
I promise, okay?
I appreciate
that. That way we can go back to our usual routine.
I appreciate that, brother, for sure. Thank you. Yes, sir. But yes, I agree with Alan's saying, man. Wisdom is wisdom. And you know, when I heard the words Charlie said, of course it was cut up. It was cut up to misinterpret initially anyway. So when I heard the words, yeah, I was like, what? Shut your ass up. You feel me? I was like, who the fuck is you to say? But at the same time, these are my same sentiments. These are my exact same sentiments. So why at the same time, look, and at the same time, this is real. Because I'm like, look, hey, this is Black business. We'll worry about Black business. But at the same time, Black business needs to understand this. Wisdom is wisdom. And there's an issue within our community. And it is up to us to address it. And that's the first step. Not to deflect. And we do that also in our communities. Nah, I don't want to hear that fake stat, that butchered stat about how Black fathers are the most involved fathers. That is the stat not including the people who ran away, which is 70%, which is the same thing Charlie was saying. That's crazy.
And Moji, have you read that study? Have you read that study that they use saying Black men are more involved with their kids, the most involved?
Yeah, that study is
flawed. It's flawed. It's so fucking.
It's so butchered, and and we see that on a daily basis a daily basis in our everyday. So let's not play foolish now. And all this shooting and killing, you're literally look. Oh my God, Jesus Christ! You literally are killing our own in inner city communities where the real estate should be is appraised at the highest value in the state. You're literally in a place where if you just calm down and look around and assess the value that you have in yourself and the respect that you should have for one another, there are other ways to go about things. But when you cannot address that there is something wrong in you, you'll think that something's wrong with you. And that's why we're in our Black community scratching our heads like, how do we fix an issue that's not even a hard issue to fix? Literally. Get folk, we pray, and it's because, I think it's a curse, the curse of being cool, or I don't know what it is, but it's a spiritual thing, man. At least from my aspect. But on the aspect of this Charlie situation, because I don't want to go too far from that. I am kind of a little concerned about how the left is reacting to all of this. You shoot somebody in the neck, a good man. This is a good guy. I've now seen a lot of more clips than the ones that were initially showed. The whole story, this is a decent guy. You don't have to agree with everything he said, but this is a decent man. So it's like, what the fuck is you shooting him for simple opinions because they're strong and he knows how to say it and he's doing something that's making an effect. And man, this is just a real wake up call. And the response that the left is giving versus the response that the right is giving, it's really like making me never ever want to vote for nothing liberal ever again. To be honest with you, like it's sickening. Like you're really so hateful and happy that somebody died. It's crazy. Some people were out there trying to protest the funeral. My G, how do you protest a funeral? What is going on?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, what the fuck? So, man, and for his wife to say, I forgive this man, knowing that this is something that she's gonna have to continuously go before God and do this on a daily basis. She's gonna have to daily forgive him on daily until it's something that's embedded in her, because this is a shocker to us all, especially the family. So it's deeper than a white and black issue, bro. This look at it at least at this. This is a fellow American who is not beating people up, not cussing people out, but simply stating his opinions, brother. And there's a lot of clips where he's really speaking highly about where he would like to see black people. I would like to see the same thing. He's literally saying the shit that I be saying. I don't understand that shit. What the fuck? So it's like, all that bad energy will do nothing but add to the legacy of this guy. It's making him greater and greater and greater. Like, I'm a fan now. Like, real talk. Like, at first I was just like, who is? I didn't even know who he was. I had no idea who a Charlie Kirk was until all of this. So now I'm a fan, and it's really unfortunate. So hey, I hope it just lives on. I hope it continues going. I hope it continues going. Like,
can I say something, bro?
Yeah, go ahead.
What's going on? Rohan, you can go, and then Bree, welcome to the stage. I saw you had some disagreements, Bree, so I wanted to bring you up to see if we can have a conversation. But Rohan, you can go next. What's going on, man? Welcome.
Hey, good to see you, Steak. I won't be that long. I saw you guys quoting studies just now, so I'm glad that you like studies, because every reputable study shows that the majority of political violence in this country comes from the extreme right. Whether or not this is comfortable or, makes people feel good about themselves or not, it is what the data shows. And then, so the people that are on the side that are more likely to commit political violence are finding ways to distance themselves from that violence by trying to blame trans people, continuing a long pattern of punching down on every minority group on the planet. We are not that long removed from the Haitians are eating dogs and cats, and the Mexicans are raping people, and the Muslims this, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. The same folks that spent years disparaging the death of George Floyd and saying that he died of a drug overdose and he held a gun to a pregnant woman's baby, and they were in Halloween costumes with Skittles when Trayvon Martin died. These people are now the bastions of kindness and sweetness and moral high ground. And now they want to turn what is really a white man shooting another white man into something that involves black people by throwing threats that closed down multiple HBCUs on the day after Charlie Kirk passed. I mean, the whole thing is fantastic. And it ends with this newfound clutching of pearls that people, this virtue signaling and wokeism now that people used to hate. All of a sudden, that has become the uniform that they're wearing, as they now are completely in shock that the country is where it is, while either supporting or staying silent as they saw some of these same things happening on their side for years. The whole thing is fantastical. I'm sorry this person got killed. People shouldn't lose their lives for speaking. But some of the pearl clutching is just, to me, tremendous. That's all I got. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. Shout out to freedom of speech. You know, it's a fantastic thing, and I hope people will continue to uphold it, whether or not you're on the left or you're on the right. That's all I got.
Yeah, and appreciate your contribution. I just got a couple questions for you, Rohan. You brought up the comparison of George Floyd and Trayvon Martin, specifically George Floyd. In your mind, do you see a difference between Charlie Kirk and George Floyd, and why some people might not be as remorseful or empathetic towards George Floyd compared to Charlie Kirk?
Yeah, George Floyd is black. So a black person being assassinated by the state should be something that's really, really problematic for people. And to see it happen on video and then have some person that's like Charlie Kirk say that, oh, he was not murdered, he actually died of a fentanyl overdose, even though that's not what the autopsy says, and saying other things that were also dishonest and not true, like he held a gun to a pregnant woman's belly, as basically putting him on trial after his death. So yeah, his blackness is what did him in when it comes to certain circles of people.
So you say it's his blackness, yet the majority of people that were out protesting were white. So how could you say that it was his blackness when white America actually backed BLM and backed George Floyd?
No, white left America. The people that were on the right that tend to not have these that tend to end up in the positions where they now have to defend Charlie Kirk are the same people that were posting. Matter of fact, I even found people trying to delete some of the things that they posted about George Floyd now, because now that they're the newfound moral high ground. There's a site, an account on Twitter that says "this you" is this you, and all it does is it finds previous tweets of people and then try to match it up with things that they say now. Look at that account and just laugh your ass off at some of the people posting Skittles with Trayvon Martin's death, now having to try to delete it while saying, well, you should never disparage the dead. So, I mean, miss me with all that bullshit. I'm not the one. If other people on here buy into that stuff, it's okay. Buy into it. It's not me. Skip me with it. That's all.
Yeah, but my opinion. The thing is that if you're trying to make the difference between Charlie Kirk and George Floyd a black and white issue, I would beg to differ. Here's the thing, Rohan. People's past matter. Every other facet of life, we rely on people's past. Background checks, credit checks, resumes. So to sit up here and say, try to absolve someone of their past, I don't think that's fair, and I don't think that aligns with the way the rest of the world works and how we operate. So that's one. Second thing is...
Can I respond to that before you go to the second one?
Yeah, go
because
ahead.
I actually agree, because in that same vein, we should not absolve Charlie Kirk from the deplorable things that he said.
Well,
right?
but now, Rohan, you're talking
no, now's the problem. Absolving people of their past behavior now becomes a problem the minute it's being assigned to Charlie Kirk. I want you to feel how that feels. Think about it.
But that's not a good comparison because
gosh.
Here, let me explain myself.
Go ahead.
Because now you're trying to compare speech and actions. Actions and speech are two different things, right? So George Floyd actually has actions where he victimized other people. Okay, so the home invasion, when him and his boys broke into that pregnant woman's home, and they robbed her looking for drugs and jewelry, and they pistol whipped her and pointed the gun to her stomach and threatened to kill her unborn baby. You can't compare that type of vile action to someone just stating some beliefs based off of statistics. That's two totally different things.
But you're doing the same thing, right? What did any past action have to do with his death on that particular day? One. Two, why would people then spread lies if the idea is we should not be disparaging the dead? Why support people? I'm not saying you. I think you're actually a cool person. Why did some people spend years disparaging that man's death? Why did they do the same thing with Trayvon Martin? Why did they do the same thing with multiple black people that lost their lives at either the hands of other people that they support or at the hands of the actual state-sanctioned murder in the street? So why, every time that happens to black people, they find ways to disparage? Well, let's go back and see if he broke a pencil in third grade. This is what they do as a rule. And then the people that tend to be the victims of the speech, because speech does matter, right? I'm not saying that you argue the opposite, but speech matters. So the people that have been the victim of this speech for years, the speech about Mexicans being rapists, and saying, Charlie Kirk specifically saying that, well, we're going to dump 100, they're going to dump 100,000 Haitians into your city, and they're going to become your masters, and then the Haitians are eating the cat, all this stuff. The people that are the victims of that are now being asked to feel empathy for their abusers. But the people that think about that.
Yeah, but
I don't want to go too long though because I want to speak. But
again, come on. You're saying victims of speech. What tangible harm happened to these people based on this man just stating his opinion based on what he's observed?
Sure.
We can actually show tangible victims of George Floyd's actions. Can you show me one tangible victim where they were tangibly adversely affected, where it harmed them based on this man just holding up a microphone and having conversations?
Sure. Two things. Again, George Floyd, if he smacked, I like how you're singing of George Floyd, right? Because the same thing that I'm saying with George Floyd happened to Trayvon Martin. Go on Twitter right now and search for Trayvon Martin Skittles and see how many results you get. If you want, you can do it in real time.
Okay.
So no. You want to hold on. You want to stick on George Floyd because it kind of makes it kind of makes a point that to me doesn't exist. But this is something that is symptomatic across it. George Floyd is just the last big version of this, right? So to the extent that George Floyd did something in his past makes no bearing on his death, and then to have people, it does not. To be killed in the street. To be killed in the street for some type of whatever he's being killed in the street for by the police has no bearing on something he did 10 years earlier. I'm sorry. In your mind that works. It doesn't work with anything. I'm sorry. I don't want to call you a not thinking person, but you're not thinking right now on this particular subject.
It does not thinking. No. Because this is the problem that we have as black people, Rohan, is that when it comes to positive things, we'll take it all day. Just like when it comes to stereotyping. Black women are most educated. I've never heard a black woman stand up and say, well, not all. Black women have great skin complexion and aesthetic features. I've never heard them say not all. But if you say, hey, black women have the worst attitudes, then there's there's a level of hypocrisy and irony, Rohan, that we only accept the good, but not the bad. And I'll give you an example of someone's past actually affecting their death. Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, George Washington Carver, all these great black people that have passed, Madam C.J. Walker, what they did in their past affects their legacy. We only accept it because it's good. But the minute someone's past negatively affects their legacy, then we have a problem. That by definition, Rohan, is hypocrisy. So if you're going to state the rule that, hey, what you did in your past should not affect your legacy when you die, then we've got to get rid of the good and the bad together. We can't just accept the good and then want to throw the bad out just because it doesn't benefit the narrative.
I make one last comment so other people can speak, and I appreciate the time to speak. I'm talking about the cause of death. We live in a country where you are not supposed to be murdered for a past crime that you did 10 years before by the state. This is basic, right? It's not North Korea, right? So I'm not saying you're arguing this, but it's really, really close to arguing that. It's nonsensical. It makes no sense. Two, if you're talking about people do bad things and regardless of the cause of their death, it can affect their legacy. I actually agree with that. That's why I'm saying that yes, if you do or say, which you don't believe in, I think, or say bad things, it can affect your legacy. So to the extent that you are saying disparaging things about Black people, community that I tend to find myself in because I am Black, then you can't then expect Black people to show this level of empathy that you would otherwise find in other situations. And to the extent that there are people trying to twist your arm, especially when these people are the people that are well known for saying deplorable things about everybody else for years, and now they have this level of sensitivity that did not exist when it comes to people that look like me. Miss me with that. That's all I'm going to say, bro. I really appreciate the time to speak. Thank you. You've been very fair. And I'll go on mute and let some other people speak.
Yeah, if I can jump in. To be fair, Rohan, all people will forgive the sins of their friends and people they like. That's human nature. Yeah, Bob, yeah, he gets drunk at parties. But yeah, he's a good guy. We like him. Yeah, he threw up on my carpet, but then he gave me some money the next day. That's just human nature. So, we're all going to do that. The issue here, and yes, I understand why Black people and white people who are sympathetic to Black people are going to defend George Floyd. And I think I know you're smart enough to understand why white people are defending Charlie Kirk. I think the difference here is how vehemently the Democrats are going after him in this particular case. And a lot of things have pointed to that. And my assessment is they're trying to deflect from their guilt and responsibility over what happened. But that isn't the main point I want to make. The main point I want to make is I don't think I will ever convince you, nor do I think there's any point of George Floyd's character and why that makes a difference. But let's be clear. The left is not going to convince the right that Charlie Kirk was a bad man. And we can argue, well, he said this and he said that, et cetera, but the left is saying it to say, well, he said these things, therefore he's a bad man, therefore we should not mourn him. And I think that's what people are objecting to. But as far as his character or everything else, no, the jury's out on that. And the right has decided he's someone worth mourning over. He's someone worth defending. And the fact is that now he went from 3,500 turning point chapters to now it's going to be, there's going to be 40,000 of them throughout the United States. So I think this particular issue is settled.
I'm not too surprised. It's the last one I'm saying, and I'll go down. Alan, I'm not too surprised that the right have decided that this is a good person that they support, because the right has been comfortable for years supporting deplorable speech, right? So this is not a surprise. Matter of fact, I would be surprised if it were the other way. They were comfortable supporting every type of misogyny, every type of hatred against Mexicans, every type of proclamation against black people or shithole countries or Haitians eating dogs or blah, 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 or grabbing women with the pussy or, I mean, everything. So the fact that they find this person who has said these things against people that look like me, and they find that this is a good person for them to support, is not a surprise at all. It would be a surprise if it were the other way around. So anyhow, that's all I got. I'm gonna go back down.
All right, cool. Thank you, and I do appreciate the civil dialogue, Ron. Oh shit. Well, you can stay back up on the stage, man. But I do have to give you, your props for a respectful dialogue, Rohan. Thank you. Really appreciate it, man. Bree, what's going on? Good morning.
Good morning, Sig.
How are you?
Lovely at 2:00 in the morning, as lovely as I can be.
Good. All right. So I seen your comments in the chat. Saw your emojis. What do you disagree with, Bree?
I don't really. I guess I would just simply say it. I'm still mourning Emmett Till. I'm still mourning Tamir Rice. I'm still mourning these innocent lives that were taken and mocked online, since we're not talking about rape. I'm just looking at a pattern of mockery. So, you ever seen a wolf cry? That's just how I feel about this situation. That's really about it. I don't think it's about, I guess I've said earlier, it's not trying to make it a black or white thing. Okay, if we're not going to make it a black or white thing, we're going to keep it as, I guess, let's keep it political, as the right and the left. These are the same wolves that I've watched. And maybe my algorithms are a little different, that even being in the comment sections, I don't know if y'all remember being banned on Facebook jail, over 800 comments and even memes of these children murdered. So when we talk about numbers and statistics, we're the minority. Of course, it's magnified. When something happens, your margin is going to be larger. So, looking at these children again, looking at these memes of not even just these. As of then, they're still laughing. And now it's like, now that your grandma died or your superhero done died, it's like, okay, can you have some empathy and compassion for me? Oh, listen, my grandma died on the 8th. I don't hear nobody over here complaining or crying. I mean, at the end of the day, we as a country have become desensitized to death in a whole, in general. So, hey, at this point, it's above me. This ain't got nothing to do with me. If we talk about nature versus nurture, the actual shooter, was raised in a conservative household. He was nurtured under those values, under those principles. So whatever made him turn, whatever made him decide to go against this man, only him and the FBI during this interview is going to find out. It ain't got no, I think, this reverse psychology, or the attempt at it to pull on my heartstrings. Why you need my sympathy or empathy? Y'all the majority, So if we talk about conservatism, you're the majority. My little opinion shouldn't even matter. So if you say, well, man, this doesn't move you, no. Like y'all was saying earlier, this is like another day in the neighborhood, right? People die all the time. People die every day, B. So at this point, what are we talking about? How do one person, and you don't get to speak and share hateful rhetoric and slap Christianity on it and tie it in a pretty bow and box it up and say, oh my gosh, he's a great Christian man. Hell, I know a lot of Black Christian men, and they still get demonized. So at this point, I love my Black brothers who love their Black women, who honestly can be actual leaders. And when I say leaders, I mean, I'll back up what I said in the chat. There's no reason somebody who don't know the ins and outs of your house can tell you how to clean up your house. You should be strong enough to know what the problem is. If you have an infestation in your home, there's no reason why common sense and logic, you need to go ahead and hire an exterminator to tell you got a rat in your house when you see it with your own 2 eyes. And then you sit here as a supposed leader and say, man, I needed this exterminator to tell me I had an infestation problem. If that's what it took for you to say you have an infestation problem, there's a bigger problem at hand.
So then, okay, so take that logic, and I got a couple questions based on something you said in the past, but let's address this very last point you made. So if that's the case, Bree, can you admit that in our community we have some problems that we need to take care of, and it shouldn't take other ethnicities to tell us that?
Yes.
Okay, so then why is there so much animosity if we know we have problems? And it's not like our problems are contained within our community. They're out in the open for the world to see. We could admit that they're problems. Why are we getting upset that other people who are observing from the outside are saying the same thing that we acknowledge and we know and we understand?
Okay, let me explain that right there. I just said it earlier and said we are the minorities. Our margins are going to look and seemingly be larger, correct? Can we agree on that?
No, they shouldn't. They are, but they should be. Because we are the minority, our margins should be extremely lower. They shouldn't exceed the margins of the larger group.
If we have 100 of ours and 100 of theirs, our margin is going to be at 50%, and their margin is going to be obviously lower. Is that not correct? Is that not?
Repeat that one more time so I can grasp it, because I didn't quite grasp what you
Okay, since we're talking numbers here, if we have 100 to match their 100, if 50 of ours do a crime and 50 of theirs do a crime, is our margin not going to be higher than theirs?
Yeah, that's you see, your math isn't math, and that's where you're wrong. So if they have 100 and we have 50, right?
No, I didn't say that we have 50. So
I know you didn't say that. I'm correcting what you said and just trying to explain to you what it should be. So the way the margin's going to work is if they have 100 and 20 of their people are committing a crime, and let's say we have 20 and 10 of our people are committing a crime, technically in raw numbers, yeah, they are going to be committing more crime, but the margin and the percentage is going to be higher than ours. And that's what we're looking at. The frequency, right? The rate at how often it happens, that's the determining factor of how good or bad something is. So then that means our rate and our frequency of committing violent crimes is way higher. That's a problem. We shouldn't be above what the biggest group is. We should be either right at that margin or we should be below it. Once we cross the bigger group, that's when people are going to start noticing and saying, hey, why are you such a small population, but now the frequency of how often you commit crimes is exceeding everybody else, and everybody else that is 5 times more of a population. Okay. That's not a good thing, and that's how it's mathed up.
So you're absolutely wrong with those numbers, and that's where the shit becomes inflated. One, we know Black Americans were criminalized and marginalized. For one, we make up more than 55% of all violent exonerations, and on top of that, the prison population numbers, the numbers that Charlie Kirk was pulling out of his ass, literally came from the depths of each cheek. Okay, so the numbers that he was saying weren't even accurate. He never even sourced up where he got those numbers from. He just quoted them, and people believed it for whatever fucking reason, because it's been marketed about the criminal behavior of Black African Americans, which drew on the ongoing institution of slavery through the criminal mindset. So when you criminalize a group of people, and the only way that slavery is possible is through the criminal element, guess what they're going to do? Of course, they're going to create guns and put it in our neighborhoods. Of course, they're going to create gang wars. Of course, they're going to create drugs and crime elements. Even when BLM was popping off, it wasn't Black folks that were starting those riots. It were white officers, white police officers, white people in general infiltrating those things. And it's just amazing that we focus on the degeneracy of our population, but no one else. Because if we were to look at who's really violent,
really fucked up, there's no comparison to white society, to black society. There's nothing about them that is peaceful. There's nothing about them in antiquity that was ever even civil. Black Americans are the only people that were oppressed the way that we were and did not burn down whole communities and start whole fucking revolutionary wars over the fucking price of tea in China, literally, right? So if we're talking about that, there's a reason why they have to brand us that way. There's a reason why the narrative is spun that way. I'm not saying that there's no degeneracy. There's degeneracy in every single population. But you couldn't compare the worst of us to the best of them.
Yeah, you know what?
Yes, I agree with that whole analogy. I wasn't finished, but I do appreciate Cypher coming in to back that up. And so that was my point as far as when you talk about the frequency. And it's like, where's the outrage with Charlie Sheen? Why are you hyper focused on a community that you don't live in? No, Charlie Sheen. Yeah, Charlie. I'm talking about not Charlie Kirk. I'm talking about Charlie Sheen spreading HIV to these women. Because this is my thing. This was swept under the rug so briefly. Like they have enough to keep them busy. Why, when now Charlie Kirk goes on his platform, is it focused on what Black men should be doing in their community? He has never been raised in a hood.
But
this doesn't affect him at all.
It doesn't matter. I don't need. If I'm stealing something from a store, I know stealing is wrong. It doesn't matter what the person looks like or where they came from. If they observe me stealing and they say, "Hey, Sig, what you're doing is wrong," it shouldn't matter. What I'm doing is wrong. I just need to accept it. It shouldn't matter who it comes from. Let me ask you a quick question, Bree. Do you have any children?
Yes.
Okay. Would you accept your child coming home with, let's say they had 6 classes in school, they got 4 D's and 2 C's? Would you accept that report card from them?
Depends on if they are on RTI, if they're receiving RTI interventions, if they have an IEP, if they're on a 504 plan. So if that child who used to get F's is now getting D's, yes. If that child who's getting D's is getting C's, yes.
That's not what I see. You had to. You see, I just threw in a whole bunch of other.
You see, no. You just asked a real scenario.
Bree, I asked you a simple question.
It's not black and white.
Bree, it is. It's a very simple question. This is what you guys do.
And I gave you a simple answer. What I accepted, and I said yes.
Bree. If your children came home with 4 D's and 2 C's, would you accept that? Would you give them a thumbs up and say, "Great job"?
If I knew their background, yes. If I knew their struggles, yes.
So you would be okay with your children with having 4 D's and 2 C's on their report card? You wouldn't try to figure out what's going on or there needs to be some improvement. You wouldn't try to talk to your kids and figure out what's going on. So you think that's a good report card and you would accept that?
You know what RTI is?
I don't care because it has nothing to do with it. If you ask me the same question,
it has everything to do with the scenario you're giving.
No,
you just don't like the answer because you don't know what it is.
It's not about me not liking the answer. It's about having an honest conversation. So if you were to ask me the same question,
conversation, and I just gave you an honest answer. You want my answer to be no.
Bree, stop.
You're not going to change my answer.
Bree, I didn't overtalk you. Don't get disrespectful. Did you see how Rohan conducted himself?
That's Rohan. Rohan was raised by his mama.
Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna ask you politely and respectfully to not cut me off and let's have an honest adult dialogue like Rohan and I did. So if you were to ask me the same question, Bree, Sig, would you accept your kids? And I have 2 sons. Would you accept your kids coming home with 4 D's and 2 C's? My answer would be hell no. Because I want my kids to get the best grades possible to open up more doors of opportunity for them. So again, it's a simple question. Would you accept your kids having 4 D's and 2 C's on their report card? Okay, let me
microphone back. I'm gonna wait till you put your microphone back up so I can answer. So you don't accuse me of over talking you. Now you're about to over talk me.
Okay, see now
you asked the question.
No, because this is
you
the problem.
You asked the question.
You don't have
you
to be
just
an
asked
asshole.
the question.
You don't. Okay, I'm not doing this, man. I'm not doing this low IQ shit. I'm not doing it. This is the problem with you people. This is a very simple fucking conversation.
So
no parent would accept their kids coming home with 4 D's and 2 C's on a fucking report card. They would have a problem with it. Okay, any parent that gives a fuck about their kids. And the point that I was trying to make. What's up, Cypher? What's up?
The reason why I don't mean to cut you off, but
you're good. You're good, bro.
There's a sense of urgency to it because I see the misunderstanding. Her articulation wasn't to your standard, to your liking. You wanted a direct answer. To her, she's introducing nuance. That if there's a systemic issue in the child's ability to learn, she's not necessarily saying she would accept it, but she would and I'm just speaking, and I could be wrong, right? Well, I hear both of you. On your end, I agree. Nobody's going to be like, "Oh, that's okay. Did your best." No, you're going to run.
And that's all I'm asking for. Like just a very basic analogy and a very basic question. And what happens is
just the communication. Yeah.
Right, but see, that's the thing, Cypher. I'm not going to let that slip because it's like when we have these conversations and people who don't align with my ideologies want to dig a little bit deeper and ask me questions, I just give them straightforward answers. I don't have to throw in all this extra shit and try to convolute the discussion. And what it is it's typically, Cypher, a deflection tactic. And it just wastes a bunch of time and muddies the conversation. And I typically tend to see women doing that a lot more. Because you notice how Rohan came up, and me and him, I asked him very simple questions. He gave me very simple, concise answers. We didn't have that issue going back and forth. So it can be done. But let's just be honest and just have the simple dialogue. That's all I'm
Nobody's accepting that shit. No real parent is just going to like, okay, that's cool.
Thank you.
There's going to be an area of concern, and they're going to find out what the problem is. And if they love their children, they're going to get them the help that they need.
Thank you. And that was thank you. At least thank you for being honest, Cypher. I appreciate that, brother. Thank you, man.
Yeah, no doubt, bro. I mean, look, I got a 16-year-old son, bro, and he went through some challenges too, like all kids do. And we're not approving bad behavior, although there are parents out there of every hue that do approve bad behavior. And that's problematic.
And Cypher, you being his parent, you know how uncaring the world can be. And when he turns 21, 22, 23, whenever he's out of the house, he knows that he's going to go to employers and they're going to have 200 people in front of him, and they're not going to care whether or not he had challenges or not. He's either got to make the grade or he's out. It's as a parent, it's your job to care about that and help him guide him through those challenges. But you know the real deal. I mean, you know what's going to happen when all is said and done. Yeah. And it's like, that's what's so infuriating about those kinds of answers. Yes, she's right. If you had a child, and I've known people who've had children with serious behavioral issues, et cetera, that weren't their fault. And they were working with teachers and all of that. And yes, what she was saying was true, but that is not the usual. That's not the usual.
It's a deflection. Let's just keep it real. It's a deflection. It's a deflection. Because again, when you start asking specific questions and start breaking down the logic, and it's going to start showing flaws in people's arguments, they do shit like that to try to avoid.
And it became a bit emotional, right? Yeah, I get it.
And then I've been off. Yeah, just because I'm off mute. Again, I gave her the respect of letting her talk and trying to hear her out and understand her point. So to go into I'm just gonna wait for you. Now you're just being a fucking asshole. Like, come on, man. Let's be adults here. But the point, Cypher, was that based on her answer, well, Charlie Sheen and white people, and if your kid came home with bad grades, and you said, hey, you got bad grades, I'm not going to accept that. There's a problem here. We need to nip this stuff in the bud. And your kid said, well, Billy down the street got all Fs. You're not going to be like, oh, okay, and then deflect the focus on Billy. What's your answer going to be? I don't give a fuck about Billy or what he's doing. He's not my fucking child. He's not my responsibility. I'm focused on you. And that was my point. And just like if your child was stealing, you caught your child stealing something from a store, and you went to reprimand your child and say, well, Susie down the street stole this and that. I don't give a fuck about what Susie's doing. We're talking about you and me right now and what the fuck you're doing, because you're my child. You're my responsibility. I have some type of relatability to you where I want to see you doing better and not doing dumb shit like this. That was my point.
And then you have parents that raise their children like Spartans, Visigoths, Goths, and Vandals. Do you know how they were raised? Like, they were literally taught to steal, to kill. Their disciplines were not even, they were savage. And there's a brand to that. That's where you get the word vandalism from, right? That's where you get the word horrors and terrors. And there's a brand of Black American families that do the same thing. There's bad parenting every fucking where. There's degeneracy everywhere. Ignorance and evil has no color, ethnicity, or zip code. It could be marketed and or pronounced in different ones if it's manipulated or if you're telling the truth, right? And it just so happens to be when it's manipulated, it's more apparent on one side than the other. But when you're telling the truth, it's the opposite. Now, the point to it, though, what I was saying earlier, and it goes back to bridge what you and Bree were saying, talking about, is that why is there such a focus on Black American, right? And when it comes to degenerate behavior and all that shit, why is it that? There is a reason, and it is driven by racism. It is driven by propaganda. It is driven by the criminal element to justify the mistreatment of our people. Because if you really unpack it, 37% of the prison population is Black and 57% of it is white. If you really unpack it, the majority of the violent crimes, rapes, and every damn thing else come from the opposite community. White people don't have a fucking moral argument to have about degeneracy and fuckery, because we can unpack their whole entire history through antiquity to find nothing but terror, war, and fuckery. And until today, no one pales in comparison to the atrocities that white Americans and Europeans have caused the earth and animal populations on top of that. Literally, no one can fuck with those numbers and actions.
But here's the thing.
I'm gonna land right here. Go ahead, bro. My bad.
No, go ahead. Yeah, if you're gonna land, go ahead, bro. Go ahead. You're good.
Yeah. The point that I was trying to end on it is that when you point one finger, there's three pointing back at you. White people don't have the luxury or the integral position or a moral position to honestly reprimand or criticize any other culture before they do that to themselves.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Say you go to apply for a loan at a bank and they deny you, and you ask them, why were you denied? And they said, well, because your great grandfather used to be a member of our bank and he defaulted on a loan, so therefore we're not going to give you a loan, Cypher, even though your income qualifies, your credit score qualifies. What would you think about that?
I would go to another bank.
Okay, but would you think that was fair, that you were being judged based off something your great grandfather did?
It depends on the policy of the bank. And yes, I would feel that way if I knew the policy of the bank and still applied. If I did not know, I'd still say, oh, that's fucked up, but there's thousands of other banks.
There you go. But the notion is,
it wouldn't stop me. It wouldn't stop me from getting a loan.
Right. I'm not asking that, but what you think about that situation, you said that you would think it's fucked up. And why would you think that's fucked up?
Because I probably didn't know. If I did know when I applied, then I was an idiot. If I did not know and I applied, okay, here's the dynamic to that. If I did not know, then that would be as a shock to me. Like, damn, that's fucked up. That's kind of petty. Oh well, man, that sucks.
And why is it petty? Why is that petty?
Because I'm being held accountable for something that my ancestor did.
Okay, good point. And I appreciate your honesty on that one. So then, couldn't we say it's fucked up that we're holding white people accountable for something their ancestors did?
But they were never held into account to begin with.
Wait, who has been
held accountable? What reparation did they pay? What reparation did they pay to Black Americans?
350,000 dead white men to free
They didn't die for the freedom. They didn't.
Yeah,
free,
they did.
They did. No, they. Alan. Literally, they did not die for the slavery and enslavement of Black Americans. They died for the preservation of their economic position against the South.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I spent most of my life on the left, and the right and the slave states seceded specifically because they wanted to keep slavery. Now, imagine, and here's a little.
Those enslavers were Democrats.
Here's a little thought experiment. Imagine if the North said, "Hey, you know what? We're good. You want to secede? We're good. You secede. We won't have slavery here. You can have slavery." First of all, no one would have died. And how long would it have been before slavery was abolished in the South?
Well, it would have already happened. And two, on top of that, at that time frame, right before the Civil War, there was 200,000 free Blacks in the North, 255,000 free Blacks in the South, 4,000 Black slave owners that owned their families, and 400 of which owned more slaves than white people and were more diabolical and worse than white peoples. And some of those Black slave masters owned white people.
Yeah, okay. But the point is,
true dynamics. The only reason why war happened. Hold on, Alan. Let me add this other piece because I've got to reiterate this point to your argument, and I'll be very brief. The only reason why that war happened, brother, is because the industrial complex of the North could not withstand the independence of the South, undermining their political, social, economic infrastructure, which would have weakened the North.
Yeah, but it wouldn't have been the end of the North. But that's not the point of my argument. The point is the North didn't have to do anything. They chose to, and you might have spoken, what you're saying may be true, but it was still based on the issue was always about slavery. And it's like suddenly, slavery was an issue slavery was an issue when the Constitution was written, as we are always reminded. Slavery was an issue as each state was added, whether or not it was a slave state or a free state. Slavery was the declared issue when the South seceded. But then, we will be reminded of all the times that slavery was a big issue in this country. But then when this country started, the people in this country started killing each other, suddenly it wasn't about slavery. I'm sorry, I'm not buying.
But I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying, bro, but you're a little bit conflated on the history marker, right? The original slaves were white European, Eastern Yugoslavian people. The Slavs were where the word slave comes from.
I know that, but that's
with that institution. The difference with that institution and chattel slavery is that it became perpetuitous, and the first person to own a slave in perpetuity was a Black man from Uganda.
Yeah. I mean,
1609.
We know
let
all
me
of this.
continue. But let me continue. Most people don't know this because this goes to the overall point of what you're saying. Slavery has been an economic institution that has been patently around for thousands of years. The dynamic differences and shifts disrespected human culture and civility. Right? So that's where it became an issue, a moral argument that wasn't compelling enough until John Brown initiated the shit in 1859, which kicked off the transatlantic slavery because it wasn't self-sustainable on its face. On its face, it wasn't sustainable by the very nature of that institution. So it wasn't a moral issue, it was an economic issue. And now, even afterwards, the oppression of our people by the institution of racism and white supremacy, which is a narcissistic ideology formatted by, air quote, white people, right, is rooted in ignorance and fear. And that perpetuates a deeper wound and a deeper economic turmoil where America has missed out on over 116, well, more than 16 trillion. But they'll say $16 trillion of economic boost. But I would gather anywhere of $100+ trillion were missed opportunities due to racism and white supremacy, which also impacted poor whites who were also slaves, known as carpetbaggers and lower society people. So when we really unpack the real history of what this all is about, it's not just about the slave and slave, because slavery is not our history, bro. There's so much more dynamics to Black American civility.
But Cypher, what does that have to do? What does that have to do with us gunning each other down in record numbers today in 2025?
Because of racism and white supremacy.
So then
plays a part in that. That plays at least 60%.
Cypher, that's not true, because if that was the case, is America more racist now, or was it more racist before the 1960s?
Now, that is a tricky question. And the reason why I would say that is because just because some shit isn't in your face doesn't mean it's not happening. So okay. I would elect to say two parts on that. It is more in your face. It was more in your face prior to 1960 than it is now, but I don't really see a shift or change. In fact, it's probably more racist because we now see that shit on the fucking news. It's marketing.
Okay, sir, you understand you had the state actually incorporating laws that told Black people, you can't do this, and this is law. What laws exist now that tell Black people, you can't go to this school? You can't use this restroom. You can't open this business. You can't buy property here. What laws are on the book right now that are enforced by the state?
To that point, that's why I said it was more in your face then than it is now.
So it's the racism.
Politics, if we look at Water in 1981, right? Lee Atwater, he's the one that started the initiation or uncovered the dog whistle politics and how it's been playing a part in all of this time. And it was really ran by the Democrats for real. Because Black folks have always been conservative. So I would say to you, to your point, there's really no difference. It's just more in your face back then than it is now.
Okay, so then was it more racist back then, or is it more racist now?
And to be fair, I would say it's the same. It's just different. It's a different.
Okay, so then what laws are on the books right now and being enforced that are stopping Black people from being able to read?
I'm not saying that, brother. Listen.
Okay.
I get what you're trying to do. I get what you're trying to do.
Let me ask you
but
another
you just
question.
see what I did?
Let me, because what you just did isn't making sense, and right now you're being disingenuous. What laws are on the books? Hold on. What laws are on the books right now telling you that you can't buy a piece of property in a white neighborhood and set up a business?
None.
Okay. Were there laws in the books before the 1960s where the state enforced and told you you couldn't buy a piece of property in a white neighborhood and set up a business?
Yes.
Okay. So just based off those two examples.
You know what it became? The HOA. You know what it became? You know what it became? Hold on. Let me tell you what policies. I'm saying policies. I'm articulating. Listen, hold on, Sig. Walk with me now. Walk with me. We're not far apart, brother. Hold on.
Cypher.
We're not far.
Is the HOA a law enforced by the state?
No. But allow me to finish articulating, though, brother, so I can tie next point to the whole point.
Cypher, you just brought up an HOA versus the actual.
You're not allowing me to finish the point. That's not the only point, bro.
Cypher.
Because as soon as you say HOA, that's
Cypher. Let me jump in here.
Let me finish, Alan, really quickly. I'll be quick, Alan. So
Cypher, stop. No. Because we're gonna break this.
Why can I finish what I was saying?
Because we're gonna break this down. I asked you about an actual law enforced by.
And I answered your question directly. I said no, those laws don't exist. I said, but you know what it became? HOA.
No. But an HOA is not enforced by the state. It's not the state saying you cannot do this. HOA is a privately owned sector. It's not a public sector.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly, brother.
So then again.
Go ahead.
What I'm saying, Cypher, is that back then you actually had the state and laws that they enforced telling black people they can't do this and they can't do that simply because of their skin color. That has no comparison, absolutely no comparison to a privately owned HOA where people privately make up their own rules in their little subdivision. Okay. So again, there was way more racism back then because there were actual laws on the books that could be enforced and put you in jail if you were to try to do something as a free American simply because of the color of your skin. And this goes back to just a moment before we got on this point, is that if you're trying to blame systematic and historic racism, why didn't we see our grandparents and great-grandparents who actually had way worse instances of racism? Why weren't they gunning each other down at the same rates that we are now?
But bro, let's unpack this, because you cut me off on the one instance when I was giving you a myriad of things to support my claim. But remember what I said is that it's really, in my opinion, I said it was tricky when you asked that question. It was black and white. I said it's tricky because it was more in your face then than it is now. And just because it's not in your face doesn't mean it's not happening. And you asked for examples with that. You asked me the question directly, yes or no. And was there any laws that stop you from where you want to, from reading, from where you want to live and all this? I said no. And that's true. I answered it first, and then I gave you the dynamic. We stopped at HOA, even though there's more examples. But to that point, HOA rules are backed at state-level statutes and grant HOA authority to create and enforce covenants, conditions, restrictions, CCs and CCNRs, and federal laws like Fair Housing Act and the Americans with Disabilities Act. Also imposing limitations on these rules. While not all HOA rules are enforced by police, laws regarding safety, noise, and pets can be. Additionally, federal laws protect homeowners' rights and install a satellite dish to display, in an example, to install a satellite dish to display the American flag. There's declarations and covenants, conditions, and restrictions. That's the CCNR, right? That goes into the local HOAs. The state statutes back these things up. So HOAs, all they did was privatize their industries and make compelling situations for people that do move in their neighborhoods to experience the same level of racism. It's just not in your face as much, which is one part of it. School busing is another one. Underfunding schools and curriculums are also by the Heritage Foundation and other racist foundations, and the Rockefeller Foundation that created the school curriculum information purposely to Black Americans. I'm not using that as an excuse for our degeneracy even still, but I am saying it creates more of a hurdle for us that live in a more civilized, viable society, which only creates that challenge, creates solutions for people like myself to create that challenge creates a challenge for people like myself to create solutions to combat that at a private level where most Black people don't feel as empowered to do something about it, right? So to your point, yes, what you're saying is true. The racism is not so much in your face, but what I am saying is that it's also hidden inside of our politics, inside of the media, inside of your social economic systems and infrastructures. And we have been so normalized to it, most people don't want to see it, and most people can't see it.
So what you just brought up as far as the HOAs, again, HOAs don't say because you're Black, these rules apply to you. They apply to everyone living in that community. And the reason why I know this is because, again, an objective source, we can go on the internet and type up HOA fucked me over or screwed me over. You're going to see a ton of white people that have been fucked over by HOAs. You're going to see a ton of white people that have liens on their homes because of bullshit ass HOA fines for dumb shit like parking a fucking truck in their driveway because the no truck in your driveway rule was established in 1984. Okay, so again, I'm talking about specific laws that say because you're Black and this only applies to black people, you can't do this, you can't do that. So again, the HOA example is still a horrible example, Cypher.
Yeah, and not really, brother. Go ahead, Alan. My bad.
Yeah, because the thing, the real problem, and Cypher, I appreciate this conversation because usually you and I are yelling at each other, and let's not stop doing that at a later date. But in the,
you know, you're my favorite troll. Sometimes we have our moments.
But seriously, the narrative that there was hidden racism. I'm going to say something. Let me concede the point. What you're saying is true. It's there. It's around. It's everywhere. It's systematic. That idea and the focusing on that, does that serve the black people in the Black community in the best way to be? Because here's the thing, it's insidious. If there is, think about it. If you tell not only your kids but your adults, okay, there's a guy and he's got an AR-15. I know, Sig, that just came to mind. All right, well, Sig, give me a better gun that isn't so popular. Okay, you're not giving me anything. All right. I'll
give you a M249 saw.
Okay, an M249. Now, he's out there, and he might get you. We don't know where.
Literally went out for about 15 seconds, bro. The last thing I heard you say was Sig, and then you said, I don't mean to, and then it went blank for a second.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
AR-15.
Yeah, so let's say he's got the gun Sig said. What did you say, Sig? The
M249, yeah.
And the M249. And let's say someone in a position of authority tells you, okay, there's a guy, he's got an M249. He's out there. You don't know where he is. You don't know when he might shoot at you. You don't know if he's going to hit you or if he's going to miss, but he's out there. Now go off and go to school. Go off and try and get a job. Okay? It is going to cripple you. I mean, I think you can see that. And I can't, I can't get too deep into it, but it seems to me, and to be clear, I blame the left for this, but the left has preached this to not only black people, but other minorities for so long that it becomes a self-defeating prophecy. You cannot, how can anybody function if they are so paranoid about something that they're looking for a monster in every corner? Now, again, it may or may not be true, but the fact is, people, if you have a more positive, outlook on life, it will serve you better, regardless of your background. I don't know. I realize I'm going off on a kind of, a hippie tangent here. But just for me, that is my problem. And I say that in light of everything Sig said, because I don't think that hidden racism that you talk about is as prevalent as everybody says it is. And I think it can be ignored enough. And in some ways it's better that it be ignored. So that's all I gotta say. I don't know if any of that made sense or whether you related to that.
Well, I'm not gonna say. I'm saying it didn't make sense because you're an outsider. You couldn't possibly relate, even if you tried, because you couldn't wrap your mind around what actually happened.
But I'm not an outsider. But I'm not an outsider.
I'm not talking to you, Sig. I'm talking about.
Yeah, but I'm saying if you're going to use that for an excuse, him and I are on the same page.
It's not an excuse. It's not an excuse. It's not an excuse. I will address you. I will address you. I'm just addressing Alan on this. Alan specifically could not relate, even though he's trying to empathize. And I can respect his empathy, right? And there is some truth to what he said in terms of perception and fear. That's true. It does handicap Black Americans, and sometimes we use racism as a fucking excuse. Okay? Sig, I'm pretty sure you could agree with that, right?
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, I think we do.
Okay. So it doesn't nonetheless. Hold on, Alan. It doesn't nonetheless make what has happened, what still is happening, any less true. Right? There are navigations. There is a maze that you have to go through. Some people don't experience racism at other levels that others do. Right? Some people are aware that are self-aware in certain households. There's something that one of my favorite trolls on this app said that was very, very profound to me. And he doesn't say many things that's profound. But what's his name? Haitian. He said, motherfuckers talk about the school to prison pipeline, but they never talk about the family to prison pipeline. And that is a very profound thing. But in that highlights this egregious act of what racism does, which, by the way, also, let me reiterate, impacts poor whites as well. But the racism and the white supremacist ideology has targeted and used law enforcement and politics and social, economic, and political climates and arenas, people, places, and things to specifically target the Black family structure. And we know it's well documented, and it's still going on today. And we're still also feeling the effects from it. And we've never been healed from it, not even financially repaired. Put that to the side. There's never been no emotional reparation to where motherfuckers like, let me give you some mental health about this shit. You never got us unpacked from that. So some people are carrying around some epigenetic trauma. Now, I would also say that works both ways, because those that inflicted said trauma are also suffering from epigenetic trauma / narcissism, sociopathic disorders. It is the white man's problem to fix racism. It's the Black man's problem to heal from it. We can't use it as an excuse or handicap reason. That would be bullshit. However, it's not our problem to fix and reconcile. And the reason why Most people are adverse to it because it's an indictment to their character and or how they were raised, and it also demonstrates how little they don't know about society and our culture specifically. So because of this jealousy and the envy of the world is upon us, despite all of the things that they highlight, there's more talk about Black American degeneracy than there ever has been about our obvious positive impact on the fucking earth. You can't name anything about the world without mentioning us, because we've also curated and created the modern society in which we live. And if you unpack the truth of who we are, we've always played an integral role, even in Roman society, German society, European society as a whole, getting them out of the dark ages through the Renaissance and the medieval periods, even all the way up till today when it comes to modern civilization.
Okay, so
but I'm learning right here. Hold on,
yeah,
Alan, I didn't interrupt you. Okay, like when we sit here and talk all the damn day, black and white rooms about Black degeneracy, but we never unpack white shit. And when we do start to do that, there's this aversion to it. That right there is also a form of racism and white supremacy. Y'all have to fix that. Right? But Black folks can't use that. As a matter of fact, a nigga like me, I'm like Django in this whole matter. I love it. I love white supremacy and racism because it gives me the opportunity to create solutions. It also is entertainment as fuck to me because I also look at it as the personification of ignorance and fear. And it gives me an opportunity to kind of like abuse people verbally and ruin their fucking self-esteem. And I honestly, admittedly like doing that. And it's not the best thing morally. I'm not saying that Jesus approved this shit, but I find it fucking entertainment. To me, it hasn't stopped me from sitting at certain tables and doing what I'm doing. In fact, it's part of the reason why I do it. But I also know that also impacts my mixed nephews and not nephews and nieces, but my mixed cousins who are white and Black, who are also Latino and Black. It fucking impacts some of my white friends that feel guilty for shit that their parents have said and did. Unfortunately, I also have to deal with being a Black man in America, which I feel safer being in South America because of what I've experienced in racism in America. And I also know the role that I played in some of my own bullshit. So if I can look at this from a holistic perspective and still call out the problem, while also maintaining a sense of accountability for my own self-determination to be a free person.
Yeah, you can't. I mean, Cypher, at the end of the day, the problems that exist in the Black community today, it's got nothing to do with slavery. It's got nothing to do with redlining. It has nothing to do with what white people have done. So again, no, there's no sick nothing. It's the fact that we have a choice. Okay, whether the white man put crack in our neighborhoods, whether the white man passed a Great Society Act that encouraged our families to be broken, we still had to make the choice to fall into that trap.
Yeah, but why do we have to be superhuman, Sig? Like, why?
No, it's not being superhuman. So our great grandfathers and great grandmothers, they weren't superhuman. They were just normal. They did what humans have done since the beginning of the time, which is a man and a woman get together, create a union, and then underneath the umbrella of that union, have children and raise a family.
And they suffer greatly. Like, what are you not understanding?
Okay, so if they were able to do it, with more suffering,
no, but a lot of them died. Like you're making
the majority of them didn't die because
a lot of people did die and suffer, and they also
how many blacks were in the United States in the 1960s?
I have to look it up. I don't know.
Okay, it was around 11 million. Okay, what's the Black population now in the United States?
I would have to look it up. What is it? 14%?
It's close to 4. It's around 40 million. So but a lot of them died. No, our population actually.
I didn't say that. Come on, Sig.
That's
Sig.
what you said.
You just made up a straw man. Come
on
now.
I literally just said. that if they were, your response was, "Oh, you expect us black people to be superhuman?"
Yeah, I think
what
you
I
do.
what I expect us to do is emulate the black excellence of our great grandparents, and if they were able to create black excellence during the most hardest time when they actually had laws saying, because you're black, because you're a nigger, you can't do this, you can't go to school, you can't read, you can't own a business, you can't do this, but they were still able to do it, aka Madam C.J. Walker, aka
Outlier.
George Washington Carver.
Outlier.
The fact is, no, it's not an outlier, because
George
the majority
Washington Carver and Madam C.J.
the
Walker
majority-
are absolutely outliers.
Man, Booker T. Washington, Marcus Garvey. How many black? Okay.
Marcus Garvey was Jamaican.
Okay, so again, he was a black American who started the Pan-African.
No, he was not. He was Jamaican, and he came over to the United States to meet Booker T. Washington. But when he arrived, Booker T. Washington had died.
Okay, and the point is that he came over here as a black American. And guys, I sat here and let you go on. I literally did not interrupt you. Let me get my point out, please. What I'm saying is,
there's a delay. My bad, bro. There's a delay.
No, you're good. Yeah, no harm, no foul, brother. No harm, no foul. What I'm saying is, it's not being superhuman. It's called being a normal human. And if they had way more adversities directly affecting them enforced by the state, and they were able to do it, we don't have any fucking excuse to this day, Dr. Goddess. And what I'm saying is, you can believe whatever you want to believe.
Yeah,
but this whole blaming white people, this whole blaming racism, when we are actively every day waking up, having promiscuous sex, having babies out of wedlock, aborting our babies, choosing to put promiscuity, drugs, fast life culture in front of what our grandparents and great-grandparents did, I'm telling you that ship is sinking, Dr. Goddess. It's sinking. People aren't falling for it anymore. People are waking up and realizing. And this originally came off of Cypher's question, okay? The reason why there's so much attention on the debauchery in the black community is because we brought it to ourselves. The minute we started crying, we did. The minute we started crying,
I'll explain. Go ahead.
The minute we started telling the world it's everybody else's fault, we brought the light over and shined it on our community. So now we're shining as bright as the sun, and people can see, well, wait a minute. Why are they complaining and pointing the finger at other people, and they're literally killing themselves in record number? There's no name. Can you please name me one other ethnicity in this country where they have 70 shootings in a 3-day weekend period, where they're killing themselves? They're literally committing genocide. Can you name
exactly?
Can you name another?
Exactly, Sig. Okay, just go ahead. Finish up. I want to say some things.
Yeah, no, I gotta go. I just.
Of course, you have to go now, Alan.
No, I
right?
have to
like
go
now that I'm here to bring some more facts, now you have to go.
12 midnight, and I changed back into a liberal. The fairy godmother. It only lasts for so long. I turn into a liberal now, so I have to go. Okay. So, anyways, have a good one. Thanks for
All right, you too, Alan. Take care, man. Have a good night. Go ahead, Dr. Goddess.
So, Sig, I was listening to you.
Good morning to you. Welcome to the stage.
Good morning, and thank you. I was listening to you all's conversation, and I just think that there's some blatant blind spots that you have. So I want to address like some of your rhetoric because it's flawed. So I think to start off, Black people are human beings. That's number one. We are not superhuman, even though what we have survived and what we have done in the face of adversity has sometimes appeared to be superhuman, because you look and you're like, wow, how did you do that? Like, how did you achieve that against all of these odds? Okay. One of the things that Cypher was trying to explain to you is that racism, the system of white supremacy, it hasn't gone away. It has transformed, but it keeps the same ideals. And so our grandparents, for example, a lot of them didn't even have television, right? So they weren't programmed psychologically to hate themselves. That's number one. Number two, they were making some of their own films, race films, because white people felt more comfortable, quote unquote, allowing Black people to be in their sort of own worlds. And that ended. In fact, I mean, I could go down the list in terms of race films. I could go down the list in terms of the Negro baseball leagues and the different things that we did on our own. And every single time, white people, aka the people who practice the system of white supremacy, infiltrated and destroyed our independent productions. Okay? So what's happening now, and I agree with you to a certain extent, Sig, no, we can't just make excuses, but your conclusion is what is flawed. You, for some reason, think that this is a conservative versus liberal, Republican versus Democrat issue. It's not. You also think that it is your job. I don't know why, Sig, and I don't know you. I'm just telling you what I've observed. You seem to think that it's your job to align yourself with white American men. And I think it's because you just don't really understand what's going on.
What gives you that impression that I don't understand?
Everything that you said, your conversation with Cypher, some things that I've heard in the past. But let me just continue, because it's not a personal attack. I am making an observation.
I'm just trying to figure out what gave you the impression that I don't understand. So
everything that you said, like your denial. Okay, so I'll go down the list. Literally, your denial about you don't understand racism. You think that it has to be something that's super, super blatant, and that it has to be on the laws. You don't understand the transformation from the blatant legalities of racism that just reinforced the social order, like during slavery and Jim Crow, to what Cypher was trying to explain to you in terms of the privatization of it all. And that's the whole point of it, is that once the law started to be enforced, an entire subsystem of privatization occurred, and that was still racism. It was still meant to exclude. It was still meant to reinforce the system of white supremacy. And you just seem to completely ignore that. So one of the things you were asking about
has no bearing on my life right now.
Well, it may not have. Okay, so Sig, maybe you're an exception. You might be an outlier.
That's not true.
Okay, but it has an effect on the majority of us in a number of different ways. Well, let me explain. Hold on. So Cypher explained to you. He said the HOA, which actually is not incorrect. I laughed because I was like, that's a good. I mean, I didn't expect that example, but even before then, you had restrictive covenants, like. The result of redlining, even when redlining was shot down, you had restrictive covenants. Some of them are still in place today. You were asking, is there anything on the laws? In the laws? Is there anything on the books? Yes, Sig, there are restrictive covenants today. And even the ones that might appear that this is in writing, we don't practice that. First of all, they're still there, and second of all, you can still practice a restrictive covenant without actually having it in writing. So your presentation to Cypher that everything is fine. Can I move into a white community if I want to? And he said yes, but it's maybe. That's the answer. Maybe. It depends on which white community you want to move to, because you cannot move to any white community that you want to.
Name one white community that a black family can't move into.
The ones that still have restrictive covenants.
Name one.
I mean, I would have to look it up, Sig, but I mean,
do you see how fucked up that is, though, Dr.
It is. Yeah, it's fucked up to still have restrictive covenants in 2025.
But here's the thing, though. You said that it still exists. So I said, okay, give me a neighborhood or a city where this exists. If it's that fucking prevalent, you should be able to just run them right off. But you're saying you have to look it up.
Well, okay, so no.
So it's kind of hard.
Hold on, wait. Let me be clear. Hold on. Let me be clear, Sig. It's in every city. Sig. It's in
then
every
give me a
city.
specific. Then give me one. Just all I'm asking is for one. Then.
Atlanta,
So there's a lot of cities in the
for
United States. You
example.
should be able to give me at least one area where I can look
Atlanta,
this up.
Georgia. Even
The
as black as it is.
The Black Mecca, where
Yes.
black people, that's probably one of the most affluent black cities in the country.
Yes, and even at
try to go to Alpharetta.
That's my point. That's why I'm bringing it
Listen
up.
to what you're saying. The most affluent black city. The most affluent black city. You're saying
Marietta. This is why I'm bringing. I said Sig. Hold on. I said Atlanta because it is considered the Black Mecca, and my point is that even in the Black Mecca, with all of these high-achieving black people, there are restrictive covenants in that city.
But yet it didn't restrict that area from becoming the Black Mecca.
But it still restricts black people from moving to
Marietta
certain
and Alpharetta
areas.
is different from Atlanta. Marietta, Alpharetta is different from Atlanta.
So what's the white population makeup of those two cities?
But see how you want to get into
But see though how you moving the goalposts though?
Absolutely.
Because what I'm trying to do is make sure you guys' claims are credible.
I gave you a
What is the white population? What is the white population makeup?
Sig, we have to look it up, but
let's look it up.
So then what I'm going to suggest, because here's the thing, if you ask me for evidence, I'm not going to give you, I got to look it up. No, if I'm going to do
how am I
something,
supposed to know all the stats about a particular city? Sig? That's ridiculous.
Because if you're going to try to convince me to change my mindset, I would expect you to show some adequate evidence.
I don't think she's trying to convince you. She's just having a conversation.
But not on the spot, Sig. Is that okay?
So here's what we're
because
you
said pick a city, any city, and I'm thinking like, then I was like, you know what? I should pick Atlanta because that's a. Sig, I'm just thinking, Sig, come on. Sig, come on. Let's have a conversation, Sig.
We're having a conversation, but what I'm saying is the way the rest of the world works is if you make a positive claim, the burden of proof is on you.
I know that, but
I'm going to hold myself to the same standard. So if you ask me for evidence, I'm going to be able to list that. If I can't list what that evidence is, I'm not going to bring it up, Dr.
Okay, but okay. So first of all, you're derailing. That's number one.
By
number two, hold on, Sig, come on. Let me speak, Sig. Jeez. Let me just speak.
Dr. Goddess.
What I'm saying.
If I'm asking you to give me an example, and I'm asking you, and you say, "Well, I got to look it up." That's not derailing. That's you not being able to provide evidence.
It is not me not being able to provide. Let me know when I can speak, Sig. You keep talking over me every single time I say something. Why are you doing that?
Because you made a claim, and I asked for evidence.
But that was not my overall claim, Sig.
First of all,
that was not my overall claim, Sig.
Look here, woman. Lower your fucking voice. I'm not your man. I'm not your boyfriend. You ain't gonna raise your fucking voice at me. I don't even let my wife talk to me.
Well, you keep fucking interrupting me, and I'm not your woman.
Look here, bitch. Right? Drop down to the audience. I don't even let my wife talk to me like that. Raise your fucking voice.
We'll see.
Who the fuck you think you are? I guarantee you wouldn't raise your voice to me if I was in your fucking face. Just some goddamn fucking respect. What's up, Cypher?
So, Sig, 56.88% of the white population of Alpharetta. 38,000 residents, and they go into all of that stuff. These are things that we could. But I think.
Okay, and then what's the black? What's the makeup for the black population in that city?
Okay, let's look it up.
You see how easy that was? I just asked him a question and you gave me.
Yeah, I get it, but she was trying to get to her point, bro. To be fair, she was trying to get to her
these women, bro.
So the representing
black women, bro. I can't do it with them.
But I can't say that. I'll be honest with you too. If I'm being all the way fair, you was being facetious though, bro. I mean, being honest. You know
no. Cypher. She said that this redlining thing and this HOA thing, this racism still exists as far as housing with blacks.
She really never landed her plane, but you went into one specific thing, and she had a bigger body to lay out. Now, here's the thing. To answer your question, though, and the black population of Alpharetta is 10.9%, which represents 7,410 people. Black people in Alpharetta.
What ordinances or what rules or what laws, whatever you want to call them,
what she just said about the covenants, about the HOA housing covenants. There's a reason why those population densities are different in those areas.
Okay, so here's the thing, and the reason why I ask questions, because I want to understand. Because I live in a city that's 2% black, but there's nothing stopping anybody. So in my situation, I'm looking like, okay, I live in a 2% black city, but there's no rules, there's no nothing stopping anybody, because I was able to move into the neighborhood and there was 0 issues, along with the black family that's down the street with me. There's no issues. So what I want to try to understand, there's no
the reason why it's the minority is because of those covenants. Do you have HOA?
No, I don't have any HOAs.
Okay, that's a different. Then I would say that's a different scenario.
Okay, bro, that's why, because where I live at, I don't see it. So when you tell me that it exists everywhere, I'm trying to get a thorough understanding of where you're coming from, and I want to be able to fact check to see what you're saying is true. Why? Because I have these arguments all the time, and what typically people tend to do is just throw out broad general statements, and it always comes to this: when I ask for a little bit more detail just to make sure what they're saying is true, it turns into that.
Right. Well,
so
the only reason why you might get that pushback, bro, is because they'll be in the middle of trying to articulate a bigger point, and then by you going deep dive into one specific point, it distracts their whole mindset from what they were trying to just get out, and the struggle becomes, I'm just trying to land my plane and finish what I was saying, so it becomes frustrating.
Then the point is, Cypher, these people aren't ready to have a conversation, because if you're questioning me and you're trying to gain a better understanding of what I'm explaining to you, I want you to ask questions. I want you to deep dive, so that way you can fact check for yourself and see for yourself. That's reasonable, bro. And if you're not ready to do that, Cypher, you shouldn't be having the conversation, because people want to understand your point and make sure what you're saying is true. People want to be able to fact check.
And to that point, the World Population Review says Atlanta, Georgia's population in 2025 includes 46.92% Black or African Americans, 39.89% are white, 4.98% are Asian, and smaller percentages for other races. Okay, so in Atlanta, in the city of Atlanta, yes, they are a majority. But in those other areas where those covenants are pervasive, that's the reason why there's a smaller population in those rural areas or those other affluent areas, because of income, housing, all kinds of stuff. And that's what she was trying to unpack in a bigger consensus. But when
if I wanted to pack up and move,
it kind of distracted from what she was trying to say.
Okay, so if I wanted to pack up and move to that very specific city or area that you guys gave as an example, what would stop me? Give me specific. I apply for a loan, I get approved for the loan, and I want to buy a house. What would stop me from being able to buy a house in that area and reside in that area?
HOA covenants, their due diligence.
What specifically? Because I'm not familiar with HOA, so I'm trying to understand.
You can run into, and it's different for everything. So what I'm saying is a general consensus was not tied down to these detailed specifics. But what you can run into,
so I can understand.
No, you can't do that. You can't do that, Sig, because if you're not a mortgage banker like the way I was, because I've been a mortgage banker since 2007, bro. Okay. So I understand this. And the thing is that here's the thing, Sig. I'm giving you a broad overview. No one has the bandwidth to explain every thing,
because I need to understand.
Well, no, but Sig, what you're doing is you're trying to delegitimize what I'm saying as a broad overview, because you want to go into the weeds.
By asking you for more details.
No, Sig, not that. It's not just that. There's a bigger picture that's trying to be articulated, but you want to go into these little points that you yourself don't know anything about. And it distracts from the bigger conversation.
That's why I'm asking questions, Cypher, to get a better understanding.
And that's cool. But let's get to the bigger picture and then go back. But because most people go into the bigger issue. They get out what they're trying to say first, and then they go into those specifics.
So again, I'm asking to understand, because here's the thing. What happens is when you compound a bunch of points on top of each other and the person can't understand, it gets lost. So we need to take this step by step, because I've never lived in an HOA environment, okay? And again, from my experience with my home and where I'm at in a 2% Black population area, there has been zero problem. So I'm trying to get a thorough understanding. Maybe you might have the better understanding, but I don't. And this is how you get people to understand where you're coming from and concede and say, okay, you know what, he's got a point. So I'm asking you, if I were to try to move into Marietta, you said the HOA regulations would stop me from moving in there.
I said it could stop you from living in certain environments. Different HOA covenants are different for different places.
Okay,
so when they do background checks, for instance, allow me to finish. If you're asking me a question, I'm educating. I'm giving you some information, right? So
okay, just keep in mind. Hold on, just keep in mind that I'm asking specifically for Marietta, the specific location you guys brought up. What would stop me, a black man with a black family, from moving into there? What problems would arise based on the color of my skin from me trying to relocate there?
Are you going to allow me to answer?
When you answer, just keep that in mind. That's the information I'm trying to gather from you.
That's what I was doing. Okay, so what you could run into, because if you don't know Alpharetta or Marietta, these are big ass places. And they have a lot of different HOA covenants in different zones, different areas. Okay? So what you could run into is that you could run into covenants that exclude you, not particularly because of your race per se. It's not that overt. But let's go even deeper. When you're applying for a loan, you know what mortgage bankers look at, what underwriters look at when they're running your background and all that other shit. They're looking at your education, your time on the job, how much savings you have, your DTI, all of these different things. But what they don't tell you is, where did you live at? Because your Social Security tells you your race, your color, what year you were born, and and if you go even deeper, what is your propensity for crime? What is your propensity based off of where you've lived at? If I even go apply for a loan just for a business loan, right? And they're doing their background, they're doing their due diligence, they're looking at your zip code. Your zip code to them will tell you, oh, you live in a crime-ridden area, but you make this money. We won't qualify you for a loan. Oh, you want to appraise your house, okay? If they see some black faces in the house, or if it's known to an appraisal company that this is a black-owned home, you might fuck up. You might, even though the comps would say that the home is worth, let's say, $700,000, but we're going to only value it at $500,000. If you're trying to move into a certain community and they're doing background checks and they do find out that you're black, they won't necessarily tell you it's because they want only a certain minority level of black people in their community. They will make other concessions. So what I'm saying is not, racism, just because it's not as overt, and that's what she was saying earlier, just because, and we were saying earlier, just not because it's not boldly in your face, doesn't mean that it doesn't exist or it doesn't have the same impact. And I think that's where your dissonance comes in, is because you have blinders on, because you live next to these same people that call you nigger at the dinner table. And you think that you're being accepted because they smile at you and wave at you when you leave your house.
Okay, so here's the thing on that last point you made. Even if they smile and call me nigger behind my back, it's way better than when I was living in Detroit. Around 85% people that look like me, and they were breaking into my home. They were breaking into my car. They were robbing me at gunpoint. They were stealing the wheels off of my car. Okay, they were stealing my catalytic converters. I have the years, over a decade, I've lived in 85% plus white neighborhoods, and I've never done that. So I'd rather be called a nigger than go through all that pain than living with people that look like me. Okay, so that's point number one. Secondly is that I've never heard of your Social Security being used against you. Man. Okay, I understand back in the day that, yeah, your Social Security had those certain markers and indicators. But from my understanding of Social Security numbers, they don't hold that anymore. They don't do that anymore. Okay, and it hasn't been done like that for a very long time,
bro. When did they tell you that?
Because when I had these conversations with people like you who told me that, and I went and looked it up and researched, the research said that used to be the fact, but now it's not. Your Social Security number.
What did you source?
Your you see how you're asking me for questions? Oh, it's just out there. How about that? Oh,
I'm doing the exact same thing.
I gotta look at it. But when I looked it up, it said that's how it started. But that hasn't been done for a long time. Now, the only thing that your Social Security number is going to reveal is the location that you were born. But again, if we use common sense, where I was born at 42 years ago has no bearing on where I'm at now and where I'm trying to go now. So that kind of doesn't, using just basic logic and common sense, it wouldn't make sense right now. You see what I'm saying? My social security number that was assigned to me 42 years ago in the state that I was born has nothing to do with the fact that I live in Hawaii now, or I live in Alaska now, and I'm trying to relocate to North Carolina or Rhode Island or Maine. That just logically doesn't make any sense. That wouldn't be able to tell any type of bank anything about my background or who I am as a person.
That's false.
Okay, how is that false?
Because one, your social security number can tie you to criminal elements, public service notices, if you had any kind of bankruptcies, judgments, if you finished high school, college, if you've ever been arrested, if you've ever defaulted on loans, what color you were from, what year you were born, what state you were born from. And if you go a little deeper, which might be esoteric to a lot of people, if you go look at the back of your birth certificate, there's a letter and 9 digits. You take that number, you can go to fidelity.com and go to municipal bonds and enter in that number. You'll find a ticker number. That ticker number is something that's being sold in somebody's portfolio. When I looked up mine, it was sold to the Ford Motor Corporation in 2008 due to the bailout, and I had 81,034 shares, trading at a high of $15.91.
So again, the 3 times I bought,
it tells a lot about who you are, your social security.
Right, but the 3 times I bought a house, I've never been asked for my birth certificate. So
I didn't say. Well, you can focus on that. I'm going a little deeper into how these things triangulate, because what they're doing even now, and I used to be a mortgage banker in 2007 through 2010. And I do high finance. I do finance for startup companies, or used to do finance for startup companies and all that shit. I'm very familiar with financial technology and all the things that they use to triangulate your portfolio, your profile, to see if you're even credible for a loan, right? There's a lot of data in just your social security number, which is the reason why you would keep it private, and the reason why like celebrities use CPN numbers, which is just a 9-digit number in lieu of your social security number. Not somebody else's identity, but their own identity, right? Because they want to protect that information. It tells you a lot about a person, right? So all I would say, though, is to you, I would not say, let me ask you this question, just so I can understand and gauge your knowledge based on certain topics, right? What is your profession or your vocation? So, like, you can go to what you were educated as and what you do as a profession today, if you don't mind me asking.
So I've got an undergrad degree in aerospace, and I'm in the aviation industry.
Oh, we should definitely talk, because I'm doing an aviation deal in South America with EHang. I don't know if you're familiar with them, Chinese publicly traded company. So that's a different conversation for another day. I'd be interested in getting because I'm doing due diligence right now as we speak. Before I got on the phone with you, I'm doing back research. But so you don't have any specialties in financing or these particular topics?
Nah, not at all. I'm just your average blue collar working guy, brother.
You know what, brother? I can appreciate that. I wouldn't say that you're an average blue collar working person, because the average blue collar person doesn't have a background in aviation and that technology. So salute to that. That being said, though, Sig, there's a lot to unpack. That's why when some people are giving you some information, I can understand the reason why you're asking more pointed questions, right? And it seems like you're very analytical, man, because you would have to go through a lot of compliance and regulations and a lot of due diligence to even do what you do on the level of aviation is concerned. So I understand that.
No, it's not about that, brother. It's just growing up on the streets of Detroit. No motherfuckers are trying to stick you for your paper, so you got to learn. You got to ask questions.
I mean, I know, bro.
You got to make shit fit.
To the mile.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, so I've been to the D. I'm from Columbus, Ohio, bro. I'm 44. Okay. I understand, bro. We in the same boat, same different.
Another thing, Cypher 2 as well. I'm gonna come at you is that all my life, well, not all my life, but I'll feel you. And I haven't really shared this too much because I don't get too personal. You seem like you're a pretty decent guy. We can have a chill convo. My grandmother was very, very close with Malcolm X. My aunt used to watch his kids. All right. We have close ties with Wilfred, which is Malcolm's brother. His wife. My grandmother was actually actually at the Audubon Ballroom when he got shot, and I saw the dress with his blood on it, and the Time and People magazines with her picture in it the day that he was shot, when he was murdered. So I come from that Muslim NOI background where I read the story of Yaqub. I read the autobiography of Malcolm X when I was 8 years old. Right. I was told about what to look out for, that white people are in your best interest and they're racist and this and that. So this was my childhood growing up and hearing this, right? And I believed it, Cypher, until I actually got out here in the real world and I realized that I had been lied to. Okay, so when it comes to these claims of racism and we're being held back and watch out for white people and white supremacy, to me, I'm not falling for that trap anymore, because I realized that the white people I was told to be afraid of have actually been in my corner, helped me start a business, gave me a building to start my business in rent free. Okay. In the Marine Corps, and you know, the Marine Corps is like 80%, 85% white males. All my leadership, my captains, my chief sergeants, all that stuff, all those guys were all white guys. And out of all them white guys in my unit, they actually propped me up and got behind me to where I picked up E5 sergeant in less than 3 years, which is pretty much unheard of. Okay, so all these stories I've been told about the evils of white people, I get out here and actually into the real world, and white people have done nothing but been in my corner. But these same black people that are telling me to look out for white people, those are the same black people, Cypher, that if you look at my PTR, that's my cousin right there. He got shot in the back of the head while he was driving a cab to put food on the table for his family. And it wasn't white people that shot and killed him. It was two black boys, 14 and 15. I've got about 6 or 7 other obituaries in my photo album of family members who were killed, not by white people, but by other black people. Okay. Also, like I told you, I've been robbed at gunpoint twice. Okay. I've had a gun put to my head twice, not by white people, but black people. My house broken into. Imagine being an 8-year-old kid and you come home with your mom and your door's fucking kicked in and you walk in the house and it's ransacked and you don't know if somebody's inside with a weapon that's going to fucking hurt you. That's a very, very traumatic experience to go through. And it wasn't white people that gave me that fucking experience, Cypher. So again, you have a right to feel how you feel and think the way that you think. I'm not knocking you for that. But the reason why I dig deep and ask questions is because I've heard this story before and it turned out that it was a lie. So that's why I'm very, very cautious on what I accept as truth and what I reject. And that's why I try to give the benefit of the doubt and ask questions to make sure that you know what you're talking about and that it actually makes sense.
And I could dig that, Sig, and I don't have a problem with that, right? I mean, you can see how it could be a problem for different people, and I understand your experience too. There's a lot of trauma that's attached to it. And you're close to proximity to history. You might even fucking have some relations to it, because my great aunt, who God rest her soul, worked in Detroit during that same time frame and worked with the Kennedy administration specifically, right? So there's some things, there's some connections. There's some connections that we were to have a side conversation, we would probably know a lot of similar people. My homegirl just turned 50 today, and Tiani was named by Betty Shabazz, right? So I understand, but here's the thing: people kill people in proximity to each other. This isn't unique to Black Americans. In fact, the most murderous people in the antiquity are white folks. They kill populations of human beings and extinct animal populations as well. They pollute the earth, and they've done more egregious shit on this earth than any other population of people. Now, there are some people that can be compared. You can go into your Genghis Khans and different motherfuckers, but I mean, honestly, generally speaking, there's no comparison of them to us when it comes to violence and crime, rape and everything else, deadbeat daddies and everything else, right? So a lot of our issues are impacted by racism. And as we were talking about the HOAs and those covenants, because you said you didn't know and you asked for specific details, I'll read this to you, brother. Check this out. And then after I do this back and forth with you, Sig, if I could ask you for a favor, would you mind bringing Dr. Goddess back up if you guys can continue y'all's back and forth? I did enjoy that. And I hope that y'all can pick up where y'all left off. It's your room. You do what you want to do, but that's just something I would ask that you consider if you could, right? You good with that?
Here's the thing. I have no problem with that. But what I'm not going to tolerate is the disrespect. I
understand.
I make it my business that when I go into other people's room cipher and they're modded up and I'm not, first of all, I'm not yelling and screaming at them. I'm not over talking them. I respect the hierarchy in their room. And I have a lot of people that can vouch for me that's my reputation on this app.
No, I get it.
I don't tolerate the disrespect. Respect out. And Dr. Goddess knows this because I've been nothing but graceful with her in my stages and in my spaces. And again, second thing is I'm not taking a lip off no fucking woman. So call me misogynistic, chauvinistic, sexist. I'll take all the names. But yeah, I don't allow people to talk shit to me that wouldn't stand a chance to physically back it up. So it is what it is. You know, I don't give a fuck what you call me. The shame tactics don't work on me, but it's just not gonna fucking happen. So she needs to agree to that. Yeah, she needs to agree to that. As a woman, she needs to be in her feminine and respect it. If she can't, she can stay her ass down in the kitchen.
All right.
So if she can agree to that, in the chat, then I'll be more than happy to bring her up. If not, and then she can sit and listen and enjoy the chat. But go ahead, Saif, I'm listening, brother.
Okay, so a deeper dive into the HOA thing, and this goes into the deeper understanding of what we're talking about. But because we focused on that, I wanted to hone in on it, and I appreciate you telling me what your level of understanding is about that, because this is an opportunity for us both to learn and get some updated information, right? But the restrictive housing covenants are legally binding clauses in property deeds and prohibit non-white, particularly Black Americans, from owning or occupying properties in certain neighborhoods, effectively enforcing racial segregation. These covenants, often enforced by developers, real estate brokers, and homeowners, were a key tool in preventing Black families from building wealth through home ownership, contributing significantly to the present racial wealth gap and segregated living patterns seen today. Though declared illegal and enforceable in 1948, which means that you had untold years of it actually being legal, and then again in the Fair Housing Act of 1968, which is another 20 years, their legacy continues to shape housing inequality. How they worked: legal clauses. Covenants were written directly into property deeds, creating legally enforceable restrictions on who could buy or rent a home. Neighborhood segregation. Developers and real estate agents use covenants to create and maintain white communities, advertising properties based on their exclusion of non-white residents, wealth building barriers. By locking Black families out of desirable neighborhoods and opportunities for home ownership, covenants prevented them from building intergenerational wealth, a primary way for Americans to accumulate wealth. Excuse me, I'm having hiccups. Interconnected systems. Covenants operated in conjunction with the discriminatory practices like redlining, banks refusing to finance properties in minority populated areas, and racial steering, agents guiding buyers to specific neighborhoods based on race. Consequences for Black Americans: limited opportunities, Black families systematically excluded from well-secured, resourced, and opportunity-rich neighborhoods. Economic disadvantages: denial of home ownership was a direct barrier to wealth accumulation, widening the racial wealth gap that persists today. Residential segregation. The practice institutionalized segregation, creating patterns of segregation housing that continue to impact communities. Intergenerational impact. The inability to build equity in homes through successive generations has had a lasting impact and economic impact and consequences on Black communities. Legal and social changes. The Supreme Court ruling in 1948, Supreme Court ruled that racially restrictive covenants were unenforceable under the 14th Amendment's Equal Protection Clause. Fair Housing Act 1968 outlawed the racial covenants and mentions of racial restrictions in real estate transaction lingering effects. Despite being illegal, the discriminatory patterns established by restrictive covenants continue to shape housing patterns and contribute to ongoing inequality today.
Okay, so then my question based on that is, are there any statistics that currently show how much in effect everything that you read, I understood loud and clear,
Is there any statistics or anything you can point me to that shows how frequent that occurs today in 2025? Because I'd like to see that. Everything it sounds like was relevant back in the days when active discrimination was practiced. And yeah, a few parts you read said it still exists today, but I would like to know how frequent that is. Yeah. Because here's the thing, there are going to be, I'm not denying racism doesn't exist at all. There are going to be some people and some organizations that are racist. You're never going to be able to kill that, right? But typically, once we find out that they are practicing that way, you can file a lawsuit, and you'll typically win that lawsuit if you have enough evidence to prove that you've been adversely affected. So, but my argument is that it's not widely practiced, and it's not backed by the state. The state's not enforcing it like they used to back in the day. So, if there still are companies doing that, I would like to know how frequently that's still occurring today.
Okay. Okay, how frequent do these practices negatively impact Black race and communities? Today, in 2025. Okay, good information. How frequent do these practices negatively impact? Okay. Even though restrictive housing covenants were outlawed decades ago, their legacy continues to cause significant harm to Black families and communities today in 2025. The presented impacts are a result of historical racial segregation and wealth inequality, which created the ripple effect across generations. The racial wealth gap and home ownership gap. If you want me to go into that, I can. They go into the persistent divide, depressed home values, like I talked about earlier, and higher costs. So the persistent divide, restrictive covenants, and other discriminatory practices like redlining significantly depressed Black community Black home ownership rates and prevented the accumulation of intergenerational wealth. In the fourth quarter of 2024, relevant, the home ownership rate for Black Americans was just 46.4% compared to 74.4% for white Americans. Depressed home values. Properties in historically redlined segregated Black neighborhoods are still significantly devalued today compared to identical homes in historically covenant white neighborhoods. Research on properties in Minneapolis and Philadelphia confirms that the geography of historical barriers to Black home ownership correlates with adverse economic conditions in those same areas today. Higher costs. A 2025 report from the National Association of Realtors, NAR, reveals that Black home ownership still faces a higher housing cost burden in 39 states compared to their white counterparts, spending more than 30% of their income on housing. Entrenched residential segregation. Neighborhood inequality and racial segregation established by covenants and other policies remain entrenched into many American cities. This segregation means Black communities are more likely to have less access to vital resources like well-funded schools, quality health care, and environmental amenities such as parks and trees. Disproportionate health effects. Environmental injustice is another legacy of discriminatory housing policies, and this also goes to recent claims against in Texas, I think it was, with Tesla recently. Historically segregated Black neighborhoods often contain more environmental hazards such as highways, landfills. Studies found that formerly redlined areas tend to be hotter than non-redlined areas, and residents suffer from higher rates of chronic illnesses like asthma and heart disease. Continuing discrimination, modern hurdles. While covenants are no longer legal, Black Americans continue to face other forms of housing discrimination. A 2025 report found that Black Hispanic mortgage applicants face significantly higher mortgage denial rates than white and Asian applicants. Erosion of fair housing. Recent proposals including those in the Conservative Policy Document Project 2025, have been criticized by civil rights advocates for attempting to weaken fair housing protections. Proposed policies include ending reforms designed to address racial bias in home appraisals and gutting the affirmative furthering fair housing rule. Efforts to address the legacy, the policy, and advocacy. Organizations like the Thurgood Marshall Institute and the National Fair Housing Alliance, NFHA, continue to advocate for stronger housing protections and push back against policies that would roll back fair housing gains. Community recognition. In many areas, mapping and research initiatives are working to identify and acknowledge where racially restrictive covenants were used. While enforceable, their practices and property records serve as a reminder of intentional nature of passive segregation. Some states have also passed legislation makes it harder for homeowners to remove their racist provisions from their deeds. Now, here's one little quick thing I'll add to it, though, right? You know what? In my PTR, there's $50 billion of black money, right, at that table. You have the Franklin County Treasurer's Office at that table and her deputy. You also have the guy at the ball head, the big-time real estate investor who's also working on private schooling and private housing solutions. Myself, I've worked with affordable housing development in Columbus, Ohio, Atlanta, Georgia, soon to be Houston, Texas, and in Cartagena, Colombia, and Medellin, South America. And one of the other guys with a bald head that's next to my homeboy in the brown suit with the deuces up, and he's also a commercial and residential developer, right, and broker. And next to him, that is the deputy. Yeah, the lady there is the deputy Franklin County Treasurer's Office. With the bald-headed guy next to her is one of the managing directors at Diamond Hill that manages over $33+ billion in assets. The end of the table is the vice president of First Commonwealth Bank. She manages over $12 billion in assets. At this table, and also next to me, in black and white suit, there's a lady with these braids with these glasses on. She was the head of Code of Transportation. Okay, we literally just left the meeting that day about $250 billion being poured into Columbus, Ohio, due to the CHIPS Act and the building of the Intel processing fabrication company. Facility. And we were talking about all of the initiatives that we discussed in that meeting previously at that lunch, and how we individually are adding solutions to impact those communities in a positive way, which means that, hey, even though these things do exist, there's people like myself and others who are in concert with each other and constant communication in acting solutions to the problem. So despite racism, there are still people looking to jump that hurdle and overcome those challenges. We're not destitute. It's just that a lot of people don't have the brains, the resources, or the means, or the imagination to enact viable, consistent, and what's the word that I'm looking for? Sustainable change, right? I've been a part of gentrification projects, $90 million in Norfolk, Virginia. I've been a part of a lot of little different scenarios, and I know these things fairly well. My aunt was also part of the fair housing situation in Columbus, Ohio, and I worked with Chase, and I worked with mortgage bankers, and I've seen these practices. I've seen when Zillow was first popping off, how they were, valuing these homes and what comps were in a 3-mile or a 3-block district, right? We've looked at what gerrymandering and districting included, which is centered around housing, and we looked at how gentrification is centered around the school systems, which was attacked in all of these points that I just named earlier. So racism is embedded, and it's hard to see it because it's so in your face. You can't see it. If I were to say, hey, show me your hand, put your hand in front of your face and pull it back, you can see the details of lines better. And if I were to tell you to put your hand on your face, you probably couldn't see anything, right? So it's the same way with racism, which is a white invention. This stuff is in existence, and it still has a previous impact that's still rippling out today, but it's still an active practice that's going on in a different form. And that's what the sister was telling me. Now, we're not saying that we should be afraid of this. I think that Black Americans, I maybe we need more oppression. Whatever it takes for us to say, you know what, I finally had enough. Doesn't necessarily mean I'm going to go out and get a gun and start shooting innocent white people. That's dumb. But maybe we should be more racist. Maybe we should be more nepotist. Maybe we should include our exchange ourselves.
How about we just stop having? How about, because we understand the stats that when you have kids out of wedlock and you have kids before you're financially stable, that's going to cause a lot of detriment later on down the road. And it's going to be a lot harder for you to build yourself. Why does it have to go to the? Why can't we start first? Say, hey, maybe you know what? Let's start getting married before we have kids and actually start raising our kids in a 2-parent household. Because out of all that money you just pointed out on your PTR cipher, and you yourself, how come it didn't stop you guys and all those wonderful black people in your PTR?
Well, you know, a couple of us are criminals in that PTR.
Then that proves my point even more.
A couple of us are felons. A couple of us, myself included, are felons.
Yeah, so
right?
You guys get that's an even harder hurdle is having a felony attached to your resume.
Absolutely, and I have a federal and 2 state ones. So, and I've been home 19 years.
Okay, and then you made it. So what? So then.
And I'm a retired nigger. I'm a retired nigger, bro. You know what I'm saying? So here's the thing: it's a mind shift, right? It's a mind shift. Now, guess what? I had to go to jail to find some of that. I had to go through shit most motherfuckers couldn't survive to get. Most of my peers could not survive what I went through. And half of my peers are dead and in jail. Half of my peers are married for 20 plus years, very successful, and are good, you know, tax-paying, you know, law-abiding people. Genuinely
speaking, do you see how goofy it looks that you're trying to make all these excuses? Yeah, brother, you have one of the
I'm not making excuses though.
Overcome. You have a felony attached to you, right? And kudos to you for
changing. I'm not making excuses, brother.
But
I'm literally not making excuses. I'm speaking from an expert experience. The difference between a reason and an excuse is 2 different things, right? Now, if I was just saying, "Oh, we can't do it because of this," that is an excuse. I would agree.
That's what you literally.
I'm saying, despite all of this,
listening to you read.
Well, I went into one of the details. Remember?
No, I'm not complaining about it. But what I'm saying is, me sitting here listening to you, all that was excuses. Was that because this is why we're having a hard time?
On the contrary, though, bro.
Hold on. Hear me out. You have having a felony attached to your name cipher is one of the biggest fucking setbacks any American can have, and yet you. And those well manicured, excellent, great, handsome, and beautiful looking black people in your PTR, you said a couple of them have been in trouble before, but you guys were able to overcome one of the hardest hurdles to overcome as an American when you've been involved in the incarceration system, Cypher. And you even said it. You had a change of mindset. Same here, bro. I was locked up in juvie for 3 fucking years. And I noticed once I changed my mindset, a lot of this bad shit stopped happening in my life. Once I started saying, hey, you know what? You got to follow the rules, bro. You got to follow the law. Quit breaking the law. Ever since I decided to have that mindset, Cypher, I've never had an interaction with the police after that. But when I decided to make up excuses and blame everybody else and decide, hey, I'm not going to follow the rules everybody else has to follow, that's when I had all these fucking setbacks and hurdles in front of me. It's funny how once I changed my mindset and took accountability for my action, all those hurdles disappeared, brother. So it's really hard for me to digest all that stuff when you and me are kind of in the same fucking boat, brother. Yeah. And it was the mindset. And the next thing you know, once we change our mindset, everything started falling in place. So why can't we expect our fellow Black Americans to do the same thing before we start blaming race? How about we change our mindset first? Because there's a lot of fucked up shit we have in our community. A couple things we can start doing. Buying life insurance. That's going to set up generational wealth. And you got to be honest, a lot of us don't invest in life insurance. We don't.
A lot of us don't know to invest in it.
Right. So then we got to educate ourselves. How about
that's what I do. I have over 1,000 followers in my Facebook group, and I fed the community for free since 2019. Since January 2019, I've literally spent thousands of dollars on feeding the community. And the caveat was, it's called Such Is Life. Life stands for life and financial education. They would come into the room, they get some food. You don't just get the food and leave. You got to sit down and eat. If you stay to the end, we divvy up the food, and then you can leave. But there's a panel, mainly Black women, that were we're sitting there telling these people on how to start a business, about life insurance, about all of these different things, right? And I had a 360 camera live streaming it on Facebook.
Okay, so then these people that you've re-educated, are they doing better or doing worse since you've given them the
Most of them are. Most of them are.
Doing better?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so
most of them are.
Stay with me on this. Walk with me. So if education and stuff that matters, what you say, and like I said, brother, I got nothing but respect for you turning your life around and then taking what you've learned and helping other people. My hat's off to you.
Likewise for you. Same to you, bro. For sure.
So then right there, you're showing me proof, Cypher, that it was a change of mindset, and then you took your change of mindset, you started educating other people, and now they're doing better. Is it reasonable to say, hey, let's try that before we blame the white man? Let's see what results happen from that first. The path you took and the path I took, let's see if we can make a difference that way. Can we try that first before we start blaming everybody?
Yeah, you're right. You're right. And some of these people are programmed to be victims. I'm not taking anything away from that. And there's a difference. I have to reiterate this point because there's a difference because you use the word excuse where there was no excuses being made. Because here's the thing. Excuse is the absence of accountability and responsibility. A reason is to explain while accepting accountability and responsibility as to why or the intention behind the actions, right? Because those people can be reformed. There are some amongst us that can't be reformed because they refuse to be reformed. Right.
You can't say
exactly. There is a reprobate mindset that exists in every ethnic group. Now, keep in mind, with all this change and shit, I got a nice C300. I'm driving, and this is in the last year, 4 times I got pulled over in Ohio and in Kentucky driving because they said my windows were tinted. I don't have rims on my car, so tinted windows are legal. I'm just in a black on black fucking Mercedes Benz driving down the highway, driving regularly, getting pulled over. And on one occasion, I rolled down all my windows, was fully compliant, could speak proper English, right? And the motherfuckers drew guns on me.
It's